equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the which way, man.
Consequences.
I'm staying in the race.
What you talking about?
Read of the Second Amendment?
Immediately, if not sooner.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Oh, never good.
Interesting.
Just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
You are fat, you are a joke, you are stupid, you are not funny.
It's a great day for being sad.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science.
Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
Facebook, Zuckerberg.
China. Have to have my China. China.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
Mm-hmm.
Weak.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, girl, baby girl. Don't even play.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
You supercalifragilisticexpiala bitch. How rude.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Margot. Gentlemen.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Precision of language. Please.
Welcome to the resistance.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Aren't I a good guy?
Cacao?
Give me a joke.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be creepy.
Don't even play.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to make sense of it all. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I suppose we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void we call space. Well, it is fabulous to see all of you Space Fams here on this Friday. Weekending Report is coming at you immediately, if not sooner. But first, I have to do some shout-outs. Morbius Dragon, Hermit Horologist Pitchforks Dragon, 123 in the YouTube chat. Christopher Tablante, a very close fourth. HBX is also here. Who else we got in chat? Dan Steely. Series, Bob Carmody, Moanoip, Bo Z, Look Bovine, Pitchfork's Dope Daughter, Crumpled Zinc, and that might be it. Alright, good to see you all today. Like I mentioned, we have a hell of a lot to talk about. I started a little later than I would have liked to today, but hopefully we can get through the whole stream. Yeah. Now we got, what are we talking about today? Well, Re-Liberation Day is, of course, finally here, August 1st. Donald Trump unleashing a barrage of tariffs across the globe. Still things to talk about with the Epstein files, although not a lot of new news there. It is the Weekending Report, so we will be going over some things that happened not in the last 24 hours, but throughout the week. Texas continues to attempt to subvert democracy. Some climate news today, some ICJ, we may have missed it, but the ICJ ruled on a climate change related case. Starvation still going on in Gaza. But we're going to start off in that familiar place, the United States.
President Donald Trump is asking a federal court in Florida to force media mogul Rupert Murdoch to give a deposition in the president's lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal within 15 days. President Trump cites Murdoch's age, 94, and recent health scares for the immediate action. Trump sued the Journal, owned by Murdoch, for its story reporting on the Republican...
I love how 80-year-old Donald Trump, who has also been having some weird health things going on over there, Mr. Balloon Ankles, is talking about other people's health in the midst of all this. I don't know if everybody else is on the same page as me right now, but I cannot wait for all of this to go down. Because once if we get to the deposition phase in this lawsuit, Donald Trump is also going to get subpoenaed by the opposing counsel over there at the Murdoch compound. Cannot wait for this. It's going to be great. I'm stoked. Donald Trump under what's it called again? Under oath, on camera, being questioned. That would be fascinating.
Epstein, the financier and alleged child sex trafficker who died in a New York jail in 2019 before trial. The Journal reported on Trump's relationship with Epstein and described a sexually suggestive letter. It says bore Trump's name, and it included a 2003 album compiled for Epstein's 50th birthday. Trump denied writing the letter, calling the story false, malicious, and defamatory. A spokesman for Murdoch's company did...
False, malicious, defamatory, fake news? Nasty, nasty Rupert. Nasty, nasty Rupert. How dare you? All right, let's keep this moving. Honestly, we're going to do a bit less U.S. news than normal because I want to actually get through the global news before literally all of this stuff becomes irrelevant. Because I've been holding on to Earth news for the entire week, basically, because we haven't really done a full stream. It's very frustrating, but it's also very real. I also want to remind everybody that we are still technically running a small galactic deficit of this $85 from last month. Thankfully, no calamity has occurred yet due to that deficit, but it is impending. Cash App, PayPal, new Patreon memberships or membership upgrades over on Patreon all count towards the galactic deficit as we see that money immediately, if not sooner. Alright, let's stay on the Epstein files. This was Donald Trump earlier this week. If you missed it somehow, he had this to say about Jeffrey Epstein while in the UK.
And people keep writing stories about the time he threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. Can you settle that? What was it about?
That's such old history. Very easy to explain, but I don't want to waste your time by explaining it. But for years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't want to waste your time. And actually, wait, hold on. I take that back. I'm going to waste your time. I don't want to, but I have to waste your time now that you've asked this very terrible question.
Talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help, and I said, "Don't ever do that again."
Don't do it.
Stole people that work for me. I said, "Don't ever do that again." He did it again.
And he did it. Why?
And I threw him out of the place.
Jeffrey.
Persona non grata.
I thought we were cool, man.
I threw him out.
I thought we were like buddies, and you're gonna steal people from me? That's very nasty. Very nasty guy.
And that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth. And by the way, I never went to the island.
Never went there.
Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard. And many other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them. I never had the privilege of going to his island.
I never had the privilege of going to that beautiful, beautiful island. I didn't have to, honestly. I lived in Palm Beach, and Jeffrey was like right next door, and I would just go walk over there. I'd knock on the door and say, Jeffrey, can you come out and play today? I have some very wonderful secrets for you. Of course, who knows if Donald Trump ever went to the island? It really doesn't matter, because Jeffrey Epstein was also conducting this business at his home in Palm Beach, steps away from Donald Trump's home. They can just hang out. A couple of kids in the neighborhood. You can just imagine Donald Trump. He shows up. He's in his little what do you call it? Like little overalls and like a big lollipop. You know, knock, knock, knock. Jeffrey, I need you right now. He's probably got like one of those like like beanies on his head, and he just like a little child. Jeffrey, can we play? Can we play with some underage ladies today?
Illegal.
The privilege. I found that word personally a little confusing.
Precision of language. Please.
Privilege. Ghislaine, where's Jeffrey? Have you seen him? Haven't you? I have something to show him. I have a new employee at Mar-a-Lago. I like that. That's a good one. Just like Jeffrey, come on. It's exactly the kind of humor that I enjoy. All right, let's go here.
Button up on Mar-a-Lago. You're saying that Jeffrey Epstein poached 2 of your staffers. Who were they? Were they young?
I don't want to say 2, or I don't want to say any number. You're talking about many years ago. But yeah, he took people, and because he took people, I said, don't do it anymore.
Yeah, don't do that.
For me. And he took, beyond that, he took some others. And once he did that, that was the end of him. I didn't like, when they steal people, I don't like it.
Mr. President, Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. But just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but...
I don't want to say, but yes.
Everyone knows.
Everyone.
They were taken. And
I don't want to say, but yes, actually, they were all young women. And it's like, those are my favorite employees. Why are you taking them? That's very nasty of you.
How rude.
Very nasty of you, Jeffrey. We all know they were young. I don't want to say it, but it's true.
It was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad, but that story's been pretty well out there, and the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young women.
What did they do?
In the spa.
In the spa.
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas.
Number
in the world
one
in
spa.
Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him.
Number one spa in the state of Florida. Number one employer of young ladies who do the massages. They're very good. Those little hands.
It's gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa.
Spa or not spa.
I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too
and
long
then not
after
fine.
that, he did it again, and I said...
Spa or not spa? He was fine, then not fine. It's not great. Not great. Spa versus not spa. It's a concept people are aware of. Sometimes they're spa, sometimes they're not spa. Sometimes the gardener's gone, and I'm like, hey, would you like to get out there on your knees and do some mulching, please? Donald Trump just cannot get away from all of this, can he? One last quick clip. Donald Trump, I think this was on Air Force One, being asked over some of the inconsistencies in his stories about Epstein, and boy oh boy, are there a lot of them. I mean, we've been talking about this now for like weeks, and at this point, I'm like, dude, Donald Trump is like, there's like 6 different stories about how Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein broke up, quote unquote. And, you know, it's just weird. It's just weird that there's so many inconsistencies. It makes you think that maybe Donald Trump is lying about all of this stuff.
And that's okay, but, you know, it doesn't mean I have to agree.
Mr. President, you said yesterday your falling out with Jeffrey Epstein was over him taking some of the workers from your business. But your administration in the past said that you threw him out because he was a creep. So can you explain that discrepancy?
Well, maybe they're the same thing, you know.
The same thing.
The same thing.
They're taking my workers.
He took people that worked for me, and I told him don't do it anymore, and he did it. And I said, stay the hell out of here.
You get out of here, nasty guy.
So is that what was meant by being a creep? I'm the travel pool, but I'm with NBC News.
NBC fake news.
Fake news.
NBC's one of the
fake news, one of the worst outlets ever. Stop asking questions about this thing I do not want to talk about. Why are you asking me about my story regarding all of this? And why do you want to know why we changed it? I don't get it. Look, it was one thing and then it was not that thing. And I didn't, what don't you get about that? Spa and then not spa. Look, I need you off of the plane. On the plane, now not on the plane. Fake news. Nasty, nasty fake news. Are you still talking about that guy? I don't get it. What's going on? Okay. Well, let's go to this disturbing story. If you didn't hear, the White House directed all federal agencies to be as religious as they want at work. And boy, oh boy, is this one fucking weird. Ah, shit. pause. God damn it. I forgot. Damn you, Forbes News, with the subtitles. All right, here we go. I'm going to read. I know how to do that. Okay. Trump administration says federal workers can challenge religious views for quote-unquote correctness. Which is weird. Federal workers will now be allowed to discuss and promote their own religion in the workplace and challenge views held by other employees. This is disturbing. This is like literally inviting just so much rampant like workplace like harassment and the sort of thing that really I always assume I understood to be just not acceptable to talk about at work. And instead, the Trump administration is encouraging their employees to basically be religious zealots while also on the job getting paid tax dollars to promote their religion. Does that include Muslims? Are we now going to have, like, you know, people going around, you know, in suit and tie, hat in hand, knocking on the doors of, of their fellow employees' offices and being like, have you heard? Have you heard of Elijah Muhammad? Like, I can't, like, this whole thing is fucking insane. This is the latest effort by the Trump administration to expand religion's role in the workforce. In guidance sent Monday to leadership of federal agencies, OPM Director Scott Kapoor outlined protected, goddamn you son of a bitch, outlined protected activities by federal employees and argued allowing religious discrimination in the federal workplace violates the law and threatens to adversely impact recruitment and retention of highly qualified employees of faith. This is fucking insane. So, like, they are suggesting that somehow touting religion at work is a protected... I've never heard this argument from anyone. I'm fairly certain this is absolutely going to be... I mean, if it's not struck down by the Supreme Court, at this point, I think we should get rid of the Supreme Court, because it's a completely useless fucking institution, it would seem. Because this is so blatantly unconstitutional, I cannot understand it. Like, permitting people to go around and try to convert their fellow employees at work seems like a massive violation of you know, right to choose your religion, lack thereof. And then there's a bunch of what used to be, I believe, workplace regulations around this as well, which we, I suppose, could get into. But this is so far beyond the pale. It is ridiculous. Protected activities included engaging in conversations regarding religious topics, including but not limited to... Oh, I'm sorry, including attempting to persuade others of the correctness of their own religious views, as long as those efforts are not harassment. I say this to any federal employees out there. Somebody mentions religion to you, you say that's harassment, okay? Because in many ways, harassment is in the eye of the beholder. Federal employees may now encourage workers to participate in expressions of faith like prayer, Kapoor said, to the extent that they would already be allowed to encourage coworkers to engage in other personal activities. Employees will also not be restricted in their expressions of faith when interacting with the public, according to Kapoor, who noted federal agencies may reasonably regulate employee speech. Now, you think about that. So now federal employees dealing with the public, according to the White House, because this is absolutely directly from the White House, okay? It's from the OPM. And they're saying, hey, you know, you go to, you know, HHS, get your food stamps or whatever else, get help on your heating bill or something, or maybe you're at the park and there's a park service employee there. Those people can now come up to you and start trying to pitch you on religion and say they notice that you're wearing say you're wearing a cross, say you're wearing you know, a kippah, you're wearing a, my brain is broken right now. Say you're really wearing any religiously affiliated garb, okay? That means that they can now approach you based upon your appearance and start telling you that you're wrong. This is so wildly unconstitutional, I cannot fucking imagine it. Like, this is the federal government we're talking about, being allowed by the White House directly saying, hey, be a fucking pest. Be a fucking religious pest at work while you're getting paid. While you're getting paid federal tax dollars from the public. Go and bother the fucking public with your very annoying religious zealotry. Speaking of being religious, let's talk about a very unchristian organization. ICE. The Gestapo. Tom Homan had some stuff to say a couple of days ago here.
Where did it go, George?
We're not making this up. ICE is enforcing laws enacted by Congress. I see all these people protesting ICE. Why aren't they protesting the Hill? Protest the people who wrote the bill.
Why are you people out here? But why is everybody out here protesting? If you want to protest something else. Why us? You can protest anybody else, but you're protesting us. It doesn't make any sense. Duh.
Terrorist organizations?
Protest the terrorists. Protest. Why you go out and? Oh, God damn it! The volume's down. That's my son of a bitch. Let's go back. I'm sorry. I'm fucking Tom Homan. This motherfucker. This guy. A piece of work.
We're not making this up. ICE is enforcing laws enacted by Congress. I see all these people protesting ICE. Why aren't they protesting the Hill?
Go protest
somebody
else.
ICE doing
Come on.
Protest the people who wrote the bill. I see members of Congress comparing us to racists and members of terrorist organizations.
Yep.
If we're terrorists for enforcing immigration law, what's that make them? They wrote the law.
What does that make them?
We're enforcing law.
What does that make them? They made the law. We just enforced it. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm on board with this comparison, Tom. So, yeah, you're a terrorist, and so are the people who wrote this law. Okay, you're all terrorists. You're all the Gestapo. Republicans, I think some Democrats were maybe involved in that, if I recall correctly. You're all complicit. You're all complicit.
It's enacted by Congress, and we're going to do it. First thing I do every morning, I look at the data here every day for the last 24 hours. And here's what the data told me this morning. 70% of every...
There is no way that Tom Homan wakes up every day and looks at the data. That is a joke. That is a joke. I don't think Tom Homan can actually read. Okay. Moving on from Tom Thumbman. Let's go here. This one certainly has taken over the internet this week. That's right, the American Eagle Sydney Sweeney jeans ad just created a great deal of controversy across the internet.
U.S. fashion retailer American Eagle's ad campaign with 27-year-old actress Sydney Sweeney has sparked a debate about Western beauty standards and, quote, woke American culture. The campaign, launched last week, features the tagline, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Most of the negative reception focused on the word genes related to genetics instead of genes related to denim when discussing the blonde-haired, blue-eyed actor. Some critics saw the wordplay as a nod to eugenics, a discredited theory that humanity could be improved through selective breeding for certain traits. The idea gained popularity in the early 20th century, and Nazi Germany embraced it to carry out Adolf Hitler's racist belief in an Aryan master race. Others on social media say people are reading too much into the campaign's message. Conservatives like U.S. Senator Ted Cruz and former Fox News host Megyn Kelly celebrated the ads and taunted the critics. In a news release about the ad campaign,
that is hilarious. It is hilarious. You know, the Republicans, they don't want to accept the fact that these things are absolutely 100%. Like whenever something like this happens, they just want to completely ignore it. Be like, well, all the wokes they're outraged, they're upset. Oh, why don't you settle down? But it's like, dude, the marketing department clearly thought this one through, and they did not think it through enough. No marketing agency has ever turned down a pun in their life. This was an intentional marketing ploy. I'm not sure if they intended it for it to be racist, but that's how it comes off. Okay, let's see. Alright, let's move on here quickly to talk about education. Donald Trump had this to say about the state of education and its political orientation.
Welcome home, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
It was a great trip. It was an amazing trip.
Look good.
For the country. For me, it was okay, but for the country, it was an amazing trip. Go ahead.
It was. Many parents are preparing to send their kids back to school in a few weeks. Now, this will be the first time they've gone back to school under the second administration for you. Now, the previous administration labeled a lot of parents domestic terrorists for showing up at school board meetings. What's your message to parents now as they return their kids to school knowing that they have the support of you?
Well, the beautiful thing is, as you know, we've gotten rid of the woke. Woke is gone, and I think pretty well buried. We're going to make sure it's buried.
No more woke.
The parents are now taking over the school boards. They're getting rid of these people that probably didn't like the children very much based on what they were doing.
They didn't like the children.
It's a big difference.
They didn't like the children based upon them trying to teach the children. Teaching children is bad. Why would you teach children? Very, very nasty people teaching children. Yeah. But thankfully, all the woke is gone, which is great. I mean, I gotta say. One thing I was thinking about this, is if the woke is in fact gone, what will Republicans do with their time? What will they do? But I mean, according to Donald Trump, the woke is gone now. So I don't want to hear about the woke ever again from Republicans. And I'm actually planning to clip this. Donald Trump saying the woke is gone. Because it's now that the woke is gone, Republicans are going to have to focus on something else. And I'm not going to listen to them ever say woke, because of course wokeness is, like Donald Trump said, gone and dead and buried under the ground. So they're going to need to find something else. Speaking of education, Donald Trump was asked about the settlement with Harvard, as there is a possible settlement on the table with Harvard.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
And she ought to be investigated.
Harvard is reportedly willing to settle with you for $500 million. Is that enough?
Well, it's a lot of money. We're negotiating with Harvard now. They would.
You know what I find most troubling about this situation? Like, don't get me wrong. Okay. But the thing is, these settlement deals over anti-Semitism are honestly incredibly troubling to me, right? For multiple reasons. A, of course, the capitulation, right? The fact that these colleges are willing to shell out all this money to the Trump administration. to avoid any sort of backlash from them, even though they haven't even finished all of the what do you call it? The litigation around it. They're just immediately rushing to settle, and I find that to be incredibly weak and pathetic. But here's the other thing about it, right? And like I was saying, don't get me wrong about this. Like, I don't accept the framing that what happened on college campuses is anti-Semitism, but just follow me here. What this basically says is you can do as much, like, if we accept the premise of what this whole thing is around, then basically what we're saying is you can pay your way out of allowing racist activities on campus. You want to do some racist shit? You go ahead, just pay money. Now, of course, I don't accept the framing of all this. I don't accept the way that this is like being done. But I'm just saying, because everybody's the vast majority of people in government are treating like this shit is fucking real. Like, anti-Semitism was genuinely happening on college campuses in some sort of disproportionate way. And that's obviously a fucking lie, but like they believe that it's real, right? Do you get what do you follow me here? Like, if we were to go, I don't know, say to Texas, and University of Texas decides to start having Klan rallies on the fucking football field, right? I guess they could just pay their way out of doing that. Right? I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. That's what I'm saying. All right. Now, let's go here real quick. While we're talking about education. Let's talk about history, which is now under threat at the Smithsonian Museum, which has been, of course, under fire from the Trump administration, under attack ever since he took office for history stuff that they don't like.
We turn now to a, frankly, jaw-dropping story. The Washington Post has some new reporting on the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History removing a label referring to President Trump's 2 impeachments from an exhibit display there in the museum. In response to that reporting, a spokesperson from the museum told NBC News because the other topics in this section had not been updated since 2008, the decision was made to restore the impeachment case back to its 2008 appearance. Adding, quote, a large permanent gallery like the American presidency that opened in 2000 requires significant amount of time and funding to update and renew. A future and updated exhibit will include all impeachments.
In the future.
A temporary label that included content about Trump's 2 impeachments had been on display since September 2021. Now, the exhibit notes that only 3 presidents have seriously faced removal. A person familiar with the exhibit plans told the Washington Post the change came as part of a content review that the Smithsonian agreed to undertake following pressure from the White House.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
This is fucking pathetic. The Smithsonian are just rewriting history because they're afraid of the Trump administration. It's fucking ridiculous. This is authoritarianism. Okay? This is straight up authoritarianism at play.
Remove an art museum director. Eugene, this is an attempt to literally rewrite history. We know that as the Washington Post, terrific reporting, White House pressuring the Smithsonian to remove its director. As part of this, the Smithsonian just decided to restore that exhibit, just picking a year, 2008, sort of a random choice, but one that predates President Trump's time in office.
Yeah.
And his 2...
I'm sure that was just a coincidence, and they picked a year where Donald Trump wasn't yet a president. There is no way that they would have done that intentionally to avoid it entirely.
That will be in the history books, no matter what he tries to say.
Yeah, I think the thing that's so kind of shocking here is that their explanation, the museum's explanation for this, is kind of winding and hard to figure out, right? Which is, for all of us that are skeptics by trade, know what that means typically, is that something is happening behind the scenes, and it's that this president not only wants to change and has changed the way politics works, he's obsessed with the culture. And I think this is something that we don't talk enough about, which is Donald Trump and he understood this as we went into November, and he still continues to understand that if you change the culture, tweak the culture, and have control over the culture, that is much more important sometimes than the actual politics and policy of the...
Yeah. This is what I've been saying now for a little while, is that, you know, the effect of this sort of ethos, this current paradigm that we are living in on kids is going to be devastating. Whether it's taking away their healthcare, taking away their, you know, certain aspects of their education, having public government officials lying constantly to them about the facts. This is, I mean, it's going to have genuine repercussions downstream. Kids growing up in a manufactured Trump reality going to struggle at some point. All right, the free hour is over. People are mentioning the goal in chat, which is not there yet. Of course, we're in the first hour, but I am going to start it since people are reminding me right now, so I don't forget it. We're almost there. We're 50 minutes in, close enough. I always try and get everybody a full hour or close to it before I start the goals. You know, and then we do the 3-hour goal. At the end of that, that's where we make, you know, the decision. I wonder if we continue the stream or not. I don't know. It just makes sense. It makes sense in my brain. Don't ask too many questions. God damn it. Why can't I type? Okay, content goal started? What the hell? Why isn't this starting? Start. Son of a bitch. Whoa. Hold on, I think I have to refresh this. It won't let me start a goal. What in the hell is happening here? There we go. We did it. There we go. All right, we got a content goal started in the chat. You can, of course, contribute to both the Galactic Deficit financing goal and the content goal at the same time by contributing on Cash App, PayPal, or starting a Patreon membership. Jordan Peele? You think this guy looks like Jordan Peele? Maybe a little bit. Kinda. I see what you're saying, but I think that's a stretch. He's also way bigger than Jordan, from what I can tell. Okay, all right. Let's Let's go down to Texas and talk about gerrymandering. Goddamn, Bob Carmody getting us breaking the ice immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner. My God, Bob. The problem with today's world is that everyone believes they have the right to express their opinion and have others listen to it. Professor Brian Cox. Well, there's a guy who you should listen to the opinion of. Brian Cox, a smart guy, and I think a PhD physicist? I'm trying to remember what his actual credentials are, but a very smart guy, nonetheless. And much appreciated, Bob, for getting us started. That's 2 chats. That's 2 chats for 1 right there. So we're 2 of 10 already. That happened very quickly. I barely got that goal done. Like, I barely got it on the freaking screen there. Already broken. My gosh. Okay. Democracy Now! In Texas.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show in Texas, where a major political fight's playing out that could shape whether Democrats retake the House in the midterms and beyond. After the 2020 election, President Trump famously called the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, and told him to find 11,780 votes. Now Trump has called on Texas Republicans to find 5 congressional seats ahead of next year's midterms.
Are you calling in for a complete redrawing of the congressional map ahead of next year?
Just a very simple redrawing. We pick up 5 seats.
And
but we have a couple of other states where we'll pick up seats also.
This week, Republicans delivered upon Trump's request and released their proposal for a newly drawn Texas congressional map that would add 5 Republican seats. It's being pushed forward quickly with a hearing set for today in Austin. Its newly drawn district set up a likely clash between incumbent Democrats, including in the Austin area, where longtime Congressmember Lloyd Doggett, who served for 3 decades, would be pitted against the rising newcomer Greg Casar, chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. This is Casar.
It's the same old BS. Corrupt politicians having a scheme to rig the rules of our elections.
Illegal.
So that they can drown out voters' voices and remain unaccountable.
Help! I'm being repressed!
We're not going to have it. Not on our watch.
Casar, Doggett, Al Green, and other lawmakers joined House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York at a Thursday news conference in Austin. Jeffries did not directly respond when asked if he'd support a move by Texas Democrats to walk out to stop the redistricting proceedings and face a $500 a day for a fine for each member.
It's an all-hands-on-deck moment, and all options should be on the table to protect the people of Texas. But Texas Democrats are going to be the ones to decide that. We will fight them politically. We will fight them governmentally. We will fight them in court.
After Texas Republicans unveiled a new congressional map favoring the Republicans, Democratic Congressmember Jasmine Crockett of the Dallas area revealed she would no longer live in her own district.
I currently don't live in the CD30 that they created. I don't. That's not where I live. Now, they asked us where we live because they are supposed to take that into consideration, and these are some of the things that the court will look at when they're trying to determine whether or not there were problems with creating the maps as incumbents and where they live, and they moved me out of my district. Yeah, they completely changed the makeup of Texas 30. It's really awful. So we'll have to have some conversations about what that looks like. Just so you know, the rules when you are running for Congress on the federal level is that you don't have to live in the district to run for the seat. But the question will be, what do my constituents say? What do they want?
For more, we're joined by Ari Berman, voting rights correspondent for Mother Jones Magazine, where his latest piece is headlined, Trump's Texas gerrymander is supercharging a new war on democracy.
Yep, this whole thing is basically a massive attack on the Voting Rights Act. And it is, you know, maybe not explicitly racist, but it's certainly implicitly racist. You know, when you think about it, even if it's a political gerrymandering, Republicans' entire base, the vast majority of the Republican base is white, right? And, you know, when they do this, they're essentially attempting to take away representation from colored people in Texas.
Ari, how did Texas get to this point? And we may see after this broadcast the Democrats walking out of the state legislature.
Well, it really came from Donald Trump, Amy. And what's happening in Texas is Trump's most tangible plan to rig the 2026 midterms. It's not his only plan to try to manipulate those upcoming elections, but it's the most concrete plan we've seen yet, because 5 new seats in Texas would put Democrats at a huge disadvantage in terms of being able to take back the House. It would give Texas Republicans nearly 80% of seats in a state where Trump only won 56% of the vote in 2024. And it's really unprecedented because this Texas map is already gerrymandered by Republicans. It already limits Democratic representation. It already limits representation for communities of color. And now that would be much worse. It would be even more skewed. And the fact that this is happening mid-decade is incredibly unusual. And the fact that it's being pushed by the president of the United States is even more unusual. So a lot of things are unprecedented right now, Amy, but I think it's pretty clear to say this is a really unprecedented power grab we're seeing in Texas.
So Texas Republicans have repeatedly asserted that they drew the current redistricting maps race blind. Your response, Ari?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because civil rights groups say the opposite. They say that the map discriminates against communities of color, the current map, because if you look at the last decade, 95% of the growth in Texas came from communities of color. But when it came time for Texas to draw new districts after the 2020 census, they drew new districts that had white majorities instead. So people of color are 60% of the state of Texas, but white people control 65% of the districts. And so there's already this imbalance. On the other hand, what the Justice Department has said is that 4 districts represented solely by Black or Hispanic Democrats were quote unquote unconstitutional racial gerrymanders. That was the theory they used to justify this special session in Texas. But that directly contradicts what Texas Republicans say, which is that these maps are race blind. So if anything, the maps give too little emphasis on race, not too much.
We're talking about major Trump critics, from Greg Casar, head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, to Jasmine Crockett, Representative Al Green, of course, all lawmakers of color.
Exactly. I mean, it's not hard to see what they're doing here. They're trying to pick up seats for Republicans by diluting the power of communities of color in Texas, by dismantling a district held by one Black Democrat, a district held by another Latino Democrat, districts that are supporting other Democrats from communities of color. So a third of Texans are moved around in these maps, but 2/3 of Texans of color are moved around.
Yeah. I just want to hear that statistic one more time.
They're Democrats from communities of color. So a third of Texans are moved around in these maps, but 2/3 of Texans of color are moved around.
And that's actually almost like deceptive. I don't think Ari did that on purpose, but hit 1/3 of Texans, so that includes all people of color in Texas. And like, I'd honestly be interested to hear what the percentage. I'm by that math. I think that means that even less white Texans are being moved than that 1/3 number. It's probably closer to 1/6 or 1/8. I'm trying to think. But yeah, it's got to be like half of that basically. And more than twice as many people of color are being forced to move in Texas, or not being forced to move literally, but being forced into a different district. Wow, this is blatant. This is blatantly racist. And the Supreme Court has already basically upheld this garbage. They've already basically pre-greenlit this plan from Republicans. I don't see there being maybe there will be another challenge to this that gets its way to the Supreme Court, but I don't see the Supreme Court ruling against this. They seem to be totally for this. It is fucking horrifying. Oh my frickin' God. Somebody, I know who this is. I don't want to say who it is, just in case they don't want to be made known for their incredible generosity. But somebody just donated on Cash App. They donated so much that the goal is now been completed. The galactic deficit financing goal has been completed. Not just that, it also completes the galactic content goal. I'll keep it up for the confetti sake of it all, but holy cow, confetti party happening 1 hour into the stream.
This is ridiculous!
Wow, great job, everyone. Bask in the glory. Confetti, here it comes. Galactic deficit financing goal is gone. Content is guaranteed. Past 4 hours tonight. We're gonna go deep into it, hopefully. We got a lot of stuff to talk about still, so that's very exciting. We got the whole evening to get through this. Incredible. Incredible stuff. You space fams, without you, we would not be able to continue to do the work we do here at the Galactic News Network. Bask in the glory which you have created and deserve. Confetti party. I do love myself a galactic confetti party. Brings me great happiness. And I also get the sense chat enjoys the confetti parties as well. Alright, great stuff, everybody. Great frickin' stuff. Alright, we are going to continue. I'm kind of blown away right now. It was like... Well, the goal... Let me look at the goal. How long has the goal been up for? Less than 15 minutes. 14 minutes, 30 seconds. The goal has been up. Already complete. That might be a record. That might be a frickin' record. Here's another round of applause. That might be a frickin' record, people. Gotta say. Alright, what was I doing? Ah, yes, talking about how Republicans are trying to steal democracy down in Texas. Now, a man who was mentioned in that Democracy Now! Piece, Greg Casar, went on to the Majority Report, or should I call it the Majority Report. That's right. Wait, is Emma's last name still Vigeland? We're just going to keep calling her Emma Vigeland until I hear any changes. I know she just got married, but I think she probably kept her last name. But yes, Emma Vigeland interviewed Greg Casar, who went on to the Majority Report yesterday. Let's take a little gander at this interview.
We are back, and we are joined now by Representative Greg Casar of Texas's 35th Congressional District, chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Congressman, thanks so much for coming on the show.
Emma, it's good to be with you.
Great to see you. This is a really important story, and it's hard, again, with this fire hose of news to get your hooks into anything in particular. But this is going to be the fight, it seems to me, over the next year or so with these efforts to gerrymander even more aggressively. The Republicans are trying to do this in Texas. This week, the Texas legislature has been in a special session basically debating this kind of thing. Texas currently has 13 Democratic seats and 25 Republican seats, which, in my view, already doesn't reflect the state's kind of diverse voting population. But they want to reduce the number of Democratic seats even more, by 5 or 6. Just tell us about what's happening down in Texas right now.
Yeah, this is a 5-alarm fire for democracy and what's going on right now. Like you said, there's so many things happening in the news, but this is actually the really big one. Because if you ever want there to be any kind of accountability or check on Donald Trump's corruption, or on people continuously being kicked off their health care, or on immigration, or on any of this, the typical line, and I've been saying it, and I've been, I think, naive, is around organizing for the midterm elections to build a majority that can hold him to account. But Trump does not have a plan for winning those midterm elections. He has a plan for rigging the rules before they even happen. And if he comes in and gerrymanders even further, already extremely gerrymandered Texas, and gets away with it without cost, Trump has already said that he has plans to go and take this to state after state after state. So then once we're running in those midterm elections, it might be too late, and we can't let that happen. And
Texas redrew its maps in 2021, is my understanding. Like, what is being proposed here that would even more aggressively gerrymander the state?
So Texas Republicans have already extremely gerrymandered the state, as you laid out. There would be, look, remember, Ted Cruz in 2018 didn't even get 51% of the vote in Texas.
Right.
So we can be relatively close to a 50-50 state in a wave year, but they've got us already 2-1, Democrat to Republican. For them to gerrymander even further, and I try not to be alarmist with people, but for them to gerrymander even further would require drawing the kind of map that we haven't seen since before 1965. Because when people marched and bled for the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, those laws were passed so that you could no longer draw a map like what Donald Trump is demanding.
Not going to do
Texas.
it. Wouldn't be prudent
it would
at this
require
juncture.
to get 5 more seats. It isn't getting rid of 5 Democratic seats. It would require chopping up communities of color in maps in ways that have been illegal for decades, for longer than you and I have been alive.
Right.
And that's what they would do. And if they're able to get this Supreme Court to rubber stamp the end of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act as we know it, then they could spread this all across the country. And that's what they're.
That is disturbing. Nutshelling from Greg Casar on what this administration is trying to do, and what not Democrats, but Republicans in Texas are going along with on this. I mean, they are just circumventing, like I said earlier, the fucking Civil Rights, a Voting Rights Act that we're supposed to ensure that this kind of disenfranchisement of the vote ethnic minority communities in the United States. But they're doing it anyway. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a single fuck. The more and more they push in this direction, the more and more likely revolution is to happen. That's my personal opinion. Genuine revolution. But are we ready? That's a question that I keep asking myself. All right, let's move on from Texas. Talk about health. State of health in the United States. Now, the Trump administration announced earlier this week, I think it was on Wednesday, a quasi-private, well, it's actually not even quasi-private, I don't think. I think it's entirely private agency that is private companies are going
Today,
to.
the dream.
Please shut up, douchebag.
Easily transportable electronic.
Hey, orange face, shut up. Okay, what was I saying? Yes, Donald Trump earlier announced that his administration is working with a bunch of tech companies to create a private database, what they've dubbed a private health tracking system. Some of the companies that are going to be involved in this: Google, Apple, ChatGPT, OpenAI is going to be also involved in monitoring your private health data. Just think about that for a second. Just think about it. Think about if that how does that make you feel inside, knowing that your private health data could potentially wind up on an OpenAI server getting fed into AI large language model or something.
Today, the dream of easily transportable electronic medical records finally becomes a reality. This will allow patients to easily transmit information from one doctor to another, even if they're different networks and using different record-keeping systems. No matter what system they use, they're all transferable. The new standards will also make it simple for patients to access.
They'll not only be easily transferable, they'll also be much easier to access. Let's just not forget that important point. Private tech companies are constantly having security issues, and there's who knows how many hacks have happened in the last year on private company servers. But this is just genuinely disturbing and should be disturbing for everyone. The likelihood of your data being less protected with this system in place is massively problematic. And I haven't been able to figure out yet whether or not this is some sort of elective thing or if this is just going to be implemented nationwide. It's honestly incredibly disturbing to me and should be disturbing to everyone. All right, while we're talking about health, let's talk about the horrible implications of the millions of people who are going to be losing their insurance thanks to Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill.
It's a scary thought. The potential of losing Medicaid, the potential of it being cut down or cut entirely. It feels like there is a hidden price tag on my life and my life's worth.
Slater is among millions of Americans who may be at risk of losing their Medicaid coverage. The Congressional Budget Office has estimated that 10 million more people will be uninsured in 2034 because of the tax bill signed by President Trump this summer. Researchers recently looked to past studies to predict what this will mean for patients. Their findings were presented at a Senate committee hearing, and updated numbers were provided to the Associated Press.
As a consequence of this bill, 2.5 million would go without their personal doctor. 1.7 million would not get needed medications. 1 million wouldn't have their blood cholesterol checked, and that about 500,000 women would not get needed mammograms. 1.6 million Americans would accrue medical debt. Finally, most disturbing of all, we find that more than 20,000 Americans would die as a result of this bill.
I was originally diagnosed with chronic lymphocytic leukemia and small lymphocytic lymphoma when I was 26 years old in 2018. And most recently, it came back in November of 2024. I also am a diabetic. If I didn't have health insurance, my medication alone is $15,800 and something a month. That doesn't include going to a doctor, getting blood work.
Slater has already seen the impacts of what being uninsured or skipping her medication could mean. In May, she went 4 days without her cancer medication and ended up in the hospital. And going without health insurance last year caused her to ignore early signs that her cancer had come back.
If I had been covered when I first started feeling the symptoms, I would have gone to the doctor. I'd be in a completely different space.
We are putting patients in a terrible position. They're left with a choice between getting care they can't afford and potentially accruing devastating medical debt, which can even lead to bankruptcy, or asking them to go without needed care. There's really no questioning the base.
Hey, would you mind going out with that? Would you mind going without that incredibly necessary medical care? You don't need dialysis, do you? Fucking ridiculous. Also, billionaires can have a fucking tax cut. Let's not forget that. Also, billionaires could have a tax cut. That is the only reason. And the government spending is still increasing year over year. Let's not forget that. Two things to not forget. Tax, this is also people get, the very richest people in society can get a tax cut. And at the same time, even though Republicans love talking about government spending being too high, this fucking bill still increases government spending somehow. And will increase the debt. All right, let's talk more about health. Talk about how billionaires and massive oil chemical companies continue to cause people a great deal of health problems. And those people are being completely emboldened and subsidized and supported by the Trump administration to continue doing all of the worst things that they do.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. A group of activists from Louisiana have traveled to New York this week to confront the financial backers of destructive natural gas projects in what's known as Cancer Alley. The protests come just days after the U.S. liquefied natural gas company Venture Global announced it's going ahead with plans to build a massive new liquefied natural gas facility in Louisiana after the company secured $15 billion in financing. During a series of actions here in New York, protesters have been targeting big banks, including Barclays, Bank of America, as well as the homes of executives. On Thursday, protesters visited the home of Francis Townsend, who served as Homeland Security Advisor for President George W. Bush, now a board member of the insurance company Chubb. This is Roishetta Ozan of the Vessel Project speaking outside Townsend's home.
We came to the door of the murderers, and the murderers ran from us. I actually found that funny. Yes, I do. Yeah. Like, we don't have weapons. They have the weapons of mass destruction. These weapons go by the names of LNG.
That was Roishetta Ozan, founder and director of the environmental justice group, the Vessel Project in Louisiana. She's joining us here in our Democracy Now! Studio with her 12-year-old daughter, the climate activist Camilla Ozan. She suffers from asthma like so many in Cancer Alley. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! I also covered you months ago when you came and were involved in a lot of these protests. A number of people got arrested. First of all, Roishetta, start off by telling us, what is Cancer Alley? Where does it extend from in Louisiana, and why do you call it that?
Yes, thank you so much for having us, Amy. So Cancer Alley is traditionally known as the 85-mile stretch between New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Well, we live in Sulphur, Louisiana. In
Sulphur?
Yes, Sulphur. It smells just like the name. Sulphur is in southwest Louisiana near Lake Charles. But what we've grown to know is that the entire state of Louisiana is Cancer Alley. So we live where what's called the mouth of Cancer Alley, where we have dozens and dozens of petrochemical, LNG, oil and gas polluting facilities.
And so if you can talk about what is this toxic billionaires tour that you've traveled all the way from Louisiana to New York for this week?
We've come here because we've asked, we've requested, we've emailed for these CEOs of banks like Citibank, JP Morgan Chase, insurance companies like Chubb and AIG. We've asked them to come to our communities, breathe the air, drink the water, and get a taste of what we live every day, and they've refused to come, yet they sit here in New York and in offices in DC, and they make decisions for our communities, decisions that are killing our children, decisions that are harming our air, our water, and our wildlife. So we brought our community here to them.
Follow the rich way.
So why today Citibank?
Today we're going to be in front of Citibank because Citibank continues to be the #2 leader in financing fossil fuels. Even though they proclaim that they're doing better, they're making better choices, they're adhering to free, prior, and informed consent, we know that numbers don't lie. Citibank has put billions of dollars behind fossil fuel projects since the Paris Agreement.
We're also joined by Camilla Ozan. She is 12 years old, but it's not the first time she's taken part in a climate protest. I want to go back to last year when we filmed her here in New York during another protest outside Citibank.
The city banks keep funding these fossil fuel industries in our communities. They put them in the small Black and indigenous communities on purpose because they know that we can't do anything about that. They put them in poor communities, in low-income communities on purpose. This is not okay. This is racist.
This is not okay. This is racist, Camilla. Camilla is joining us in our studio, and I want to be the first to wish you a happy pre-birthday because...
Aww. That girl's on fire out there. But I mean, this is just a troubling but very real thing. You know, poor communities of color, constantly getting you know, these sorts of projects in their neighborhoods, in their towns and communities, and you know, the government just looks the other way, and it's fucking disgusting. And they know perfectly well what they're doing. These companies know perfectly well what they're doing when they do this stuff. It is so frustrating, you know. They know what the health impacts are going to be. They lie about them, or they pay somebody off. They make deals with local politicians, or in some cases just utilize existing laws to do these kinds of things. And it's disgusting. It's incredible that this young girl is so active in in organizing. Only 12 years old. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
We should all be ashamed of ourselves for not doing as much as she's doing. My God. Okay. Let's move on to talking some stories regarding the economy, monetary policy, and things like that. But first, let's talk about the money that's being spent on a new White House ballroom. That's right, Donald Trump announced earlier this week a grand White House ballroom on the South Lawn. It's supposedly going to cost $200 million.
Mr. President, can you talk about your plans for the new ballroom that was announced today?
Yeah.
And the $200 million, that's going to be paid for by yourself as
By
well
me,
as
yeah.
private donations?
It's a private thing, yeah. I'll do it, and we'll probably have some donors or whatever, but it's about 200.
It is so fucking weird hearing a president talking about building a building on the White House property as something private. Like this honestly, it shouldn't be as alarming to me as maybe it is, but it is fucking insane. Like, what are the implications of that? Like, what is Donald Trump just gonna live in the ballroom after this is all over? They're gonna like what? They're gonna build an apartment for him in there, and he'll just never leave. I mean, what is the deal? It creeps me out that there's gonna be a privately funded building on the White House grounds. It's insane. It's fucking insane.
It's a private thing. You know, I'll do it, and we'll probably have some donors or whatever. But it's about 200 million. So we've been planning it for a long time. They've wanted a ballroom at the White House for more than 150 years, but there's never been a president that was good at ballrooms. I'm really good. In fact, I looked.
There was never a president who was really good at balls. I see. Fantastic. Hold on. Actually, I'll play this next one and then I'll pull this up. Let's go here. C-SPAN earlier today. Actually, this was actually technically Thursday. It was released by C-SPAN earlier today. This is Caroline Leavitt, Ministry of Truth representative, talking about that new White House ballroom.
We are proud to announce that the construction of the new White House ballroom will begin. For 150 years, presidents, administrations, and White House staff have longed for a large event space on the White House complex that can hold substantially more guests than currently allowed. President Trump has expressed his commitment to solving this problem on behalf of future administrations and the American people.
It's not a problem.
The White House is one of the most beautiful and
It is not a fucking problem. This is idiotic. This is so fucking dumb. There was no problem. This is so stupid.
administrations and the American people. The White House is one of the most beautiful and historic buildings in the world. Yet the White House is currently unable to host major functions, honoring world leaders in other countries without having to install a large and unsightly tent.
Oh, no.
Approximately one.
Large and unsightly? Oh, you don't say so, Caroline. I take it all back. This was necessary. A large and unsightly tent? Oh, God. However, would America cannot... How can America stand for this? A tent on the White House lawn? Oh, no.
100 yards away from the main building's entrance.
Oh,
The
God.
White House
Hundreds
State
of
Ballroom
yards?
will be a much needed and exquisite addition.
They have to go to a tent? Hundreds of yards? What is that? It's like a 1,000 feet? 600, 900 feet or something like that? Oh my God, it must take literal minutes to walk to it. Oh God, I can't imagine.
Of approximately 90,000 total square feet of innately designed and carefully crafted space with a seated capacity of 650 people, which is a significant increase from the 200-person seated capacity in the East Room of the White House.
There we go. All right, I'm gonna do this again. I did this yesterday, but in case you missed it, it is the week ending report, so you're getting the opportunity for us to go over the same story twice. Donald Trump's dream of building a ballroom at the White House is becoming a reality. Look at this picture. This is fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
I think this was done with AI. I can't 100% tell, but I think it was. Look at this, gold and white everywhere, as far as the eye can see. Looks like Versailles. So great, so good and so great. The renderings are complete. The architects and contractors have been hired. After at least 15 years of talking about it, President Trump is building a ballroom at the White House, according to the White House. The work will begin this September with a price tag of $200 million. President Trump is a builder at heart and has an extraordinary eye for details, said White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles in a statement on Thursday. The President and the Trump White House are fully committed to working with the appropriate organizations to preserving the special history of the White House while building a beautiful ballroom that can be enjoyed by future administrations and generations of Americans to come. It's all so exciting. All so exciting. Oh, I forgot. There was one rendering I wanted to show you because I saw one. Where is it? God damn it. I screwed myself just now. There's a rendering from above, I think, somewhere that shows where it would be. Where is it? Where are you? Now, what I'm wondering to myself, is this Donald Trump's intention to, like, I wonder if he's going to start, like, doing fundraisers for himself, doing Trump crypto events at this fucking ballroom. I'm just wondering out loud just how much corruption is going to be happening as a result of all of this. CNN that had it. Okay, here it is. This is what it's going to look like. Found it. Here we go, people. Bask in the glory. This would be the ballroom. You can see there's like a connecting hallway over here through the west wing. It'll be way over here. I think this is the west wing. Oh, wow. How extravagant. It's almost like a palace. A palace fit for a king. With a Versailles-style ballroom all to go along with it. How lovely. Our supreme leader certainly deserves that. He's doing such a good job with the economy. What's that? Not good job? No, but I heard things were going so good. Oh, that's right. It's Re-Liberation Day. We've all been so excited. The last few months, all we've been talking about, all we could think about was Re-Liberation Day and how it's going to re-liberate us from our money. Yes, indeed. We've been talking about it literally more than 90 days, 100 plus days since the ending of the first Liberation Day tariffs. And now we have the Re-Liberation Day tariffs, which are now here and have been unleashed upon the world by Donald Trump. We also had some new economic numbers come in earlier today, but we'll get to that in due time. Sorry, gotta stretch. There we go. That's a good stretch. All right. To Re-Liberation Day, South China Morning Post was the first on this story today.
So yes, tomorrow, August 1st, the reciprocal rates will be going into effect. If more deals are cut between now and midnight, I will never count out the president. You've seen him do it before. He cut 3 deals in one day very recently. So we'll see what happens. I do know foreign...
the way Caroline is talking about this. Don't you remember back, it wasn't that long ago, where Caroline was saying, we're going to have 90 deals in 90 days. Remember that? And and she's out here trying to retcon her way into, like, look, we all know how great Donald Trump is at deals, even though he hasn't been good. Look at he did 3 deals in one day. How many deals is that, Caroline? 5? 5 whole deals, Caroline? Is that what we're to be excited about?
Now at midnight, I will never count out.
Listen to her. Look, there could be even more deals tonight. I mean, it's like, look, I know we have tariffs. She's like an exasperated school teacher or something right now. No, not even a school teacher, like an exasperated, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think. She's like an exasperated wife. She's like, look, I know Donald is... You know, he's announced the tariffs, and we said earlier that we were going to have all those deals. But look, you know him, okay? He's a enigmatic guy. Sometimes things happen quickly with him, okay? Like, you know, he just doesn't always get the chores done when I ask him to. But then I wake up one morning and they're all done, and I'm like, oh, that's why I married you.
President, you've seen him do it before. He cut 3 deals in one day very recently. So we'll see what happens. I do know foreign leaders are ringing his phone, realizing this deadline is a real thing for them tomorrow, and they're bringing offers to the table. Well, there's a lot of countries that I know have reached out. I believe it's upwards of 200 countries around the world have reached out to the trade and tariff team. Of course, as I said previously, and the president said, we're going to prioritize our key trading partners, which we have done. Like I said, of the 18, 2/3 of those we have cut these tailor-made deals with. But I do know that the trade team has been working around the clock to try to be in correspondence with as many countries as possible. But if they haven't heard from us yet, they will in the form of a letter or an executive order by midnight tonight. We will.
Okay, so that was yesterday, the 31st, the day before, the evening before Liberation Day. Caroline Levitt saying, "Look, there's still time. There's still time. It's like 6 o'clock right now. We got 6 hours. By midnight, maybe we'll have all the deals. You don't know. What do you know, press? Huh? Donald Trump is a enigmatic man who will, of course, probably get 200 deals done by the end of the night. Fast forward like 12 hours to here, where Donald Trump started announcing tariffs globally. Don't do that. No, don't you dare do that. You piece of garbage. I swear to God. No, you are killing me.
President Donald Trump has signed an executive order that would have new tariffs on a wide swath of US trading partners to go into effect on the 7th of August. It's the next step in his trade agenda that will test the global economy and alliances. The order was issued on Thursday evening, following a series of tariff-related activities as the White House reached agreements with various nations. Trump also announced that he would be extending trade negotiations with Mexico for 90 days, keeping 25% tariff rates in place. But he is raising the tariff rate on US imports from Canada to 35% from 25% effective Friday, citing a lack of cooperation to stop traffickers and illicit drugs.
Nasty, nasty Canada. Now, Mexico, I believe, was the only country to receive this grace period of 90 days. But Canada certainly didn't get that leeway. In fact, they had their tariffs increased over the last couple of weeks. It's all happening, people. The tariffs are back. I've been telling you this is happening. Do you remember me telling you this? I've said it multiple times in the last 3 months. Many, many times, over and over again. I said, don't forget Re-Liberation Day is coming, people. And it as many times as people say taco, are the same number of times I've thought about how Donald Trump is definitely going to do these tariffs. And here we are. Re-Liberation Day, those tariffs came into full focus today. And we started, and sure, some of the rates are slightly lower than they were before. I would like to point out to you that not a single country where a deal has been announced by the Trump administration is there no tariffs. Right? Are you following me? UK, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, the EU. Deals were touted by Donald Trump. Right? He's like, oh, look, we came up with a deal. But guess what? The deal winds up with us still having fucking tariffs on all those goddamn goods, okay? It's not really a deal. It is just Donald Trump deciding unilaterally to lower the tariffs slightly. They're staying in place. And, honestly, when it came time for the big, beautiful bill, and they started coming out, and everybody, Donald Trump, Howard Lutnick, Scott Bessent, Mike Johnson, we're all coming out saying, look, the tariffs are going to offset the increased expenditures in this bill on things like the military, which got a 15% increase. We're going to offset the tax cuts. Oh, they're going to solve the revenue because we're going to get revenue from the poor people rather than from rich people. Don't you see, stupid? And that's when I knew for sure that the tariffs were coming back. I was like, oh, good. Oh, good. So they included this in the math, which of course goes completely against everything Donald Trump has been saying about his desire for the tariffs, at least at the very beginnings of all this. For much of this time, he's been saying that the whole point of the tariffs is, in fact, to get manufacturing to happen in this country once again. But if you are calculating ahead of time out a fucking full decade, you literally, I mean, the budget, the big beautiful bill is a 10-year bill. And they included the tariff revenue in the mathematics of that bill, right? What are we left? What are we left to think exactly? Like, that basically suggests that these are just going to be here in perpetuity till somebody who knows actually understands economics. Because the fact is if we're taking in as much money as they're claiming from the tariffs, then it will have failed in its expressed goal of increasing manufacturing, right? Because if you're taking all that money in for tariffs, I mean, people aren't buying from manufacturers inside the United States, and they're continuing to buy from outside of the United States. Oh, it's exasperating having to correct an entire administration over something you would think they would be capable of understanding. Considering how many finance guys are in there, you would think they would know this kind of stuff. All right, let's go here to CNN. Talk more about Liberation Day. Yay! I'm already feeling liberated, Space Fams. I don't know about you.
The White House just moments ago announcing an executive order setting reciprocal tariff rates from 10 to 41% on dozens of countries.
Aaron.
And President Trump...
You dumb... I fucking hate Aaron. What is the deal with Aaron and the words she uses?
Precision of language. Please.
For the love of God, it's like every day I have to correct Aaron on the words she uses. Why is Aaron going along with Donald Trump's framing? These are not reciprocal tariffs. Stop saying it. Stop saying the word reciprocal. Never again do I want to hear you say the word reciprocal, Aaron. Jesus fucking Christ. These are not reciprocal. If they were reciprocal, they would be the same levels of tariffs that exist in the countries that are being tariffed. But that's not what's happening. That's not at all what's happening. And it's fucking idiotic to continue calling them that. Terrible job, CNN.
Canada, of course, one of America's closest allies, now faces a 35% tariff. And that we're just hours away from those tariffs going into effect. But what does that actually mean when the tariff numbers sort of change at the whim of one person on any given day at any given time? Richard Quest is here, host of Quest Means Business. Richard, I was reading your social media post. Yep. Where with, your typical call it like it is, you said that the trade agreements Trump has announced are, quote, largely garbage. And you weren't saying that just to throw it away, shall we say?
No.
There's a reason that you were saying that.
Right, because the president only has one thing in his goal, and that is a headline tariff number. 15%, 20%, 10%, doesn't matter. This goes back decades, as you know, Aaron, from Donald Trump. He loves tariffs, so he's got his headline number. As for the rest of these deals, Japan invests $550 billion, EU $600 billion, $750 on exports, UK, oh, here's a good one, the UK will adopt a structured, negotiated approach, whatever that is. South Korea is going to give the president $350 billion to own and control, selected by myself. But there's no mechanism for any of this. There's no enforcement. There's no penalty. Nobody knows what this means.
It's I'm going to build a factory for $5 billion and fill in the blank state that has struggled. Right, yep. And 10 years later, the $100 million was put in,
and that's why
it's that, except for exponentially bigger.
Correct, and it's again and again and again. But the president has got what he wanted, which was a headline tariff number. These deals will never come to fruition. If you think I'm wrong, they'll be fiddled, they'll be changed, they'll be fudged. Trade deals run to thousands of pages and take months, if not years, to negotiate. You don't do it like this.
No, and even when you say, oh, it's this number, it changes all the time, to your point about enforcement.
There's none.
So there's no one even knows what to enforce or where to enforce, right? So
each one of these countries is going home going, we got away with 15%. Never mind that other garbage. We got away with 15%. I know this because I've spoken to the ministers involved. They are all basically saying, how can we get away from this with the least price payable?
And they feel that they're succeeding.
Well, yeah, but they're fooling themselves, Aaron, because tonight's a good example. In the last 3 days, we've had Brazil with Bolsonaro. Mm-hmm. We've had India with secondary sanctions, and tonight we've got Canada, or yesterday we've got Canada with Palestinian recognition. So tariffs are going to be used again and again and again in the future as a tool of foreign policy.
Yep.
And any deal that anybody's agreed, meaningless.
Me and Quest are clearly drinking the same Kool-Aid over here. I've been saying this the whole time. I've been saying this for so long now. is that Donald Trump, these tariffs have nothing to do with tariff policies in other countries. It doesn't even have, it's not even completely linked to his claims about trade deficits. And he continues to use them more and more as just a vehicle for conducting foreign policy, and it's fucking insane. That's not how you do trade policy or foreign policy. But he somehow decided that doesn't matter. We're gonna do it anyway. Let's just do it. Let's just do them simultaneously. No big deal. That's not gonna cause any problems for the global economy or the United States. No big deal.
All right, well, thank you.
I don't say this lightly, by the way.
No, I know you don't. And that's why I said, when you say Garber, you're not saying it to be silly, right? You're saying it very seriously, which is why I wanted to talk about it. And thank you very much, Richard.
The White House says countries will see new tariff rates higher than 15% if they have not entered into a new trade agreement with the United States. And one official told CNN that rate will also serve as the new floor for countries that have a trade deficit with the U.S. That includes Canada, America's second largest trading partner, whose tariff rate is going to jump from 25% to 35%, a rate the Ontario Premier tonight called, quote, concerning.
Also, I just remembered, let's not forget that Donald Trump also threatened to scuttle the tariffs deals with India and Pakistan before any of this. This is like over a month ago, right? Like back when India and Pakistan started fighting, Donald Trump started threatening tariffs on them. Remember this? Like, he's just using it broadly as a cudgel against anybody that does anything that he thinks it shouldn't be happening. Basically, it's fucking insane. This is not how the government's supposed to be run.
And I should note, these new tariff rates are not going to go into effect at midnight tonight, which was the expected deadline. Instead, the tariffs will be implemented on August 7th, next week, to give Customs and Border Protection enough time to make the necessary changes to collect on these tariffs. This comes after the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told me this evening that August 1st deadline is firm. Take a few questions on the tariffs.
Oh, Howard Lutnick's running away.
We should be expecting.
Look at Howard Lutnick running away from Catlin. You are pathetic, Howard.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
How dare you disrespect Catlin Collins?
On the tariffs.
Can't talk.
Any extensions or deadlines that we should be expecting?
No extensions. Run away.
Is the president? Are you expecting any
Howard
last-minute
Lutnick ran
agreements?
away. Pathetic, Howard.
My source tonight is the Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, who is also a member of the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee, who answered that last question for us there. And you said the answer you believe is
no.
No.
Look,
Why not?
President Trump promised all sorts of things that he's failing to follow through on. One of them was 90 trade agreements in 90 days. As we're seeing once again, he's threatened huge tariffs. He's threatened and berated a whole lot of our close allies and partners, and in relatively few cases has he actually implemented high tariffs. We're getting closer to when he may very well in another week implement tariffs against dozens and dozens of countries. I'll remind you, a tariff is a tax that average American consumers pay. In an interview, the Secretary of the Treasury earlier was bragging about how much money they think they'll bring in. They may well bring in a huge amount of money, but that will be paid by American consumers. It'll raise prices, it'll raise the cost of living, it'll raise inflation.
Do you think once these go into effect that we're going to see that change when it comes to inflation? Because it stayed relatively tame through the other rounds and the other considerations, but it seemed to be maybe more of a wait and see period. But the White House was saying, you guys warned against all of this and this didn't happen, to economists who had predicted the worst.
Largely because they didn't implement them. So remember, it's become almost a running joke. Taco Tuesday, Trump always chickens out on tariffs. He has threatened to.
I'd also like to point out that, because I mean, this came out. I'm looking at this. Let me see. Yeah, this came out before, like this piece that CNN's doing happened before the economics numbers were released earlier today, and those economic numbers sort of fly in the face of that argument that's been made by the Trump administration and others, suggesting that the tariffs haven't been bad. Just the existence of the tariff environment has actually, as it turns out, according to the newly released data, has in fact been very bad since the beginning, since May. We'll talk about this later. But we actually have to take a break right now. I hate to say it. I know it's crazy, but we're at 2 hours in, which means we must oblige the galactic god Gary and do a quick intergalactic intermission. But don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too, so you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. By the way, we are getting super close on the membership talk. We are, I think, 5 memberships away from turning the corner and having 19 emotes for Space Fams members on YouTube. Getting a 19th fucking emote. That's a ton of emotes, people. We are getting closer and closer to being back to where we were earlier this year, fighting for that 19th emote. So if you are considering donating, do consider memberships or gifting memberships. But if YouTube donation's not your thing, you'd prefer not to give YouTube a 30% cut of that money, I would recommend going to Cash App or PayPal, or maybe even Patreon, where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. That's right, $3 a month can get you access to benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of these break screens. You could be hanging out at the pool, taking in some sweet space rays, maybe sipping a sweet galactic cocktail by the bar. Hanging out by the beautiful space lake on a boat. Really doing whatever you want, dancing it up. Street as well, available to our patrons. That's right, you just tell me what you want your avatar to be, and I'll make it happen. But not only that, shout outs at the end of every stream, secret content, and a secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. That's $3 a month, people. $3. That's 10 cents a day. It's practically free. You'd almost not notice 10 cents a day. And all of that could be yours. Just click the link in the chat or in my YouTube bio to find it. Alright, chat, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. right, chat. Oh, shit, I left my drink. Okay, well, everybody knows what that sound means. That is the alert to let you know that the break is ending shortly and will be commencing with the second half very, very soon.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So get back in those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're going to miss it. Oh shit, I'm muted. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry everyone, I had the microphone muted on the stream software somehow. What was I saying? Oh right, I've got my tea, means I'm ready to get going here once again. Second half, back to talking about the Re-Liberation Day tariffs and the imminent effects which they are almost certainly to bring. Let's go back to that CNN video.
Executive order basically means he's significantly putting higher tariffs on virtually every trading partner the United States has. It's got a 15% rate that's the new tariff floor, which the United States has a trade deficit for those countries. That's about 40 countries that'll at least pay that. And then the tariff is lower for many of the nations in the April 2nd reciprocal tariffs, but it's still higher for some of them, some of the biggest ones. I mean, you look at this, it's got Syria 41%, Switzerland's at 39%, but you look at this list, Cambodia's on there, Vietnam's on there, well above 15%.
Some of our largest trading partners, Canada, the European Union, Brazil, are going to see significant increases, double-digit increases. And that contributes to the cost of living. So, for example, if affordability in housing is one of the biggest problems in the United States, you can't build new housing at scale in the United States without wallboard from Mexico, without plywood lumber from Canada. Lots of the core inputs for building housing come from other countries, from our closest trading partners. For most Americans, most of the vegetables and most of the fruit that you eat come from other countries. So whether it's shoes and clothing, whether it's electronics and cars, whether it's construction and housing, we're going to see increasing costs if Trump actually imposes tariffs.
He did. He imposed those tariffs. They're imposed. It's official. Now, we won't necessarily see the effects of them immediately on store shelves, reflected in pricing on whatever goods, although we may in certain sectors. It's not, some companies may decide to get ahead of things. But they will, in fact, be coming down the pipeline here. There will absolutely be negative consequences to all of this. It's really not not a good time to be living in America. Worst timeline ever. I've said it before. I'll say it again. But this is, you can expect, like I was saying yesterday, you can expect to see these effects, especially as we start to approach the school year, as we start to approach Halloween, right? September, October, we're going to really start seeing these. It's not going to be immediate. There's already goods on store shelves. Those prices will most likely stay the same. There's already inventory sitting in warehouses. Now, it's possible that some of that has been tariffed, which means it will be increased. It's not, that part is not 100% clear to me. But it's going to happen eventually, and this is also going to complicate the Federal Reserve's job, right? Like, we literally yesterday just got done listening to Jerome Powell talk about how the tariffs still are creating a potential environment of higher inflation, and that would lead them to not lower rates, which is something Donald Trump has been basically begging for, screaming for. But very unlikely that will happen right now, even with the latest this is my opinion, but even with the latest economic numbers that came out, which would normally point the Fed in the direction of lowering rates, I think with the addition of these tariffs, now it may be a lack of uncertainty now. Maybe there certainly will be much more certainty around what those fucking tariffs are going to be now that Donald Trump has re-announced the Liberation Day tariffs. But increase in certainty there is not going to solve anything for us, I am afraid. Because, well, we'll get to that. But the fact is with these increase in tariffs, with at the very bare minimum, with only one country, the United Kingdom, a country we do not buy a lot of stuff from, I would point out. We do have a surplus with England, with the United Kingdom. That's right, the United sells more goods to the UK than they do to us. They are the ones with the lowest tariff rate, which means it will have the least effect because they sell very little to the United States in comparison to other countries like Vietnam, which was just named. Like, South Korea, Japan, China, and there's no announced real full deal with China right now. We could wind up in a place where China, because China is part of BRICS, is also buying oil from Russia, and a number of other things that Donald Trump has claimed to be red lines for these things may increase those tariffs on China between now and whenever those ones actually get put into place. Because there is, like, they're claiming that that's still on pause. There's still only a 25% tariff on Chinese goods right now or something like that. Much lower from the 145 that we got to earlier this year. But it could go right back up for those reasons I just stated. Donald Trump already said BRICS countries can expect a 10+% tariff for their activities with trying to undermine the US dollar. Also said at some point earlier this week that he would tariff anybody buying oil from Russia. Right? Like, that is going to have serious implications when it comes to the China deal. I have these in the wrong order. Let me go this way. Let me do it this way. Let's go here to the majority report. They had on I think it's Australian economist talk about the economy.
Let's talk just a little bit about inflation. I mean, I've heard you explain that we are starting to see some inflation as a function of the tariffs, but because people saw this coming, there was inventories that were built up. There was a big expenditure, and that takes a while to work its way through the system, almost like a snake eating a rat, as it were. But once that passes, which we are sort of on the verge of that, we're going to start to see increasing inflation in the coming months. And that's regardless of what happens on August 1st.
Yes. So let me just try and create a little bit of structure for the audience so that I know not everyone wants to think like they're in an Econ 101 class, but that's how I teach. So when import taxes go up, one of three things has to happen. Actually, one of four things. So either the foreign countries reduce the price they send stuff to the United States. That's what Trump bet would happen. And to be absolutely clear about that, that has not happened. Import prices are literally unchanged. So we've had roughly a 10% tariff in place since April. If Trump were right, import prices would have fallen 10%. If you look at import prices excluding oil, because oil's not tariffed, they're exactly flat. So foreign countries are wearing none of it. So that then means the only two other places the tax goes, and it has to be paid by someone. right? So they're going to be paid by, let's say Best Buy imports a washing machine from Korea. It's either going to be paid by Best Buy or Best Buy's going to jack up their prices, in which case it's paid by you. At this point, we're not seeing.
Yeah, and before I let him go too far here, I mean, that is something we've talked about in the past, but like South Korea exports a shit ton of stuff to the United States, stuff that everybody uses. You got a washing machine? Do you have anything in your house that says, I don't know, LG or Samsung? Well, guess what? Those all come from not North Korea, South Korea. So expect for those things to go up in price by, I think, what is it, 25%? The North Korean, or I keep saying North Korea, the South Korean tariffs. I can't remember the exact number, but it's something like that.
A lot of movement in consumer prices. We're seeing a little bit, but not a lot. So what that tells us is that Best Buy's bearing it. Now, just to be crystal clear about that, Best Buy's an American company. So the costs are being borne by Americans. They're being paid for by yours and my 401k rather than at the grocery store, at the checkout. Now, why is it that that's happening? That's a fairly standard short-run thing, which is whenever your costs go up and down a lot, businesses try and keep their prices pretty stable. And so it's only when they're confident that prices are up and they're going to stay high that they'll go ahead and pass on the price rises. So one that says, don't expect Best Buy to continue to be happy about lower profits. And we saw earnings reports from General Motors and other big companies saying their profitability is down. But the other part of this is actually what you said, which is the Trump tariffs went on in April and everyone's like, well, why aren't we seeing it in prices yet? Well, they didn't apply to the goods that were already on boats. And it takes a month for a new good to get on the boat and get to the United States. So that brings us to May. Then it has to get off the boat and through customs. That's a couple of weeks. And then it has to get on the truck and into the storeroom. That's another couple of weeks. And then once those goods get to the storeroom, it turns out the storeroom's pretty crowded right now because a lot of companies knew tariffs were coming, so they stocked up. So these goods are only just getting to the shelves now, but the most recent price data we have is from last month. And so that's the very simple logic of why no one should ever have expected an effect on prices right now. The other part of this is people will say, hey, for instance, they'll say to me, Justin, you've been screaming tariffs are inflationary this whole time, but we haven't seen an inflationary breakout. And part of the answer is Trump hasn't imposed most of the tariffs.
Also, people who are saying that are stupid. They're just functionally inflationary, right? In the current paradigm of the global economy, they are just you cannot get around the fact that putting a tax on something like this, on just all goods coming into the United States, is inflationary. I don't know how stupid you have to be making that argument, but the fact is I've heard a bunch of supposed smart people out there saying this stuff, and too, like people being like, oh look, the inflation hasn't come through, they must not be inflationary. You know, pundits on media, you know, mainstream media and stuff being like, well, look how great is it, actually the tariffs aren't causing any problems. Like, first off, stupid, like this guy saying those tariffs haven't been fully implemented, even slightly, and on top of that you are a freaking simpleton and a moron. Okay? Like, it's just basic math, right? You increase the cost of something, and you increase the cost of something. 1 + 1 = 2.
Most of them are off until August 1st. It's no surprise that in June and July, we're not seeing the effects of August 1st tariffs yet. And so if he does go this next step, for sure and for certain, this will continue to raise prices. And then you'll ask me the question when, and the answer is by the end of the year, but not straight away.
So what happens when prices go up? And we've been talking about around the holidays, it's going to be a really major problem with like some of the trade wars with China and cheaper toys and things like that. That's where things can be felt. What happens if prices go up and Jerome Powell remains firm at the Fed with not lowering interest rates in response to that? You know.
Now, I'm not sure what Emma's question here means. I'm not sure. Like, I'm honestly missing what her point is, because I mean, if inflation goes up, the Fed is more likely to raise rates than to lower rates, right? Because essentially, they're restricting the money supply when they raise rates, right? And they increase the money supply technically, or at least the availability of capital when they lower rates, right? And which increases the likelihood of inflation. So the likelihood of them lowering rates now that these tariffs are being fully announced is actually much, much lower. There's just, even with we're going to talk about the job numbers later and some of the other economic data that's come through, and like that stuff would normally cause the Federal Reserve to consider lowering rates, but in this environment, I'm still really on the fence on whether or not they're going to do that, because they have a dual mandate, right? We've talked about it in the past. It's maximum quote unquote unemployment, maximum employment, sorry, quote unquote maximum employment, and 2% year over year inflation rate, right? And first off, we're not at 2% right now. We're closer to 3% than we are to 2%. But it's a fine dance. It's a juggling act. This dual mandate that they've been trying to ensure for quite some time now, and it's just this whole situation is absolutely complicating the calculus involved in that decision.
Some of the turbulence you're seeing in the market that you've described has been when he's been like openly flirting with firing Jerome Powell, but he's largely been prevented from doing that. But in 2026, he'll be able to replace him legally. So, like, how does the Fed play into all of this right now?
There's just so much to talk about. I apologize, and then I keep rambling in my responses. So, Emma, I'm going to say the same thing I said to Sam a moment ago. Let me pick up some important parts, and the parts you want me to hit on, bring me back to. Okay.
Sure.
Let's talk about Powell, Trump, and the Fed, because to many audiences, Federal Reserve independence sounds like an obscure concept and maybe something we don't even like. Here's the very simple logic of it. We could either have presidents make decisions about monetary policy, raising and lowering interest rates, or have independent nerds do it. I think a standard democratic theory view would say, well, presidents are elected and nerds aren't, so maybe we should let presidents do it. The problem is presidents can't be trusted. Presidents make choices in presidents' own political interests. And so Trump has already said very clearly what he wants to do is take an economy and run it into overdrive, which at one level would be good. We'd make more stuff, but at another level would spark inflation almost straight away. And so this is the same logic that says when I go to a party with a six-pack in my hand, I hand someone else my car keys because I know I'm going to get drunk enough, I'm going to make a really bad decision. And so what I want is someone else to make the decision for me.
I made a huge, tiny
That's
mistake.
what central bank independence is. It's politicians understanding that politicians can't be trusted. And for the past 50 years, politicians have understood that. And as a result, we've had reasonably low inflation. Now, if there were ever a politician who should not be handed the car keys right now, it's probably the guy in the White House who's already said that what he wants to do is reduce interest rates to a degree that simply makes no sense whatsoever. That's the underlying story. Let me come back and actually tell you what I think this looks like in real life, because we've actually seen this movie before. In Turkey, a populist strongman, Erdogan, came to power. That populist strongman, like our populist strongman, really loves low interest rates. Ours because he's a real estate developer, Erdogan because he doesn't understand economics. Arguably, they both have that in common. Erdogan got frustrated with the Turkish central bank. And ultimately, what he did was, it was somewhat independent before. He appointed one of his loyalists, a yes man. That yes man said, all right, boss, you want low interest rates even though inflation is not only high but rising, and he kept interest rates low. And inflation went up, 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 up. And it kept interest rates low and they kept rising until inflation hit 86%. Now, you and I don't even know what it feels like to live in a world of 86%, but basically it causes 86% inflation, but basically it causes enormous dysfunction.
Can you imagine this time next year, everything being 86% more expensive, and then the next year being 86% more expensive than that? Insane. Fucking insane.
Throughout society, let alone financial markets. You know, throughout society, you're running home to spend your money while it's still worth something. Financial markets cause a much broader meltdown. So we know what happens when a populist strongman who loves low interest rates appoints a loyalist. things turn out very badly. And you might say, well, Justin, we're not Turkey. And the thing is, Turkey used to think Turkey wasn't Turkey. So I think this is, in fact, an utterly genuine risk.
And
yeah, now hopefully it doesn't get to that point. But honestly, if Donald Trump gets his way on some of this stuff, we will almost absolutely get something similar to that. Now, of course, we have a bigger economy than Turkey, but that doesn't really change the calculus so much when we're talking about internally speaking as it relates to this sort of thing, because everybody buys stuff, right? Everybody buys stuff. But if you enable the capitalists to spend even more money, because let's not forget that even if you're a billionaire, you're still buying a lot of stuff on credit, right? For all sorts of different reasons, right? But especially because, you know, it's easier if you can, you know, you can go out and get a loan. You can just be like, hey, you know, I want to buy this island right now, but, you know, I prefer not to shell out $100 million right now, whatever the number. Right. And so instead they go to a bank, they say, hey, bank, I've got all these assets and all this money, all this stock, all these bonds and all these other whatever financial instruments. Give me a loan. And the bank is like, absolutely, we'd love to give you a loan, Mr. Billionaire. And so they give that guy a loan and he goes and buys an island. But he still has that cash sitting around, which he could then use to spend even more money. But if money is even cheaper for banks, they'll be even more likely to either you know, and have it would absolutely cause a great deal of inflation if we were to raise interest rates, because lower interest rates right now, because once again we've talked about this a couple times. The last time that we lowered interest rates in the way that Donald Trump is talking about by 3 percentage points, which is what he's asked for, was during the Great Recession, when home prices were plummeting, when insurance companies were dissolving, when the stock market was utterly imploding, right? Like asset values were going down. So there's no concerns about inflation when everything is literally turning to dust in front of your eyes, right? But right now, where are we at? Oh, that's right. All these institutions that I just mentioned are at all-time high valuations, whether it's the stock market, whether it's the you know, the real estate market, whatever else. Like, and so this would just be throwing gasoline on an already very hot fire.
So hot right now.
That risk is going to come to the fore in May. I mean, it looks like he's not going to fire Powell now. Powell, my understanding is basically waiting, and then the Fed has a dual mandate of low unemployment, around, you know, at least
maximum unemployment.
20 years ago, they were saying you could not have unemployment.
My brain is broken.
Low. It was physically impossible for the country to have unemployment this low. And inflation is around where their benchmark wants it to be. He's holding off on cutting rates because he's afraid of this tariff stuff is all in play.
Right.
Trump wants him to, but Trump is going to install, I mean, it could be his son for all we know at this point, to be or nominate for the chair of the Fed. And I would imagine we're going to see, following May, regardless of what the situation is, multiple rate cuts. Can the Fed, the body of the Fed itself, inhibit the chairman from doing this? Do you see indications that they would do that? Because I would imagine it's in Trump's interest to to have rates cut as much as possible in June, July of 2026, so that the overheating of the economy is basically in place for the midterm elections, and then who knows what he's thinking after that. But what are the mechanics of that?
Great question. So look, when I talk to non-economists, I often think people aren't scared enough, so I try and light a fire under them. If we lose the independence of the central bank, we lose a very, very valuable economic institution and much of our economic future. I may have succeeded a little too much with you, Sam, because you seem terrified.
It's a lot of things, to be honest with you.
Let me tell you the good news. First of all, it's not obvious Trump will appoint a charlatan. It's still possible. Let me give you a couple of thoughts there. First of all, whoever he appoints has to be Senate confirmed. And that's actually been a reasonable barrier in the past. Secondly, the first half of the first Trump administration, he actually appointed very reasonable people to the Fed. They're not the people you would appoint, but they're people I would be willing to vouch for their credentials and their way of thinking, if not their values. They're people who are technically sound and unwilling to take crazy political choices just because the boss says so. That was the first half of the Trump administration. The second half of the first Trump administration, he actually then tried to make two appointments that were genuine lunatics. Stephen Moore of the Heritage Foundation.
Jesus fucking
I forget
Christ.
where he is.
He
but
was
unbelievable.
I haven't seen much of him as of late, but he was a longtime Heritage Foundation guy and sort of a Arthur Laffer acolyte. I guess we could say.
Fucking the Laffer curve needs to fucking die. It just needs to die. Republicans always trot it out. It's just fucking insane. I didn't even notice what you can do in the chat. Good to see you, buddy. I hope your all-day stream went well. 12 hours. Quite an impressive streamy stream. Good to see you in here. You're in here, pal. Okay. All right. Let's. What was I doing? Oh yes. Let's go on. The last 12 hours or so, it's been quite a lot of news in the world of finance and economics. Jobs report came out this morning. The jobs report itself was not good, but as always, revisions come in every month. Because sometimes numbers, like previously reported numbers, they're amended, right? Like new details come out, more figures are, that they didn't have become more clear, and so the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics releases revisions every month after they release the original numbers. Those numbers came out for May and June. Actually, maybe it's bi-monthly. I can't remember exactly how they do it. Point is they do revisions. And those revisions came in today, and they were utterly fucking terrible. And pointed to the economy just going into a state of paralysis the month after, around this, after the tariffs were announced. May and June, utterly, almost no jobs created during those 2 months.
Now, we start with breaking news. The new jobs report and the president's tariffs are dragging down U.S. markets at this moment. The July jobs report you see right next to me, this just came out moments ago, and it's weaker than expected. You have just 73,000 jobs added last month. But more concerning, the numbers for the previous 2 months have just been revised down by more than 200,000. So this is not encouraging economic information, and it comes as the president's new tariff plan is impacting more than 60 trading partners, including some that have already cut trade deals or at least frameworks. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady is making sense of all of this and explaining it to us in very straightforward ways, which we so appreciate. So Kelly, help us understand this jobs report, why its numbers and the revision downward from a previous report is discouraging.
So this gives us a sense that the labor market is slowing down significantly, right? I mean, that number coming in less than 100,000, which was where most analysts expected the July jobs report number to come in, was already concerning. But as you mentioned, we had revisions down to May and June as well.
I don't know why. Oh, right. This is CBS. For a second, I forgot what we were listening to. And that's why, I think. But Katie, or whatever her name, Katie, whatever this fucking woman's name is, she is being incredibly generous to this jobs report. It was much lower than economists expected. Let me just look at my numbers right now and make sure I have them right. But it was down by like 40. It was down like 30-40% from the actual expected number. Hold on. Where's my economic calendar? There it is. Thursday, Friday. Yeah, the expectation was 100,000 jobs. Instead, there was a reduction of almost 30,000 jobs from the expected number, right? So that's almost a 30% decrease in what economists had been forecasting. So it was even worse than they thought it was. And they were expecting it to be worse than last month, which had been 147,000. That one got revised down. Like, all of these numbers are just sort of just one after another, just coming in fucking terrible. Okay, I'm gonna leave CBS because I'm sick of their bullshit. Enjoy being Donald Trump's personal news network now. Okay, let's go here. CNN.
Breaking news this morning, economic news, brand new jobs numbers just out. You can see them behind me. In July, the U.S. added just 73,000 new jobs, below expectations, the unemployment rate at 4.2%. But the big news, really big news, major revisions for May and June, major downward revisions. Those months much, much worse than thought, really making them two of the weakest months since the pandemic. Let's get right to CNN's Zane Asher for the latest on this. What are you seeing, Zane?
I mean, look at that.
I don't know what to say. I mean, this number...
This is what I'm saying, though. This is when I say that the economy was fucking paralyzed. Look at this. This is an entire year of jobs numbers. How many jobs were added month over month? March, back here, all the way out. I mean, like I said, the economy paralyzed. Literally paralyzed by these tariffs. May and June. These figures practically don't even deserve to be on here. They're so fucking low. Like, look. The look at it in comparison to all of these numbers. Terrible.
This is ridiculous. Asher for the latest on this. What are you seeing, Zane?
John, I don't know what to say. I mean, this number is bad. You mentioned the downward revisions, but if you look at this number, 73,000 jobs added compared to 115,000 that was expected. And you have to remember that in order for us not to be in the danger zone in this economy, the economy should be chugging along at least 100,000 jobs every month. The fact that this is below that is significant. You have to go back to October last year to find a worse number. As you mentioned, the downward revisions are really problematic. We're talking about June being 14,000 instead of 147,000.
That's a huge discrepancy.
That is huge. And then you think about May coming in at 19,000. And a lot of the economists that I've been speaking to have been warning me that, look, when you start laying off...
What time frame was the chart? This is a year. It's a full year from March. Actually, it's a little longer than a year. It's like a year and a third. Year and a quarter, March of 2024 to July of 2025.
The people whose very job it is to actually collect the data, that is likely at some point going to show up in the numbers. And the discrepancies is really what concerns me. I do want to talk about some of the specific sectors. I'll start with some of the positive numbers that we got. As we've spoken about time and time again, a lot of the jobs growth has been driven.
This is pathetic. 19,000 in May, 14,000 in June. I mean, that is basically an economy that is doing almost nothing. In a country of 350 million people, or whatever the number is right now, 15,000 jobs in a month is an infinitesimally small drop in the bucket.
By healthcare, right? This is a care economy. You have an aging population. That seems to be doing relatively fine. Part of the problem, and what I find really problematic, and I'm waiting for Trump to post on Truth Social about these numbers, and wondering what he's going to say about Jerome Powell and the Fed needing to cut rates. But when you think about manufacturing is the one sector that the Trump administration has said that they want to help. That this whole sort of tariff game is about helping that sector. That sector is losing jobs by the minute. When you think about the fact that factories are not able to import raw materials, that you have factories in this country that are sitting idle, that factories are laying people off, and you have at least 11,000 jobs being lost in manufacturing. That's a problem. Construction is another sector. That's sort of...
Yeah, and this is exactly the sort of data that should make people just utterly unable to ignore the fact that Donald Trump's tariffs have fuck all to do with manufacturing in the United States. Everything he's doing is making manufacturing in the United States harder to do. He is fucking ruining it.
2,000 jobs added. I mean, that's sort of relatively lukewarm here. You're not seeing much movement in construction. That's a sector that is definitely dependent on immigration. And when you have the fact that a lot of people in this country who are immigrants or are from elsewhere are scared to show up to building sites, that's also a problem as well. We're seeing wages in construction actually soar and activity go down as well. Retail as a sector was okay, added about 15,000 jobs, sort of chugging along. Retail has obviously been problematic because of a little-known company known as Amazon, but also retail is heavily dependent on tariffs as well. I'm really curious about what Jerome Powell is going to say, not just because of the headline number, because it's not really just about the headline number, as you know, John. It is really about, A, what is beneath the hood, but also these downward revisions, which tell you that when I came on here last month telling you, the economy is resilient, that wasn't actually the case, because...
Yeah, as it turns out, that wasn't the case, because those numbers were bullshit. Now, I just want to point out once again that her point about the Federal Reserve is absolutely right. Were we living in a vacuum, right? If we were living in a vacuum where the trade war didn't exist and the Liberation Day tariffs didn't exist, the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell would be probably looking to cut rates in next month, but or maybe even, I mean, technically this month now as well. They could possibly do it this month, but with the added tariffs now into play, it puts him in a very difficult spot, because of course those tariffs are inflationary and they are now here officially to stay. It would seem the Trump administration not actually achieving a single deal, even though they've touted 4 or 5 deals. There's not a single country that is exporting to the United States in a tariff-free environment, which means every single thing that comes into the United States is going to be more expensive, which means that lowering rates at a time when there's going to be more inflation is just highly unlikely. And that's probably going to be bad. We're about to be living in a stagflationary economy, which could just lead to an all-out recession. And it would seem that we are already on the brink of a recession right now, right? With the economy slowing that dramatically, right? We saw the terrible GDP number that came out. And then, of course, the most recent GDP was decent, but the one before that was fucking terrible. I think wasn't it negative? It was like negative. We had like a contraction earlier this year. The GDP went up in my estimation because of the pause on the tariffs, right? Like, and people had some time, some breathing room to start, buying things, start, doing some amount of business activity. But clearly, not that much business activity was done. No expansion, no increase in productivity, and of course the markets and the economists are obsessed with productivity. We're living in a very strange time. Now, this morning, after those Trump tariffs were announced and those jobs numbers came out, the stock market opened.
Follow the rich white man.
And it was not good. Stock market has basically been straight up since the announcement of the cancellation of the initial Liberation Day tariffs. And has seen very few down days since then. What is this? What is this nonsense? Here we go. Ring the bell, you bastard. Why is this child here? Ring the goddamn bell. Look at this twit. Look at, he's having a good time. Look at this guy. He's laughing. I'll bet you money this is a crypto company. AOT Invest. By the way, if you're not aware, every morning when the stock market opens, a new group of people come out and ring the bell. Oftentimes people who are doing IPOs. Okay, you suck. And there we go. Stock market opened and immediately was down over 1%, 500 points on the Dow. And throughout the day, it continued to go down. One point, it was even lower than that. By the end of the day, it was down, I think, 1.5% or something like that. Not a good day for the stock markets, and the European markets weren't better. In fact, they were worse. Most of the markets across Europe, France, what was it? I can't even remember now. They're all down multiple percentages. Yeah, Germany down 2.5%, France down 3%. London, though, only down 1%. Probably because England's economy, or the UK's economy, is not going to be as affected as the rest of the EU. The fact is right now, like, this is one of the first big down days that the stock market has seen since Liberation Day, or since the end of since Unliberation Day. There's Liberation Day, there's Unliberation Day, and there's Re-Liberation Day, which we are, of course, now experiencing. But after Unliberation Day, the stock market's basically shot up like 25% in the last couple of months, and in many cases, and it's now sitting on the precipice. The stock market has completely been ignoring the oncoming Re-Liberation Day tariffs, taco trade memes all over the place. And now it would seem the taco trade is over. And actually, Trump didn't chicken out because he loves tariffs, and he has, you know, he has to pay for those tax cuts somehow. For the same people betting on the stock market, as it turns out. Foiled by your own petard. But, yeah. I think we can all expect to see a lot more volatility in the stock markets in the coming weeks.
Stocks are sinking sharply right now. The Dow is down. Take a look at this. The Dow is down right now a lot of points, 1.64, 1.65%. The Dow Jones.
That is great journalism from you, Wolf. The Dow is down a lot of points.
Down 729 points right now. That's a big number. This morning's lackluster jobs report and President Trump's new tariff policy clearly having a major impact. The Labor Department says just 73,000 jobs were added to the U.S. economy in July, far fewer than expected, and revised figures show June with the weakest job growth in more than 4 years. President Trump is also cementing his break with America's longstanding free trade policy as he announces sweeping new tariffs for the entire world. More than 60 countries now face higher rates. The new tariffs for any country with a trade deficit is now at least 15%. And more than 24 nations are being hit with an even higher percentage. These new rates will go into effect on Thursday. CNN is covering all the angles with Kevin Liptak over at the White House. Matt Egan in New York. Matt, let me start with you on the jobs report. Update our viewers.
Yeah, Wolf, this was an ugly report about the most important part of the U.S. economy, the job market. We learned this morning that the U.S. economy added just 73,000 jobs in July. That was weaker than expected. The unemployment rate went from 4.1 to 4.2% as expected. Still low, but moving in the wrong direction. But the big thing here that has economists and investors on Wall Street alarmed is the fact that the U.S. economy added almost no jobs at all in May and June. There were these massive revisions downward.
Now, I just want to go back to something that he was just saying. My brain just broke. What the fuck was I? My brain just literally broke. What the fuck did he just say?
From 4.1 to 4.2%.
Oh, yes. There we go. Right. That's another thing that goes into this Federal Reserve calculus. Sam Cedar mentioned this earlier when they were talking to that Australian economist, but we are at a point in our unemployment rate that honestly hasn't been seen in modern history, right? Even with it going up this month, right? Like, it's still lower than what the Fed ever thought they could get this down to, honestly. I mean, granted, 4.2 is higher than the 3% that it was at one point, but it's still much lower. They used to be talking about how 6% was great, 7% was great, and over the years we've just continued to have more and more people employed. Which, like I'm saying, this is another reason for why it's possible the Federal Reserve does not lower interest rates, either this month or next month. Because, like I'm saying, like the data's, I mean, it's bad. It's not good. But we now also have the added inflation and the fact that the employment rate is still quite low historically. And there was actually dissent at the recent last Federal Reserve meeting, but it was one person out of 12.
Added almost no jobs at all in May and June. There were these massive revisions downward to those 2 months, showing that the economy added about 250,000 fewer jobs than previously known. June at just 14,000. Some context, that's the lowest since December of 2020. When you dig into some of these sectors, almost all of the job gains in the month of July came from one sector, and that is healthcare. Other sectors, including manufacturing and business services professionals, they lost jobs. Leisure and hospitality, job growth in that key sector, that's bars, restaurants, hotels, it slowed to almost a complete standstill. And so why is this happening? Well, two big things. One is the immigration crackdown. That is making it hard for businesses that want to hire to find the workers that they need. The other big factor, of course, is this historic trade war. All of this chaos with tariffs that are seemingly changing by the hour, it's paralyzed a lot of businesses. CEOs, they may want to hire, but they feel like they can't because they don't understand the rules of the road.
Not gonna
the
do it.
bottom
Wouldn't
line
be
here,
prudent
Wolf,
at this
the
juncture.
job market has been so resilient for years, but right now it is coming under significant pressure.
A lot of pressure indeed. I want to get to the new trade policy that's unfolding, Matt, right now. Some countries are celebrating their new tariff rates while others are slamming the U.S. Give us some perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at historically high tariffs from the Trump administration. The big key here is that countries that have a surplus with the United States, right? Countries that the United States has a trade surplus with, their minimum tariff is going to be 10%. Countries that the United States has a deficit with, it's going to be 15%. That's the new minimum. But we also know that starting on August 7th, number of countries are going to have even higher tariffs than that, including Taiwan at 20%, India 25%, South Africa 30%. Canada on the non-USMCA compliant goods, 35%. The highest in the world is Syria. The other big development is the White House has announced a...
I don't even understand why Syria? Why Syria? I do not understand. It was like less than a month ago Donald Trump was talking about how Syria, like they just took sanctions off of Syria. And Donald Trump said that the reason they were taking sanctions off of Syria was because they thought that Syria deserved a chance at becoming, you know, a multifaceted democracy in the midst of the upheaval there. And he was, you know, do you remember that? It was not long ago, Donald Trump. We literally dropped sanctions that had been on Syria for years and years and years. And now, all of a sudden, he's like, ah, fuck it. 41% tariffs. Go screw yourself, Syria. Jesus Christ.
40% tariff on transshipments. These are goods that go from high tariff countries to low tariff countries before they come to the United States. This is a 40% tax on top of existing penalties. Bottom line here, Wolf, is we are talking about historically high tariffs that we have not seen in the United States in almost a century.
Yeah, and also the tariffs are going to be higher than what we're seeing 100 years ago. They're going to be much higher and much more broad. Much more broad. Even the McKinley tariffs were lower than these tariffs. It's just a fact. Donald Trump gave Ghislaine Maxwell a transfer to a better prison? Oh, I'm sure that has nothing to do with anything she said to Todd Blanche in that very strange and what felt like very corrupt conversation that they had. Okay. Was there more of this that I wanted? I can't remember. Please hold. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's listen to more of this. I mean, this is one of the big topics of the week. Probably be talking about this through the weekend to some degree. Okay, let's go here.
Differently in this trade war. When it comes to Mexico, President Trump spoke to that country's President Claudia Sheinbaum yesterday and announced this 90-day reprieve from the heaviest tariffs. So they'll remain at 25%. They were expected to hit 30%, but the president held off as he tries to work on this new trade deal with that country's president. He says that their relationship is improving. He says that the southern border makes a uniquely complicated trade deal to try and strike. Canada has fared very differently. The president jacking up tariffs on Canada from 25% to 35% for what he says was lack of cooperation in trying to combat the fentanyl crisis. The president has had obviously a very testy relationship with that country and with its new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, who said in a statement that Canadians will be our own best customer. He says that they'll work to diversify their trading relationships throughout the world. And so in these two examples, I think you have a good illustration of how the president is approaching all of this. One, these interpersonal relationships continue to be very important for the president. But when it comes to Canada and a number of other countries, you see the president using tariffs and using trade to try and exert his other geopolitical priorities. I think the other big question is whether all of this is set in stone. The president has obviously in the past shown a degree of flexibility on these rates. I think it is clear, though, that we're now entering a very different trade era.
Economist and the president of the Budget Lab at Yale University, Natasha Sarin, is joining us right now. She was also a counselor to President Biden's Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen. Natasha, thanks so much for joining us. I'm anxious to get your thoughts on the July jobs numbers that were just released this morning. Economists expected a much higher number. What's your reaction?
Well, my reaction is that what we are seeing in the economy is that the tariffs are really starting to bite. Because what happened this month is the labor market has proven to be weaker than we anticipated, both for this month here in July, but also these really substantial downward revisions for May and June, which indicate to us exactly what the models that my colleagues and I at the Budget Lab have been producing, which is when you have tariffs at these incredibly high levels, the effective tariff rate in the economy now, post all these new deals that we saw over the course of the last few days, is at about 18%. That's about 7 times what it was when President took office, and that
is insane, is what that is. It's basically 20%, 1/5. For every $5 you spend, you have spent in the past, I guess things like rent, although I'll bet landlords try to raise rent too along with all this. But the point is that you are going to be paying an extra $1 for every $5 you spend. That's not great. That's not great. You know where we're not going to see inflation? In Galactic Patreon memberships, which you can get for only $3 a month. I'm sorry. I couldn't help the opportunity. Also, I just want to point out that, of course, we already completed 2 goals. We completed the galactic deficit financing goal. We completed the content goal. I have now put in a new goal. Only 5 super chats. And I'll also accept, super stickers and whatever else. But I set up a confetti goal for all of you, a very attainable one. Of any size super chat, 5 will do it. It'll get us another confetti party. Which means really $5 would be all it would take for a confetti party right now. As you can do super chats for I think as low as $1. Yay. Jesus Christ. Nice shill. Thank you. I do my best. I gotta tout the galactic benefits programs to people. Come on. Can't give up these sweet opportunities they're giving me. All right. Honestly, though, people keep talking about how Donald Trump might or might not walk these back. I don't think he's going to walk them back. I keep saying it over and over again, and nobody has mentioned it but me. I haven't heard anybody else mention it. But the Republicans and Donald Trump, you put the tariffs into the big budget bill and are saying that have been saying for the last month that was going, or at least the last couple months, honestly, or however long it's been. But they've been saying over and over and over again that what's going to pay down the deficit, or not even pay down, but sort of put a hole, plug a hole, the hole in the revenues created by the big beautiful bill with the tariff money, right? Because just think about it. If they cancel all the tariffs, all of a sudden, U.S. is going to suddenly, the deficit is going to skyrocket, right? Because of how they've set up this big beautiful bill, right? They've justified it through the tariffs, just in terms of pure fiscal policy, right? Not justifying it. I'm not talking about actual the justification for everything that's been done in it, but the way it's being paid for is with, in many ways, the tariffs. They said they're gonna raise $6 trillion from tariffs over the next 10 years. If they suddenly drop these tariffs, where's that money gonna come from? Nowhere. We'll just have a massive hole in the budget, like people were saying the whole time. That's now going to happen, right? Unless the tariffs stay in place. And that's one of the many reasons why I think these tariffs are going to stay in place for at least some time, until it utterly decimates, I don't know, things like the stock market and whatever else. And then eventually it maybe then, maybe months from now, when people start screaming about how much things cost. They're going, getting ready for the holidays. And they're like, Jesus Christ, I can't afford presents for the children. Maybe then. But then, once again, the budget comes back up into mind. Maybe we should just tear up that big, beautiful bill. Turns out it wasn't so beautiful after all. But that's what we're talking about. That's where we're at. That's the scale of what we're talking about right here. They have a $6 trillion hole to fill, and they're planning to do it with those tariffs. Alrighty. Let's move on to the environmental news, of which there's been a fair deal this week. I'm still trying to get us as quickly as possible to the Earth half, because we have an insane amount of Earth news to go through right now. But first, the environment. Starting in Hawaii, where crews battled multiple brush fires on Oahu earlier this week. This was Monday. Hawaii News Now.
This is breaking news.
And that breaking news out of Mililani, where right now HFD is battling a slow-moving brush fire. It sparked just after 7 tonight. We're told 8 units are fighting the blaze off Kamehameha Highway near Mililani Golf Course. At last check, the blaze has burned an area 100 yards long and 200 yards wide and is moving toward the north. No word yet on any evacuations or road closures. We reached out to HFD and will bring you any updates on air and online at hawaiinewsnow.com. Another brush fire sparked earlier tonight in Makakilo. Crews were called to the gulch near the Palihua Terrace apartments at around 5:20. 5 ground units started fighting the blaze along with an air response with water drops. That fire was contained just after 6 p.m. Honolulu.
No, I clicked an end card. You piece of shit. God damn it. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. That sucks. Sorry, everybody. Hold on. Hey, no.
Aloha and welcome back to High Now Daily. As you've heard, it's
Look,
our
don't do that. It's incredibly rude.
This is breaking news.
And that breaking news out of Mililani, where right now HFD is battling a slow-moving brush.
Why is this story here? What the fuck? Okay, sorry for the delay, everybody. Whenever I click an end card, it creates a fucking disaster. Because it takes me out of my YouTube playlist. Forces me onto another video. I have to wind up I have to take it out of full screen. I have to go back, I have to get into my list, I have to open up the right video, and then make that full screen. And it's very annoying. It's a lot of clicking. It's very, very annoying to me. Okay. There we go. We solved it. Alright, let's go here. Talk about this horrifying decision by the Trump administration. That's right. Earlier this week, the Trump administration decided to deny disaster relief funding for Maryland on what seems to be completely political grounds, which is fucking insane. It is fucking insane. Like, this one really pisses me off. Really does. Here's CNN from 3 days ago.
This morning, Maryland Governor Wes Moore is slamming the Trump administration's decision to deny FEMA funding to his state. So this is in response to devastating flooding back in May. The governor had asked the federal government for millions of dollars to rebuild severely impacted roads, bridges, and also buildings in 2 counties.
I told the Trump administration directly that I thought this decision was petty, that it was partisan, and that there was no basis for it. It is unprecedented for a governor of Maryland to be able to put in for emergency disaster federal relief, especially when we not just hit the criteria, we exceed the criteria.
A FEMA spokesperson telling CNN when we had asked about this that it worked closely with Maryland officials to evaluate the request for aid, noting, quote, this decision, just like all disaster requests, was based on policy, not politics. Joining me now, the mayor of one of those Maryland towns hit very hard by this historic flooding is Judy Hamilton, joining us from Westernport. Madam Mayor, it's good to have you with us this morning. I say your town was hit hard. I mean, there was clear devastation in so many areas of the town. What is your understanding of why this FEMA request was denied? Was it policy or was it politics?
We really wasn't given a clear understanding. We are hoping it was not politics. During emergency disasters, politics should not play a part in it, regardless of what party you are associated with.
Seriously.
We're very confused.
It is inhumane. It is inhumane and cruel and disgusting. How anybody could support this, I don't even understand it. You have to be incapable of empathy. And like also of like, what's the word? Like when you're capable of putting yourself in the place of someone else. Essentially just like people like, or like, you know, like this couldn't happen to you in the future. It is fucking insane. This is wild. People's lives were devastated. Multiple lives were lost here in Maryland from this flood earlier this year. It was only a couple of months ago. It was a month and a half ago. They're just trying to pick up the pieces, and the Trump administration callously denying relief funds for them based upon who they voted for. That is insane. And I don't know how we teach a lesson around this, right? I'm not talking about teaching you all a lesson, but like teaching Republicans a lesson on this. Like, does the next Democratic president deny aid to all red states? Cut off all funds to red states and reappropriate those funds for blue states? I mean, why not? It's just, I mean, it's exactly what the Trump administration is doing. Why would Republicans have an objection to that? All right. Now let's talk about a ruling which came down earlier this week from the ICJ. They were overseeing a case around the legal obligation to protect current and future generations, and that obligation, whether or not oil producers and other people involved in the fossil fuels industries, whether or not that they can be held liable and legally be obligated to protect the planet and humanity, essentially.
The court concludes that the duty of states to prevent significant environmental harm applies in the context of climate change, and that this duty forms part of the most directly relevant applicable law. Concerning the duty to cooperate, the court recalls that it lies at the core of the Charter of the United Nations and has been spelled out in the Foundational Declaration on Friendly Relations. Court has held that the adoption by states of this text affords an indication of their opinio juris as to customary international law. That observation also applies to the duty to cooperate, insofar as it finds expression in many binding and non-binding instruments relating specifically to the environment. The duty to cooperate is a central obligation under the climate change treaties and other environmental treaties. In view of the related practice of states, the court considers that the duty of states to cooperate for the protection of the environment is a rule whose customary character has been established. The court.
There you go. It would seem that after this ICJ ruling, oil companies could be held to account for crimes against humanity.
Illegal.
Which I cannot wait for. That's very exciting. Great job, ICJ. Now, what the enforcement mechanism for this would be, I don't know for sure how this would play out, but you know, countries that recognize the ICJ would, I guess, now have the authority to, I guess, arrest oil company executives and send them to The Hague. Maybe I'm not interpreting it correctly, but it does sound like that's what's happening. Now, you know, for those of you looking for easily fact-checkable climate change facts, well, let's go to Climate Town, Raleigh Williams, whatever his name is. He's got some facts for us. 2 minutes of facts, to be exact.
Hey there. Let's see what people are saying about climate change on the good old internet.
Always been changing. It is a liberal hoax to take my truck away.
Cool. Hi, I'm Raleigh Williams, climate science grad student, and the guy who's got to get that laptop after this.
Come on!
Damn it. A lot of people have been lied to about climate change, and it's hard to tell what's real. But if you give me 2 minutes of your time, I can give you some extremely fact-checkable evidence that might help convince you that climate change is happening. Welcome to Climate Town.
I don't want reality.
It's science. Okay, number one, every oil, coal, and gas company has admitted that climate change is real and humans are causing it. All of them. All of them. Now, they have super good lawyers, so they probably won't face any consequences for their actions, but after years of loudly denying climate change, they have finally all quietly accepted the blame. And you don't have to take my word.
Now, this video from Raleigh was from years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago. I just like this video. And, you know, now it would seem that there is some potential for for some amount of accountability in the future, thanks to the ICJ. We will see. Hey, calibrating with a super chat here. What is SEK? Is that Swedish krona? Either way, thank you very much. Much appreciated. I wish this was 100 because you are heart. I wish this was 100 because you are heart. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate you regardless. Calibrating, showing up in chat. I don't see you in chat very much, but you continue to support the channel on Patreon. I know that much. I appreciate you.
For this. Just Google climate change and then the name of any oil company and go buck wild on their corporate website. Here are the climate change is real sections of BP, Exxon. Just wait. Goose in the shot? Yep. Hey man, can you grab that laptop? Number two, all of America's insurance companies and economist groups agree that climate change is slowly taking a baseball bat to the balls of the American economy. All of them. Conservative, liberal, young, old, Dracula. They're not being paid off by big climate, because that's not a thing. And just to be clear, this is not theoretical. Actual insurance companies are paying billions of dollars because there are more fires and floods and droughts and storms and heat waves. I mean, there's always going to be 1,000 bing-bongs on Twitter talking shit about climate change.
Bing bong.
But the people whose actual job it is to predict risk are saying climate change is just number one. And number three, every scientific community in every country in the world agrees that climate change is dangerous and we have a limited amount of time to stop it. All of them.
There we go. 3 quick climate change facts from Raleigh Williams. Oil companies, insurance companies, and every single scientific organization on the planet And this was as of 4 years ago, except the fact that climate change is real and it's being caused by humans. Yes, SEK is Swedish krona. Awesome. Thank you, PB. I just realized calibrating's profile pic is a very, very cute cat. Aww. I think I'm just realizing now what that meant. You wish this was 100, like $100, because I am heart, because I am love. Okay, that's very thoughtful. That's very sweet. But honestly, $2 is great. You know, any donations from the chat, from the space fams, it all adds up. You know, if everybody just gave a couple of dollars a month, we would have no more financial woes around here. Also, I would like to point something out to everybody. We are 6, count them, 6 members, 6 new members, gifted or started otherwise, from getting to that place, that sweet, sweet place where we're on the road to 19 emotes. Which means I think we're close to like 30 emotes away from actually getting that 19th emote, but we are 6 away from reaching the final stage of the climb, if you will, to that 19th emote. So that's very exciting, at least for me. Maybe it's exciting for you too. I don't know, but that 19th emote has been so elusive to us. Speaking of climate change, Trump's EPA is doing terrible things when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. Lee Zeldin, climate change denier, now head of the EPA, has announced a plan to scrap limits on greenhouse gas emissions. And also claimed that somehow those emissions aren't harmful to human health also, which is great. You can all start sucking up carbon monoxide.
The Trump administration said on Tuesday it will repeal the long-standing finding that greenhouse gas emissions endanger human health. The move removes the Obama-era legal foundation for all U.S. greenhouse gas regulations. Environmental Protection Agency Administrator Lee Zeldin announced the repeal at an event at a car dealership in Indiana, calling it, quote, the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States. The agency's plan to rescind the so-called endangerment finding would end current limits on greenhouse gas pollution from vehicle tailpipes, power plants, smokestacks, and other sources, as well as hamper future U.S. efforts to combat global warming. Zeldin said the proposal, which still needs to undergo a public comment period, would cut $54 billion in costs annually through the repeal of all greenhouse gas standards. Environmental groups were quick to blast the move, saying it spells.
Yeah, and I would also like to blast the move. The claim that it's going to save money just because we're cutting regulations, even though climate change is causing billions of dollars of damage in the country every single year, is a fucking nonsense argument, is what it is. Fucking nonsense.
The end of the road for U.S. action against climate change, even as the impacts of global warming become more severe. David Doniger is a senior attorney and strategist at the National Resources Defense Council.
This is mind-bogglingly counter to the science and counter to the law, and it's an abandonment of EPA's primary job, which is to protect Americans from dangerous pollution.
The move announced Tuesday is expected to trigger legal challenges, according to several environmental groups, states, and lawyers. At the event in Indiana, Zeldin argued that a 2024 Supreme Court decision, known as the Chevron deference, prevents the EPA from regulating greenhouse gases.
It does not. It does not. The Chevron deference doctrine, that is such a ridiculous fucking claim. That is such a ridiculous claim. The Chevron doctrine, all it says is that federal agencies were supposed to listen to scientists, defer to scientists on matters of science, right? It said fuck all about carbon emissions or climate change in the Chevron deference decision earlier last year. That is such a wildly just fucked interpretation of that Supreme Court ruling. They didn't say shit about that. They just said that you don't have to. You could still listen to scientists. And in fact, you don't even have to listen to scientists. You could still continue doing what we were doing at the EPA. Instead, he's just... this is such a... shit. Like, what the fuck? What kind of idiot What kind of fucking idiot makes that claim? Actually, I don't think it's an idiot. I think it's somebody who's intentionally obfuscating the facts. Lee Zeldin, I think, knows full well the Chevron doctrine, the repeal of the Chevron doctrine by the Supreme Court doesn't say anything like that. But it's easier if he says it like that, because you can be like, look, I'm just doing what the Supreme Court said. It's not what's happening. He has gone rogue. Let's continue talking about this at Democracy Now! They did a report on this ridiculous EPA situation earlier today.
The Environmental Protection Agency has formally proposed revoking the Obama-era scientific determination that green...
I almost forgot to mention it. I was so distracted by the horror of the EPA right now. I want to say thank you to PB for the sweet, sweet super sticker, which technically gets us to 2 of 5 on the confetti party goal. We could get a second confetti party here before 4 hours are up, honestly. That'd be 2 confetti parties in 2 halves, which is insane. Much appreciated. Look at that pair. Look at that pair go. That's a champion. That's a champion pair right there. Weights. Got the headband going. Got the knees involved. That's a fruity workout if I've ever seen one. Okay. By the way, any size super chats or super stickers count towards this goal, rather than the normal $5 ones, because it's just a confetti goal. And I just think we deserve confetti. And in some ways, PB technically just got us, I take it back. Actually, we might get 3 confetti parties, because technically, since it's only $1, is the minimum super chat. I think you deserve a little bit more confetti. Bask in the glory of another confetti party. We might get 3 confetti parties today. I don't know, but it's feeling like we could do it. But yeah, I feel like you deserve a intermediary sort of confetti party. Why not? Might as well. I love the confetti. I think everyone loves confetti. It's just fun and festive. Alright, here we go. Midway. Alright. We're gonna keep the goal alive, because we can still get chat confetti and really another confetti party if we actually get the super chats. I still don't know why YouTube doesn't accept the super stickers in the goals. I find that to be strange. I think I should write them an email. Like, hey, what's the deal? What do you have against your own super stickers? Super stickers are great.
The Environmental Protection Agency has formally proposed revoking the Obama-era scientific determination that greenhouse gases are a danger to public health and welfare because they cause global warming. The endangerment finding is the basis of a 2009 rule that allows the Environmental Protection Agency to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from cars, power plants, and other sources under the authority of the Clean Air Act. It's been one of the most important legal underpinnings in the federal effort to combat climate change. EPA Chief Lee Zeldin called the move to rescind the finding the, quote, largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States. Zeldin spoke on Fox News Tuesday.
After the endangerment finding came out, not only were there all sorts of mobile source emission standards, but they also came out with trying to regulate out of existence all sorts of stationary sources. They started applying it to airplanes and more. We're talking about many trillions of dollars. Where does the authority come from? It came from the Obama EPA deciding very creatively with a whole bunch of mental leaps that they were going to just claim an authority that we believe, after a very plain reading of these Supreme Court cases, we don't have.
While EPA Chief Zeldin was talking about dismantling climate regulations, Fox News was airing an extreme heat alert warning on the bottom of the screen. The graphic said 162 million Americans were under high heat alerts at the time of that interview. The The EPA relied on a new report from the Department of Energy to justify the proposal. The authors include several scientists well known for their rejection of the scientific consensus on climate change. Meanwhile, the EPA's own data shows transportation is the sector most responsible for greenhouse gas emissions. The Sierra Club condemns Zeldin's move, writing, quote, as if any doubt remained, the Trump administration has formalized climate denial as the official policy of the United States government, unquote. Democratic Senator Ed Markey spoke at a rally outside the EPA Tuesday.
Listen up, Lee Zeldin. The science is against you. The law is against you. You can try to censor our information. You can try to silence our scientists. You can try to fire hundreds of biologists and chemists and physicists. But you cannot change the science. You cannot change the reality of the harm which is being done by greenhouse gases as they are sent up into the atmosphere. The endangerment finding is backed by the science. It's backed by the law. It has withstood every attempt to challenge it so far, and it will continue to withstand any challenge which is being made.
The Texas climate scientist Manuel Salgado of We Act for Environmental Justice also spoke outside the EPA. He described last month's devastating floods that killed over 130 people in Texas.
Unfortunately, my hometown and the surrounding communities know quite viscerally what the danger of climate change is. Less than a month ago, on July the 4th, the area was struck by catastrophic floods. This flooding resulted in an egregious and, frankly, quite preventable loss of life. Over 135 people, including 27 children and young people, passed away at Camp Mystic. This is all due to supercharged floods from greenhouse gases. I cannot imagine how awful it feels to lose a child in a climate disaster. But what I do know is that if Lee Zeldin, Donald Trump, and the billionaire polluters that they serve get their way, millions of Americans will know that feeling quite well.
Follow the rich way.
We can't afford that future. We're going to continue to fight to make sure that the EPA does protect us from the dangers of climate change. Thank you.
We're joined now by two guests. David Doniger is senior attorney and strategist with the Natural Resources Defense Council, the NRDC, Climate and Energy Program. Michael Mann is an acclaimed climate scientist and professor at the University of Pennsylvania, also director of the...
Absolutely. Hold on. I just want to say thank you to Morbius Dragon for sending a sweet, sweet galactic gift membership to the community. Who got it? Steve-O-Matic. Steve-O-Matic got a free gift membership from Morbius Dragon. Incredibly generous, Morbius. I appreciate you. And that gets us to 3 of 5, although technically, does it? Oh, god damn it. Why can't I just add? I need to. YouTube, you're screwing us, okay? YouTube is screwing us. We should have the ability to add memberships and super stickers to these goals. It's very offensive to me. Either way,
Center for
I
Science,
appreciate
Sustainability, and the Media. His forthcoming book with Dr. Peter Hotez is titled Science Under Siege. Let's begin with David Doniger. Can you explain what exactly EPA Chief Zeldin is doing? Talk about the 2009 endangerment finding and the significance of this moment.
Thank you. Yes, I need to start even further back. The first president to ask Congress for legislation that would cover climate change and carbon dioxide was Lyndon Johnson 60 years ago in 1965. And Congress voted that authority in the 1970 Clean Air Act. So as the science continued to become stronger and stronger, finally EPA began to move towards regulating the pollution that drives this climate change. And first there was a big court case in 2007 called
Okay, all right, hold on. I wanted to hear the other guy talk, actually. And I can't listen to this whole thing. Here he is. Here he is.
If EPA determines based on science that it's dangerous. So that's the legal background.
I want to bring in Michael Mann. You are a well-known, world-renowned climate scientist, now distinguished professor at University of Pennsylvania. Can you talk about the implications of this? We just heard a clip about what happened in Kerr County in Texas, the more than 130 people who just died there. No one particular weather event, of course, can be attributed to climate change, but the intensity and the frequency of these events, not only in the United States and around the world. Can you talk about what rescinding this so-called endangerment finding will mean globally?
Yeah, it's good to be with you, Amy. And let me first actually add a data point to that timeline that David very nicely provided us. It's worth noting at the very beginning of George W. Bush's first term, 2000, his own EPA administrator, Republican EPA administrator Christine Todd Whitman, declared that CO2 is a pollutant that should be regulated under the Clean Air Act. And it was only later, when they got rid of Christine Todd Whitman, that they went down this road that takes us to where we are now. And so this wasn't always such a partisan political issue, but today it obviously is. And, you know, what we're talking about can be measured in human lives. As you allude to, those floods in Texas, these extreme weather events that we have been enduring here in the United States summer after summer, the heat waves, the wildfires, the floods, the superstorms. The science is very clear here. Human-caused warming has amplified these events. It's made them more intense, it's made them more destructive, and it's made them more deadly. And it's made them far more unhealthy. And so this really is, you know, a demonstration. What we're seeing play out, these extreme weather events, are a demonstration that carbon emissions do pose a danger to our health and, in fact, to the health of the planet. And so what rescinding the endangerment finding does is take away from the federal government the main lever arm we have, the main tool we have to reduce carbon emissions and to meet our obligations to the rest of the world under the commitments that we have made. And
yep. This EPA is basically, you know, rather than protecting the environment, is lighting it on fucking fire. Okay, Lee Zeldin is a goddamn climate denier, climate change denier, and it's fucking wild. Just fucking wild. I mean, this time last year, even under the Biden administration, we were like, dude, not enough is being done by this government. And now, now I pine for the times back then, back in those naive days when. God, it's just terrible. And it really wasn't naive. I mean, it's true. The Biden administration and was not doing enough. But still, they were certainly doing more than this. And they weren't actively just scuttling all the work that had been done up to this point to protect the environment and to do something about climate change. Oh, but now we're literally just napalming the fucking Amazonian rainforest and lighting it on fire. It's terrible. It is terrible. There is a fire in a marsh near you. Let that make sense. Well, it's 2025. We're living in a fucked up world right now, pal. We could make it make sense. We could talk about how there was a massive marsh fire down in South America last year. You know, they were experiencing extremely dry conditions, causing the marshes, which are supposed to be, you know, filled with water, to dry out, the brush surrounding those marshes to dry out, and the biggest wetland wildfire was going on for months last year. And where was it? Bolivia? It wasn't in the Brazilian Amazon. It was one of the neighboring countries. I just can't think of which one it was. Okay. Speaking of fires.
So hot right now.
Let's go to Montana, where lightning sparked a wildfire northeast of a place called Hot Springs earlier on Friday. NBC Montana with the story.
Officials announced a new fire start burning 7 miles northeast of Hot Springs. It is 600 acres in size. The Buddha fire was caused by recent lightning strikes in the area. The Division of Fire overhead Polson Rural and 2 dozers are on scene working to...
That thing looks like it's spreading real fast. Holy shit. Only 600 acres at this time, but look at the spread. I think this is going to get worse. I think this one's going to get worse, people. I'm going to have to keep my eye on this fire. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, this was a very quick 22-second, like, hit from NBC Montana. Wow. That already looks very spread out. Looks like the road is at least holding back some of it for now, but that could get out of hand. And that happened like literally right before the stream, 4 hours ago. According to this is literally happened right before the stream started. All right, let's talk about other things that are hot, like the Northeast. We're 100, actually not just the Northeast, really the east of the United States. Half of the country under dangerous heat alerts over the last few days.
To severe storms and this life-threatening heat. 170 million Americans on alert. Tomorrow, it'll feel like 104 degrees in Philadelphia, 103 in New York City. And tonight, some of New York City's subways overcome by the 100-degree heat index, a power outage shutting down multiple lines. Meteorologist Lee Goldberg with the forecast and ABC's Mola Lengi right here in New York.
Tonight, unrelenting heat straining the power grid, taking a toll on the nation's largest transit system.
We're talking about trouble across nearly the entire alphabet of subway lines.
The New York City subway hit with massive delays from a power outage during the morning commute. Passengers sweltering on platforms.
At this point, it would appear that the heat stressed the system a bit.
The dome of extreme heat spreading south and east. Savannah felt like 113 degrees, even hotter than yesterday. Our Victor Oquendo is there.
They have seen it all here in Savannah over the last 24 hours. Emergency crews responding to calls of people fainting, cramping up, heat exhaustion, and heat stroke.
In Orlando, volunteers for Meals on Wheels delivering food to the elderly while keeping a watchful eye.
We'll look for disorient.
Yep, 170 million Americans. That's half the country under extreme heat advisories. Putting a lot of people at risk, shutting down power in multiple places because of course it gets too hot. You can't keep the power on or it'll overheat, and that'll cause an even worse situation. But it certainly caused a lot of people to struggle to get around the city with the subway shut down. Not that it's improved in recent days, actually it's gotten worse, but for different reasons. Let's go here to Philadelphia, not far away. They've got a report on how hot July actually was.
That's hot.
And spoiler alert, very hot is what it turns out. It was very hot, yes. Incredibly hot.
And certainly this is a change from what we have seen. Let's look back in July for a minute now that we wrap. And certainly this is a change from what we have seen. Let's look back in July for a minute now that we wrap things up. 21 days in July, we're in the 90s. I mean, that's a large number.
We
had 3 heat waves in July.
Ridiculous.
It was the 4th warmest July on
21 days in the 90s in Philadelphia? That's insane. What is it, Florida? I mean, Jesus Christ. It's like 1,000 miles north of Florida, but the weather certainly quite hot, quite arid here in Philadelphia. Well, I don't know if arid's the right word. There was a lot of rain, actually, over the last month. 4th warmest July on record. 3 heat waves. 4th warmest on record in the history of humanity.
That's
hot.
It's very hot.
That's hot.
It is hot. Paris is right. Incredibly hot. Basically the entire month was in the 90s for Philadelphia. Sounds terrible. All right. So that was covering the heat in July. But in the last day, the East Coast has been slammed with heavy rains. And of course, the hotter it is outside, the hotter the atmosphere is, the more moisture which the atmosphere can hold, what the clouds can hold, and then drop down. And that's exactly what it did yesterday in New York and New Jersey.
Aaron McLaughlin tonight joins us live down. Aaron, you have much more on those Maryland rescues happening right now?
That's never great. I just want to go back to that image that they started with first. That's never great. You know, you're walking down the subway and then water is just pouring down on top of you while underground. It's not a good feeling.
Aaron McLaughlin tonight joins us live down. Aaron, you have much more on those Maryland rescues happening right now?
Yeah, that's right, Tom. I want to show you this harrowing video out of Maryland. It shows first responders carrying 2 children from a submerged car to safety. You see them cautiously wade through the waters, rescuing those children. It's a shocking scene and the latest from this dangerous summer storm. Tonight in New York, a severe storm slamming the city with pounding rain, leading to scenes like this. Chaos on the roads in Queens, a tractor trailer and cars submerged. And in Manhattan, a major expressway underwater.
I thought it was going to be like light rain because I saw the forecast yesterday and they said it might rain at 3, it might rain at 6, and I'm like, whatever, all right. I just didn't expect Bayside Lure Station to turn into a river.
The city's trains also impacted and businesses closed.
You may not be able to tell right now, but I'm completely soaked.
Nearly 50 million Americans are on flood alert from Virginia to Connecticut.
Came down really fast as rain was coming sideways.
With multiple water rescues reported in Maryland and a state of emergency declared in Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
On our way, we're going to go try to see if we can get a sump pump.
Parts of the subway flooded in Philly, while in Plainfield, New Jersey, water once again overtaking entire neighborhoods. Even a tornado warning. Less than a month after the streets look like this.
When you heard tornado, what went through your mind?
That we had to evacuate, that we had to leave.
When you heard tornado, what went through your mind? I love this one with the look on this woman's face.
What went through your mind?
That we
that face, eyes wide open. When I heard tornado, I fucking lost it. And this is the second major flood in New York and in the tri-state area in the last 2 weeks. Major flood. The last one was insane. And then just another one right after that. It would get over 100 degrees in August in New England in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, no, sure. I'm not saying that we haven't had hot days over the years, but the number of hot days is really what the concern is. That's the real problem. All right, let's go here to Eyewitness News ABC 7 from yesterday. Talk about the states of emergency and flooding.
The flooded LIRR train station in Bayside, Queens. You have gone from flooded place to flooded place today, Stacey.
Yeah, Bill, knee deep. The rain may have stopped, but the commuting nightmare certainly hasn't. We are here at the Bayside LIRR station. The crux of the problem, you see it right behind me here. These tracks are just simply flooded out. It has been like this for hours now, and it has been affecting the Port Washington train line. Take a look at these pictures. This is a picture of part of the problem as well. A train that was actually stuck here, has been stuck here for hours. They've been working on getting it out and getting the people off the train, which has now finally happened. We spoke to a witness. Here's how he described what occurred.
Like 60 passengers so far just got off the train.
They must have had a heck of a commute home.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a very wet one.
How long were they sitting there waiting to get off the train?
Pretty wet one, he
Possibly
says.
like 3 hours. Yeah. They don't call it Bayside for nothing, so as you can clearly see.
That is not why. That's not. I was gonna say that's not why they call it Bayside, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'll say. And if you take a look here over on the Clearview Expressway, just a couple of hours ago, that was flooded out, cars submerged, white tractor trailer partially submerged, rescues that took place, but fortunately no one was injured. We can tell you the Clearview has since reopened. We can also tell you there were also problems on the Cross Island Expressway. And so Bayside, a concentrated area back here live now where you are looking at the crux of the problem for hours, the tracks simply flooded out here at the Bayside LIRR. Obviously, if you are standing at Penn Station right now trying to get back out to Long Island, waiting for this flood to dry up is pretty much like
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. My God. All right. I got a couple of more videos here. Ones that we didn't see yesterday. More footage of people on the ground dealing with these floodwaters. This one's in the subway. Eyewitness News once again. Yeah, that's not great. Just like I was saying about the water coming from on top. Also from the side, also no good. Also no good. Honestly, I feel like the water from the side scares me more than the water from on top, because I feel like the walls are going to come just collapsing in on you or something. Like, look at it. The walls aren't supposed to do this. I'm no architect. But I'm fairly certain walls are not supposed to do this. This is not... Everything is wrong about this picture. Yeah, not a great vibe. Not a great vibe at all. Here's 6 ABC Philadelphia.
This across parts of the area yesterday, tropical-like downpours triggering flash flooding, stranding some motorists and forcing them to abandon their rides.
Yeah, I got caught up in the drive and the flooding yesterday myself. We shot this video on Governor Prince Boulevard near Governor Square in Edgemoor, Delaware.
The rain came down fast and furious, overwhelming storm drains. A police officer hopped into construction equipment to get to a man trapped in his car on State Hill Road in Wyomissing, Berks County.
And this is new video of a car almost completely submerged under an overpass in Reading. Nearby, a person waded through shallower flooding as well.
The saturated ground led to scene.
That is ill-advised. It's an ill-advised decision to go walking through that. Could lead to very bad things. I'm just gonna keep going through the footage from those. Some of this shit is insane. Okay, let's see how the sewers were doing. Hint, not good.
Now, it wasn't just our area that was dealing with flash flooding, of course, from yesterday's storm. Take a look at this scene from Staten Island. Water gushing onto the feet of people who are walking by. There's a manhole. Where's the manhole? Flooded out there. Water also rushed into the Queens Public Library, flooding the floor.
Another very bad vibe. Also, I cannot believe this dude in the Honda Fit over here is trying to drive around this fucking sewer geyser right here. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. It's a fucking geyser.
Water gushing onto
Look
the
at
feet
that.
of people who are walking by. There's a manhole. Where's the manhole?
Unbelievable.
Flooded out there. Water also rushed into the Queens Public Library, flooding the floor, and buses and subway trains also experiencing rising waters as the
Freaking insane. That's poop water. That's poop water, son. What are you doing? Okay. More crazy footage. I mean, this storm was insane. This storm was fucking insane. Back to the subway. Look at this guy. I got this. People, we are moving through a slow-moving apocalypse, but it's nice to laugh sometimes. Nice to laugh. Jesus Christ. Worst timeline ever. J-Rock, 420. Trump is hitting the gas on climate change. There is no going back. Well, yes and no. I agree. Donald Trump is hitting the fucking gas on climate change. There is a going back, potentially. But if it stays this way for 4 years, we are going to be living in a world that it's not going to be good. It's going to be very bad. Like the next 4 years are incredibly important. We've talked about this over and over and over and over again this stream. Since we first started, we've been talking about it. How 2030, 5 years away, and is, you know, basically a line in the sand that has been drawn by scientists that if we don't do enough by that time, we will see dominoes start to fall more and more rapidly with the environment. And we'll see more and more images like this. Until, I don't know, until places like New York City are no longer livable. You know, the coastlines have been completely altered by rising ocean levels. It's one of the things that genuinely was most concerning to me, is what the Trump administration's climate policy would look like, and it would seem all of my worst fears are coming to fruition about that. I hate being right about bad stuff. Can I be right about some good stuff sometimes? Like, let me call the next lotto numbers or something. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. But let me predict something good for once, rather than something terrible. But I did say it. I did say it, that Trump was going to be worse than anyone else on the environment, and it's all coming to fruition. It's terrible. All right. Oh shit. Okay, we are at 4 hours. We still got a bunch more climate news to talk about, but we got to take a brief intermission. Don't worry though, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you get the latest notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this stream. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. We are now only 5 memberships away from basically getting back to where we were earlier this year on the official road to 19 emotes. So if you're considering contributing, do consider that. That seems like a good idea. But if YouTube, if you prefer not to give YouTube a cut of your money, consider one of the other options we have: Cash App, PayPal. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month will get you a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Get yourself an avatar on stream, shoutouts at the end, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough from me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everyone. I think you know what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to go back to the stream. The third half coming in hot.
That's hot.
So, get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss the beginning of that third half. Paul Bet Davidson?
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Okay, we're back. Time for the third half of the show to begin.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Let's go to Europe. I should have a European sound shot. I don't think I have a good one, do I? No, I don't think I do. I need to diversify in my sound shots. But I'm running out of space so fast on sound shots. It's ridiculous. I have 4.
This is ridiculous.
7. I have 7 openings on my soundboard right now. Everything is taken up.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is from
dangerous
to life.
Aren't I a good guy?
Your future self.
It's a stupid game.
There's too many sound shots, people. I got a problem. I have a real problem. I guess what I could do is upgrade. I just don't have the money to upgrade to get more sound shots. Also, I feel like my memory would start to falter on where sound shots are even more than it does already. I've already got 128 sound shots to keep track of in my brain. 126, 22, whatever the number is. It's not a lot. There's not much left. Brain space left in brain. I guess I could do like an Ableton, what's it called? Oh, I can't think of the name. If I could get like a massive trigger device. I just don't have the money for it. Also, do we need more sound shots? We have so many. And one thing I've been thinking about is like replacing sound shots on here. I'm afraid of doing that. I don't want to upset people by removing their beloved sound shots. I feel like we have, I personally feel like I have some kind of a deep connection to some of these. It's like, oh, I've heard that so many times now. It just rings in my head. What about Skeletor Guitar Dude? What about Skeletor Guitar Dude? He is back. He is back. The GNN skeleton guitarist really serves as a aquarium ornament for the fish, but he's hanging out there. He doesn't have a name. We still haven't named him. He's back. And he's rocking that GNN hat like a pro. That's one thing we should make, the GNN hats. And the mugs, the Gary mugs. Has anybody ever noticed the Gary mugs? I know some people have, because some people have been around for a long time. But if you look real close at the mug that I have here, and there is, I think, where is it? Where's the photo of it? I know I posted it in the Discord at one point. But if you look closely at the mug on my desk, the mugs were something I considered doing at one point. The Gary mugs. In Gary We Trust, you got Gary on top of a pyramid that says In Gary We Trust. Okay, to Portugal. France 24 English from 2 days ago. Portugal battles 3, count them 1, 2, 3, large frickin' wildfires. burning across Orohuaca, Ponte de Barca, and something. I don't know. I can't pronounce them all. Okay, let's go. Is it a Mexican pyramid with a Gary on top? Yeah, well, it's whatever the no, it's the Egyptian pyramid from the back of a dollar bill. I took the image, like the medallion, right, on the back of the dollar bill. I took that off. I added Gary. I changed the colors a little bit, and I messed with the inscription on the pyramid to have it say, "In Gary we trust," rather than "In God we trust." Because, of course, Gary is our galactic god. It's hard to see. I should repost it in Discord for people to see. Okay, Portugal. Let's do it.
Wildfires are raging out of control across Portugal's mountainous north, surrounding the town of Arouca. Residents, taken by surprise, race to avoid being caught up in the flames. And for the 600 firefighters mobilised to tackle the blazes, conditions are difficult. The temperatures are close to 40 degrees with strong winds, and the steep, heavily wooded terrain is hard to access. Air support is essential. Local residents such as Ricardo Mendes are doing what they can.
It's still burning, so I'm clearing away debris to prevent the fire from spreading across the path below. I'm sure the same thing needs to be done on the other side.
Due to several flare-ups, the authorities are urging people to stay indoors until further notice.
The village is under lockdown. We're doing everything we can to protect the houses that aren't directly threatened.
150 kilometres further north, the residents of the rural commune of Ponte de Barca have had to be evacuated, sometimes with their animals. Residents who have barely slept in the last 3 days stand by as the flames come dangerously close to their homes. At least 2,000 hectares of forest have already burned. Several fires remain active in the centre of the country as well.
There we go. Thousands of acres burning in Portugal. 3 different wildfires. Honestly, I say this all the time, but it becomes more and more true every single month, it feels like. If it's not on fire, it's underwater. It's definitely underwater, or vice versa. If it's not underwater, it's definitely on fire. That is the world we live in. That's the Earth timeline that we find ourselves privy to at this time. It's not great. It's not great. Donald James X knows like several more chords than Skeletor Guitar Date. I believe that to be true. I believe that to be true. Donald does know quite a few guitar chords. I've heard him playing them on his streamy stream. Okay, here we go. Let's go to Greece. The Mediterranean, also on fire this week. Here's Forbes breaking news from 5 days of what the fuck? What are you doing? Why would you do this? This is incredibly rude. There we go.
Residents say this fire arrived within seconds. Fueled by soaring winds and a week-long heat wave, it travelled uphill and connected with another front. Suddenly, Krioneri, the town northeast of Athens, was burning.
Quickly, 2 houses caught fire, one on this side and one on that side. Fire was advancing from both directions, surrounding us.
We hope the wind calms down. People's property has been burnt. Efforts of a lifetime. We are battling, but what can we do?
Greek authorities say residents received 3 text messages telling them to evacuate to safe areas. But many chose to stay. With makeshift means, they joined more than 200 firefighters who were battling the flames on land and by air.
Today we stayed because in seconds the fire was to our right, to our left, all around us. It surrounded us. And we were shouting to put the fire out. Our house is burning. We would have been left without a home.
Emergency services have also requested another 6 water-bombing aircrafts from the EU's civil protection mechanism.
Yep, and they did, I believe, receive those additional helicopters from the EU Thankfully, Europe, at least to some degree, cares about its citizens. I guess if this was in the United States, the Trump administration would have to consider what state it was in, whether or not to send more help. That's the greatness of America. Hopefully those fires subside. The fact is Greece has been dealing with wildfires all year, basically. Certainly all fire season. Last few months, they have been getting hit. We've been watching those fires. And they've been bad. You know where else? You know what else is? What other place has been having bad wildfires that also is on the Mediterranean? Turkey. They continue to have very bad wildfires. Those wildfires have been also going on for well over a month. Seems like the whole Mediterranean, certainly the sort of eastern part of it's on fire right now.
So hot right now.
Yes, fire is hot. There we go. Update on the Mediterranean wildfires for you folks, which are happening this week. Now let's go to Romania. Not far away, just a little north, where, once again, the old galactic adage of if it's not on fire, it's underwater, stayed true this week. At least one person died as floods devastated villages in the mountainous regions of Romania. The local inspectorate said some 890 people were evacuated as a precaution. Damn, look at that. It just goes straight through this village. It basically just turned it into a river. They are in a fucking valley, too. Look at that. That is devastating. Yeesh. What a terrible world to live in. We could do things to start trying to prevent some of the worst of the atrocities. And by we, I mean the United States. The world is doing a lot more. The world is efforting much harder than the United States has been. And now under the Trump administration, we're doing basically nothing. We're doing the opposite of something. We're going in the exact opposite direction. It's actually worse than nothing. We're actively harming the environment now. Intentionally, it would seem, out of some sort of spiteful... I don't... It's like, it's so weird that there is this, like, almost spiteful nature to it. They just hate, they hate people who care about the environment, and therefore we should destroy the environment. They're trying to own the libs by destroying the planet. That's basically what's happening. It's a terrible plan. It's a really bad plan. Like, you gotta be extra stupid to think that the environment doesn't also affect you. Even the billionaires are gonna be hit by this at some point or another. Because they still haven't found a way to live on other planets, and that's not gonna happen certainly not in the time span that they would need to keep themselves completely safe. Even with things like bunkers and shelters and things like that, nobody is 100% safe in this world with everything that's been going on with the environment. Let alone all the conflicts that are happening across the planet. Conflicts which of course also add the carbon emissions of humanity. Let's go now to Asia. We covered this story too during this week. Now, of course, it's the week-ending report. So, what I like to do for the week-ending report, as most people know, is at least touch on some of the bigger stories of the week, while also getting to you new content. It's a fine dance that I try and do over here. Because not everybody has time to watch during the middle of the week. I don't know. I'm just saying. Alright, let's go to China, where Hong Kong and Beijing were utterly inundated by floodwaters once again, sticking to the old galactic adage of if it's not on fire, it's underwater. Look at that. There's a ton of water. Yeah, I don't think water's supposed to be on the stairs. Honestly, the flooding, the images just got worse and worse, and the death toll from this flooding pretty high. Not quite Texas flood high, but still high. Although the alert systems in China were seemingly working a bit better than they were in America for this flood. But look at these two guys walking through chest-deep water with cars just bobbing around through what is now a river rather than what I assume was a street before. Can't be sure. No way to know for sure with images like this, but I'm guessing that's a street. Days of heavy rain have turned streets into rivers in northern China. Video circulating on social media shows trapped motorists being rescued from their vehicles. The car drifted down. There were 3 people inside crying for help, and at the time the car door could still be slightly opened and that the windows could be rolled down. 30 is the number of people killed during these heavy rains in Beijing. 80,000 is the number of people forced to evacuate the city, the capital of China. Miyun, a mountainous district in northeast Beijing, was badly affected. Heavy rain since July 26th sparked flash floods and landslides in the area. A landslide crashed into a 2-story car repair shop owned by a woman and her son. Yeah, terrible. That's just terrible. Pitchforks Dragon. You should make a YouTube short of yesterday's show. Timestamp 2 minutes and 58 seconds. It can't possibly. It must be 2 hours and 58 minutes. Quote unquote, sure, I don't want to throw the baby out. Okay, that still makes me laugh. That one still makes me laugh. Sure, I mean, look, nobody wants to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I'll do it. I'll do it if I have to. That's basically what Mick Mulvaney was saying yesterday. It was insane. He's like, look, I'm not a big baby thrower, but I will throw babies if I have to. Thank you for the super chat, Pitchfork. That one made me giggle. Yeah, maybe I should do a short of that. Was it that funny? Honestly, I wasn't paying attention. I was personally amused. I was fucking cracking up. I just couldn't take it. It was the dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody say. I was like, dude, really? Really though? That's your that is your argument right now? You're willing to throw out babies? Seems weird. Okay, Okay, alright, yeah, I'll write that down. That's a good idea. Let's go here to France 24 from Wednesday.
The district of Miyun, northeast of Beijing, is best known for being home to part of the Great Wall of China. But on Monday, the area was left defenseless as torrential rains caused rivers to overflow and mountain soils to crumble. In the town of Taishitun, tree branches and debris were swept downstream on the River Chao, one of three that converge in the locality. Locals described an unprecedented sight as rain continued falling for 36 hours.
There hasn't been a storm like this in a century. I'm almost 60, and I've never experienced such rainfall. This is the first time in my life.
Zhuang Zhelin's building materials shop was inundated by the flooding, causing almost 5,000 euros in damage.
The flood came rushing in. In no time at all, the place was filling up. We didn't even have time to move things. We tried to, but before we could, the water was already pouring in. It was all so quick.
The flooding also...
Sorry, everybody, I noticed the volume was low. That's my bad. I see you, J-Rock. Yes, thank you for the reminder on the volume. That was my bad. That was my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Which I do from time to time.
caused mountain topsoil to come loose and bury buildings in landslides. Guo Shuzhen told of how her family's auto repair shop and restaurant were buried in mud.
We came over to take a look because it was raining really hard. The house is right next to the mountain, so we were worried, and by the time we got here, the landslide had already crashed into the house. I saw that the water had nowhere to go.
More than 4,400 people in Miyun were rehoused as a result of the floods. The flooding also hit regions further east, such as Hebei province and Shandong and Jilin provinces on the Yellow Sea coast. President
Jesus, devastating floods all over the planet. What is interesting to me, though, is that it's August, and we still haven't seen a major hurricane hit the United States. It's giving me this sort of foreboding feeling inside, like there's going to be just one fucking massive one that comes through. All right. Two more environmental stories from the week. If you didn't somehow hear about it, one of the largest ever earthquakes recorded by humans occurred off Kamchatka, east of Russia, in the Pacific, causing alarm across the Pacific, the entire Pacific. This was the view from Hawaii. You could see just mass evacuations happening in the state after this 8.8 magnitude earthquake led to tsunami warnings for both Hawaii, much of the West Coast, the United States, Japan. Many places were very concerned about this. Now, thankfully, there was actually no big wave that came and hit Hawaii. Most places went unscathed, but not everywhere.
Мы оперативно провели
оповещение
населения, провели эвакуацию.
You can see that the tidal wave here came in and basically just started sucking all this stuff out to sea. Pretty wild. Freaks me out when you see things like shipping containers and cars sort of floating Even the sea lions were freaking out.
Очень сильный камнепад. Мы сначала не поняли, что произошло, просто как будто какая-то...
All right. There we go. I just figured we'd quickly cover some of the things happened this week, environmentally, or weather-wise, or geologically even. Oh, I have one more. Now, this happened this happened yesterday, in fact, if I'm not mistaken. Days after this quake, mudslides in a Russian city forced hundreds of people to evacuate. Let's look at this video real quick. This is the Reuters from 18 hours ago. Look at this. This is insane. This is fucking insane. Dude, the apocalypse, not to be a doomer, but we are kind of living through what I would classify, I think I've said it before multiple times, we're slow-moving apocalypse right now. Look at this fucking image. This is insane. What am I looking at right now?
This is ridiculous.
Like, holy shit. What the fuck am I looking at, dude? A mudslide swept through a Russian city, causing hundreds of people to evacuate. Look at that. That is insane. That bridge almost got taken out. You see the way it shook after it got hit by that wave? Look at it. It's like meters and meters of mud just piled on top of each other. Must be 10 feet of mud or something like that. It is insane. Was the Bible right? The Bible right. Good one. Very funny. Very, very funny. Okay, let's move on to some space news. It is that time in the stream where we must discuss issues regarding space. As a galactic podcast, I think we would be amiss if we did not.
Blink and you might miss it, but Jessica Ortiz didn't.
I'm literally going crazy.
Please hold, ma'am. We need volume. Volume. There we go.
Blink and you might miss it, but Jessica Ortiz didn't.
I'm going crazy. I'm literally going crazy. I'm losing my mind. And I took the phone to my son, so I was like, "Can you check this for me?" I was like, "Am I seeing things, or is this what I'm seeing?"
What do you see? Here it is paused. It's from her ring video from June 5th in Southern California.
He's like, "Mom, it's an alien. Call the police." And I was like, "I'm not calling the police. I'm an alien."
But is it an alien?
What does that look like to you? Does that look like a human? Does not look human to me.
Do you think this alien video is real? It looks pretty real to me.
Jessica is not 100% sure.
We didn't even know what to do. I'm not going to call the police. I'm not going to go outside. I guess I'm going to have to live with the doubt because...
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not going to do it. I'm not going outside, says that woman. Kind of hilarious. Could be an alien. Could be. Hard to say for sure. But it's probably a kid.
Is a little.
That's what I've been saying. I feel like it's a kid. Something like that. But it could be. Could be E.T. on this planet. Walking around. Hard to say for sure. Alright. Let's go to Australia. Where a space catastrophe happened. That's right. Australia's first Australian-made rocket earlier this week did a little launch. Let's see how that went. Probably good. Going good so far. Made it off of the platform. That's not good. Probably shouldn't be stalling out midair, and it's coming back down. Not great.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Maybe stick to kangaroos and dingoes, I guess, there, Australia. Not great. Not great, guys. Okie dokie. That's it for the space news. A potential alien in California, and a blunderous space launch in Australia that really barely made it off of the ground. If we're being completely honest, I think I could have thrown a ball higher. Okay. All right. Now it's time for the Earth News portion of this stream, of which we have a myriad things to discuss today. I mean, boy oh boy. Do we have a lot? And the fact, part of the fact is because we haven't done an Earth half all week. Yesterday we did a stream, but we didn't finish. We only did 7.5 hours or something like that. And we barely finished the space news. We didn't stream all week before that because I was having technological problems as well as dealing with health issues simultaneously, which was just a terrible combination. Sunday, of course, we didn't do any of this Earth news because the stream failed during the stream. So we have a cornucopia of global stories to discuss, starting in Scotland. Wow, this is a sad but true reality, Pitchforks. Sad but true. Okie dokie. To Scotland, where Donald Trump made an appearance, played a bunch of golf, and supposedly did some trade talking. Let's go here. The AP.
We're here in Scotland where President Donald Trump is here for 5 days to talk trade with the UK and the EU, and also to play a lot of golf at 2 of his golf courses and to open a 3rd golf course. We've just come from a protest here in Edinburgh, which is not where Trump is, but where several hundred people took to the streets in front of the US consulate and basically tried to send the message that Donald Trump wasn't welcome in Scotland. They were decrying his politics. A lot of them were also sort of very angry with UK leaders, saying that they didn't think they should be negotiating.
I love that flag. That's amazing. That is smart. That is smart sign making right there. That's got humor. That's got everything in it. At least this bag of hot hair serves a purpose. This lady's got jokes over here with the with the bagpipes.
his politics. A lot of them were also sort of very angry with UK leaders, saying that they didn't think they should be negotiating with Trump because they didn't agree with his politics. While this was going on, Trump was out on the golf course playing golf with his son, one of his sons, and that was happening in Turnberry, which is like about 100 miles, 160 kilometers from where we are in Edinburgh.
Look at me, I'm having fun driving a golf cart rather than doing my job. By the way, I wonder how much Donald Trump's... We gotta look that up. I'm gonna look that up while this is happening. Ah, there it is. Look at the president being very presidential with all of the Secret Service caddies walking around. Let's take a look at the Donald Trump golf tracker real quick. Did Donald Trump golf today? No, but he has golfed 47 of 195 days since returning to office. That means that he has spent 1/4 of the time, 24.1%. of the presidency so far has been spent golfing. And that has come at an expense to taxpayers of $65 million.
That's too much, man!
Jesus Christ. That is too much, man. Jesus, maybe all that time spent golfing, he could have been saving the American economy or something. Not that he would be capable of doing that, but... you know, it could be doing something else. Wow. It's honestly lower than you thought. I mean, really? Is it lower? It's fucking high as fuck. It is too much. It's way too much money. Okay, now let's go back to talking the, Re-Liberation Day tariffs. While Donald Trump was on this trip in Scotland, he also spoke with both Keir Starmer and Ursula von der Leyen of the EU. Let's go here. CBS Evening News from 5 days ago. Donald Trump announces trade agreement with the EU. And by trade agreement, he means tariffs, actually. Just to write that down. Whenever you hear the word trade agreement from this president, from this administration, assume that that means tariffs.
Tonight, a major victory for President Trump that averts a painful trade war between the United States and the European Union. The two trading partners exchange $2 trillion in goods every year. CBS's Weijia Jiang is in Edinburgh, Scotland, traveling with the president. Weijia.
Good evening, Jerika. Heading into trade talks, President Trump set expectations for getting a deal done with the European Union, putting the chances at 50-50. And then after a meeting that lasted just over 1 hour, Trump announced they had reached an agreement.
We have good news. We've reached a deal.
President Trump announced the news from his luxury golf resort in Turnberry, where he hosted the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen.
I think this deal will bring us very close together, actually. Sort of, it's a partnership in a sense.
It's a huge deal.
It's not. No, none of those things. It's going to bring us further apart. Because, of course, we had free trade with the EU up until this year. And now we're not going to have free trade with the EU, and we're going to have a tariff on the EU, which is going to be, was it 20%? Something like that. So it's not a big deal. It actually sucks. It actually really sucks for everyone. Aside from billionaires, because of course we're going to be paying for part of the billionaire tax cut with these tariffs. So I guess billionaires are excited about this. Hey.
It will bring stability. It will bring predictability. That's very important for our businesses on both sides of the Atlantic.
The two leaders said the tariff rate for imports from the EU's 27 member countries would be 15%, down from 30% that was set to kick in on Friday.
Right.
The EU has agreed to purchase U.S. military.
It's fucking ridiculous. 15% on everything from the EU. It's so great. So great. We're all excited to pay 15% more for everything from the EU. From champagne to olive oil to all sorts of other things that we get, and now they're going to be 15% more expensive. Yay! Yay! Look at me. I'm so happy and excited. Can't you tell? Can't you tell how thrilled I am about that? For all of us, honestly. It's just so great. So great I can't think of anything actually good to say about it because it's terrible. That's why. Because I'm lagging. I'm not happy. I'm sad. I'm angry. It's ridiculous. They keep touting trade agreements as basically not being trade agreements. It's like, look, we're gonna agree to charge Americans more money for shit from your country. Enjoy that. Enjoy that a trade agreement. It's not traditionally how trade agreements go. When we talk about trade agreements of recent past, usually they're about free trade agreements, not restricted trade agreements. And it's not like the EU or or UK or anybody could actually do anything about this. It's just Donald Trump announcing this shit. It's literally all it is. It's just Donald Trump unilaterally going, look, I'm going to charge Americans more money for your shit unless you do something for me, right? And even then, we're still going to charge them something. Like the fact that this is a deal, like somehow the EU is doing things to achieve this, right? Like think about that. Like, it's insane. It is fucking nonsensical. Okay, let's see what Donald Trump had to say when a reporter asked him whether or not the UK's deal was better than the one with the EU.
Yeah, we're dealing with China right now.
The deal you've got with the UK is better than the one with the European Union. Is that because you think Brexit was a good idea in this country?
No, look, we have a very special relationship with this country. Like, my mother was born here.
We have a very special.
And not only born here, loved.
America has a very special relationship with Britain. Because my mother is from that country. What a ridiculous statement to make. All of America has a great connection to Britain and the United Kingdom because Donald Trump's mom comes from there.
This is ridiculous!
Like, my mother was born here. And not only born here, loved it. She'd come back, I tell you, religiously every year. And she'd go up to Stornoway and see her relatives. But she loved the country. Yeah, that probably it always has an impact. Always has an impact. But, Germany has a new leader, and I think he's terrific. I think you like him too.
Yeah,
I think he's terrific. My father was
Heinrich Merz, great guy, that guy. So, I guess the answer is yes. I guess the deal with the UK is better than the one with the EU because Donald Trump's mom came from the UK, so they get a special deal, which is weird.
Don't be creepy.
But that's just the truth. That's what we got there. That's right. UK gets a 10% tariff, while the EU gets a 15% tariff, and then many other countries get much higher tariffs. Countries that we get a lot more stuff from. Honestly. We get stuff from the EU. We get stuff from the UK, no doubt. But the vast majority of goods from that come into the United States are not coming from those countries. Canada, Mexico, which both have 25+% tariffs on them right now. And or Asia, China, Vietnam. Okay, here we go. Let's talk about something good. let's talk about what's happening in the UK right now. In politics, one man who's making his own party, which we talked about a while back when we first, I think it was like a few weeks ago or something like that. It was like very loosely announced by someone, I think maybe in haste, but even with that, it certainly has come to fruition. Jeremy Corbyn has started his own party challenging the Labour Party. His popularity is exploding.
This is Jeremy Corbyn, as Tomoflink just let us know. Like, Starmer is in real danger because Corbyn has started a party. I mean, how long has this party been up and running? Like,
just a few days, if
a week, maybe.
It was sort of like early announced by Zaro Sultana, I think maybe a month or so ago, but this is really like they finally picked it up in the last couple of weeks here. And just to remind people who Jeremy Corbyn is, he was the Labour leader, and then him and his wing of the party, after leading to a massive surge in membership around 2017, were purged out of the party out of, I think, spurious, I would say, anti-Semitism charges. You can look at the Al Jazeera Labour Files documentary for more on that. And now that he's been removed from the party, and the current Labour Party is supportive of Israel during this whole genocide, now people are looking for an alternative.
And am I mistaken in reading that Labour was extending the ability to vote to even younger people in the UK, to 16 and 17-year-olds, adding them too? That was supposed to be to their benefit, but if Corbyn is like, he's starting his own party that's explicitly anti-genocide, it could be really not something that would go well for Labour.
Could be the end of the Labour Party.
We're going to decide when we had all the responses, and so far the response rate has been massive. They've been coming in at 500 a minute wanting to support and join the new party, and we're open to suggestions for names. So if you've got a good suggestion, bring it on. I want it to be something that's inclusive, effective to mobilize people and bring people in, and so we're looking at all that, but it'll be short and inclusive, and so any ideas out there, I'm ready to receive them.
How does that work? Do you have a short list of names that you're
we will
thinking of?
obviously have to run it down to a short list, and there will be a founding assembly later this year, and that will finally conclude on the name. So the name is well in place before the end of the year. At the moment, though, we want to get the message out there. This is a party about peace, about justice, about equality, and challenging the issues of child poverty in our society while we're spending much more on armaments.
And then you've announced an inaugural conference. There's some speculation that will happen in the autumn, but
yes.
When is that? What would that look like?
That will be hopefully mid-autumn time, but we haven't fixed the date for that yet. We want obviously to take soundings from those people that are signing up on the website, but also there are many independent groups around the country that in some cases have councillors, other cases they're local political activists, broadly in the same sort of political area. They've all got to be brought on board as well. And so the idea is that we announce this today, we announce the broad framework, a lot of support's coming in, and I'm doing a lot of meetings and events all around the country over the next week or so, and then through August and September, a lot more.
Just on paper, it's
a big deal.
It's a big deal. I mean, I'm looking at YouGov. They kind of have a rolling poll analysis of favorability in the UK. I mean, Keir Starmer, since the general election, when he was basically even with favorability and unfavorability, is at 67% unfavorable and 23% favorable. Donald Trump just hit his second.
That'll be helped by his traveling around holding Donald Trump's golf bag.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no way that doesn't hit him. All right. We're going to stay on this topic and how Jeremy Corbyn is rising in a incredible fashion, honestly. And this does seem like quite a political opportunity here in Britain, with the Labour Party being so unpopular right now, Keir Starmer being so incredibly unpopular, you know, and the Tories not being also like being so unpopular. You got the Reform, who've been leeching off of the Tory vote. But one very fascinating thing about this moment is that seemingly Reform voters, according to polls, are showing that many Reform voters actually prefer Jeremy Corbyn to Keir Starmer. Now, that's, you know, it's not necessarily going to mean that they would switch from Reform to Jeremy Corbyn, but it might be enough to move some people from there. This could really reshape things in the UK. Let's go here to Navara Media really quickly. Keep talking about this a little bit.
If there's one thing that is central to Morgan McSweeney's theory of electoral strategy, it's that Labour should be angling to win over Reform UK voters. This is manifested by Labour increasing the salience of migration policy and dropping policies that they think are too woke. Yet if there's one sector of the electorate who can't stand Labour, or Keir Starmer very much at all, it's Reform voters. As of June this year, Keir Starmer's favourability amongst Reform voters was a staggering -90. Hardly a ringing endorsement of his attempts to woo them with his hard pivot to an anti-immigration stance. We may have some more of an explanation as to why Reform voters aren't buying his attempts at pandering to their concerns. And it's probably that they don't believe him. People in Starmer HQ...
-90. I mean, that's almost unanimous. It is almost nearly unanimous hatred of Keir Starmer. -90 in the Reform Party.
I think the voters are too stupid to remember what he used to be like. But the internet never forgets, and brings receipts like this.
Make no mistake, this plan means migration will fall. That's a promise. But I want to be very clear on this. If we do need to take further steps, if we do need to do more to release pressure on housing and our public services, then mark my words, we will. Poor housing, poor public services, are not the fault of migrants and people who've come here. They're political failure. Political failure.
I mean, of course, Starmer was originally correct. It was a great clip from a United Union representative in the video he released about...
Yeah, it's funny how old Starmer is more correct than new Starmer. You would think with age you would gain wisdom, but he seems to be going in the opposite direction.
Lincolnshire the other day, pointing out, well, actually, you know, this is a lack of investment problem. Keir Starmer was right to point that out. But of course, you know, people aren't idiots. People remember what Keir Starmer was like. You can just look at clips. You can just find clips, go, what did Starmer believe about immigration? Just type it into Google before 2024, and you'll find out what he meant. And of course, he ran on this in the leadership election. One of his pledges was a humane migration policy, right? He has his name, he'd signed it. He signed it with his autograph in terms of these little pledge cards they had during the leadership election. And it just genuinely seems to me that the Labour leadership think that voters are idiots. Now, whilst most right-wingers will disagree with the left, they usually have more disdain for liars and hypocrites than they do for political adversaries. And now we have the polling to prove it. New polling seen exclusively by Navara Media by Merlin Strategy can reveal that Reform voters actually prefer Jeremy Corbyn to Keir Starmer on almost every single metric. A sample of 2,000 Reform UK supporters were asked to rate the two on a variety of metrics and say who they thought best fit the description for each. Corbyn was rated higher than Keir Starmer on authenticity, honesty, strength, intelligence, trustworthiness and radicalism, and also rated as being more for working people and more understanding of people like those surveyed.
Well, the numbers don't lie, people. It would seem that Jeremy Corbyn and his new party are more popular than the Labour Party right now. Have a lot of potential. A lot of potential. Whether or not they seize on it will be seen. I have high hopes for this one. High hopes for the UK. And it sounds like he's getting a huge amount of interest in people joining the party. That's what I've been hearing. Okay. Now, before leaving the UK, let's talk the Bank of England and what sort of implications this current moment might bring to monetary policy in the United Kingdom. Here's Reuters from 18 hours ago. Okay, all this taco talk in chat is making me very hungry.
The Bank of England is expected to cut rates next.
How rude.
I mean, Jesus Christ, all this 114 places to get Mexican food within 10 miles of your house. Can you launch some tacos into the space station? Because it sounds delicious. Sounds delicious, and I'm now jealous just thinking about all the tacos.
Week, but the economic environment seems more unpredictable than ever. This is Macro Matters, and we're talking the Bank of England. UK policymakers are expected to deliver a rate cut on Thursday, but they're unlikely to all agree. Some economists think more aggressive action is needed to boost Britain's slowing job market. Others think inflation is still too persistent, and the Trump administration's upending of the global trade picture makes it difficult to forecast. Liz Martins is HSBC's senior UK economist. Liz, are you expecting a split in opinion among the committee members?
We are indeed, and as you say, the economic picture just makes that split kind of almost inevitable. Some people are much more worried about inflation, some people are much more worried about growth in the jobs market. So we saw that split back in May, the last time they cut. Some people wanted a half-point cut, some a quarter, some no change at all. And we think that will happen again, except we think the split this time will be slightly more hawkish. And that's one more vote for no change. We think that will be Megan Green joining Catherine Mann and Hugh Pill. 4 for a quarter and 2 for a half-point cut. So yes, a big split of opinions, but a shift very slightly towards no change.
What's the bigger risk?
There we go. This really, it seems like Trump's trade war across the whole planet seems to be having similar effects in essentially Federal Reserve banks in different countries. You know, Japan paused its rate hikes that it was doing earlier this year. Bank of England looking to pause potentially on interest rate changes. And of course, the United States Federal Reserve been holding steady for months now due to this trade war. And that seems to be just playing out across many countries right now because nobody knows what the fuck to do. Just looking around and saying, what's going to be, what environment are we going to be in 2, 3, 6 months down the line from now, a year from now? And nobody can seem to put their finger on it. Although, as Re-Liberation Day tariffs start to really take hold, I think people are going to start to get the picture. Inflation is going to be a problem. Alright. And it still is a problem. I mean, it's not just going to be a problem. Inflation has been a problem this whole time. We've been talking about inflation, global inflation, happening for years now. And, you know... it's just, it's been a persistent fucking nagging issue for so long. And this trade war is just making it all the worse. Now, of course, if the global economy, certain aspects of it start to shut down, I guess maybe that would help. Although people would lose their jobs and therefore wouldn't really change much for a lot of people. So wouldn't be able to buy goods because you don't have any money, even if they are less expensive. Okay. Let's go here. Talk about something that Donald Trump did earlier today. Apparently, Donald Trump, or maybe it must have been done, I guess, a few days ago, but Donald Trump sent letters across Europe to different drug makers telling them to lower prices in America. I love that. I love that. Rather than having Medicare, Medicaid, or any of these people, you know, negotiate drug prices, you could just have the president send a strongly worded letter to drug makers in different countries.
Shares of European drug makers took another hit early on Friday. US President Donald Trump sent letters to major pharmaceutical firms telling them to cut drug prices in the United States. It comes after he signed a sweeping executive order aimed at lowering prices months ago. The industry was already grappling with tariffs outlined in the latest US-EU trade deal. Those could cost the European pharmaceuticals between $13 and $19 billion. In his letters, Trump pushed 17 companies to provide so-called most favored nation prices for patients of the government's Medicaid health program. Trump also wants them to get
most favored administration, most favored nation. I've never heard of this term. Most favored nation pricing. What the fuck does that even mean? Just to make America number one? Is that what it means? Okay, this is... Okay, I guess this is from Donald Trump. Mr. Robert Michael of AbbVie. Dear Mr. Michael, on May 12, 2025, I signed an executive order delivering most favored nation prescription drug pricing to American patients to stop global freeloading and guarantee that Americans pay the same prices enjoyed by other developed nations. Right now, brand name drug prices in the United States are up to 3 times higher on average than elsewhere for the identical medicines. This unacceptable burden on hardworking American families ends with my administration. Fantastic. I'm sure there's no way that they don't listen to Donald Trump. There's no way these drug companies would you know, just ignore what Donald Trump has to say and continue to charge Americans higher prices. Now, if we had a national health care system, that entire system could negotiate on behalf of all Americans and therefore have more leverage in the negotiation with these drug makers to lower prices. But I guess that would be too complicated. All right, let's talk more about these tariffs. Reuters.
US President Donald Trump slapped steep tariffs on dozens of countries ahead of a Friday trade deal deadline that has now expired. An executive order signed Thursday sets rates for 35% on many goods from Canada, while Brazil was hit with a 50% tariff. In all, goods from 67 countries, the EU and Taiwan will get hit in a week's time, 7 days after the August 1st deadline. Any not on that list get a 10% tax, lower than Trump had previously said. Canada's rates, however, were set in a separate order to 35%, up from 25%. In it, Trump said Canada had failed to cooperate in curbing illicit flows of narcotics into the US. Trump complained to reporters earlier that Canada had been very poorly led. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said he was disappointed by Trump's decision and vowed to take action. It was all in sharp contrast to Mexico, which was given a 90-day extension to give more time to hash out a broader trade deal. Meanwhile, China is facing an August 12th deadline to reach a longer-lasting tariff deal. Beijing and Washington had only reached preliminary agreements in May and June to end their back-and-forth escalation in tariffs and a cutoff of rare earth materials. When Trump first announced his trade policies in April, they sparked a sell-off in the markets. But this time, reaction has so far been more muted.
Well, it was muted when they announced this yesterday. This was a video from yesterday. And then this morning, across the planet, the reaction was less muted. Multiple percent down on the session in Europe. Germany down 3%. Not Canada. France down almost 3% as well. All the markets were down. Okay. Speaking of tariffs, let's go to Spain and talk about olive exports. If you like olive oil, we'll expect that to be more expensive in the near future. It's also going to cause problems for Spain's oil exporters.
Gabriel Cabello remembers Donald Trump's first presidency. He says it left a bitter taste for olive growers in Spain.
We were affected by a 35% tariff imposed by the United States in 2018 to Spanish black olives, an excessive thing. You can actually put a tariff to certain products of 35%. It took us out of market, and we had to do things differently. We had to try and minimize the risk, especially for two main reasons: for Agroseville's workers and its farmers, who were going to directly suffer from these tariffs.
The tariffs coincided with a severe drought. Sales of black olives to the U.S. plummeted 70% in just the first year, according to government data.
We then began to think that perhaps those black olives that we couldn't sell in the U.S., we could stuff them with something that our clients were demanding. So we went to Asian and Eastern European markets, proposed them different kinds of stuffed olives. Our innovation team gave us new and innovative products that we offered to our clients, and they were successful.
As farmers adapted the first time around, EU officials challenged the measures, but that took years. Trump's first tariffs on Spain's olives were implemented in 2017 and ranged from between 30% to 44%. The following year, the EU challenged the measures at the World Trade Organization, and in 2021, WTO found the US was in breach of its rules. The end result would be a 10% tariff amidst a partial rollback of exports. And now?
I'm going to let you say, but I think it's the biggest deal ever made. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
The U.S. accounts for 35% of Spanish olive exports, making it its largest market.
The more tariffs imposed are a challenge, but we will not leave the United States' market. We have it clear and we won't leave it, but we will have to make different things.
Critics.
Yep. I like olives and olive oil. Makes me sad. Those are going to be 15% or more expensive than they were previously. Alright, now we're going to move on from talking trade for a moment, although we will be going back to it later in Asia. We still got a bunch of European stuff to talk about, as well as stuff in the Middle East. Starting with Ukraine and Russia. Earlier this week, on Tuesday, Donald Trump said that Russia, he'd changed his deadline. He had like a 50-day deadline or something, and he moved it up to 2 weeks. 2 weeks to end the war in Ukraine. Here is the AP from 4 days ago.
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made. But there's no reason to wait. If you know what the answer is going to be, why wait? And it would be sanctions and maybe tariffs, secondary tariffs, unless we make a deal. And we might make a deal. I don't know. You don't know. It's we've done so many peace deals. This is the one I started out with, and I've always gotten along with President Putin, and I never really thought this would happen. I thought we'd be able to negotiate something out, and maybe that'll still happen, but it's very late down the process. So I'm disappointed. Russia could be so rich right now. Instead, they spend all their money on war. They spend everything on war and killing people, and it doesn't make sense to me. I thought he would want to end this thing quickly. I really felt.
All right, well, there you go. 2 weeks. Maybe like 2 weeks now. Very nasty Vladimir Putin not doing the things I thought that he was going to do. Of course, this all gets wrapped up in the tariffs because Donald Trump sees tariffs as being a weapon that he can use in any situation, even if it has nothing to do with trade. Fucking ridiculous plan from him, but okay. It's almost guaranteed to cause more inflation in the United States. It wouldn't be the tariffs on Russia, but the secondary sanctions on other countries that essentially would cause it. Or I guess we call them secondary tariffs? I don't know. Whatever you want to call them. It creates a problem. Alright, now this is from a few days ago. CBS News. Russian Security Council official calls Donald Trump's ceasefire deadline, quote-unquote, a threat.
Illegal. President Trump is wrapping up his trip to Scotland today. This trip has mixed personal and official business, with the president focusing on golf, trade negotiations, and the conflict in Gaza, as well as Ukraine. During his sit-down with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Trump announced that he is shortening his deadline for Russia to reach a peace deal with Ukraine. Now, he says he's giving Moscow 10 or 12 days. CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Zhang is in Edinburgh for us this morning and has more. Weijia, good morning. Tell us about this new deadline for Russia and the Kremlin's response.
Hey, good morning, Errol, and good morning to everybody. So earlier this month, President Trump told Vladimir Putin that he has 50 days to reach some kind of a peace deal or face punishing sanctions, including secondary tariffs on any countries that continue to do business with Russia. And so that would have put that deadline at early September. But yesterday, here we are at the end of July, the president said Putin only has 10 to 12 days now to do that. And the president said he would make a formal announcement in the coming days to send that formal warning to Putin, because he has gotten increasingly frustrated that there have not been concrete, significant steps to try to end the war in Ukraine. And so, we will see exactly when that deadline is. But the Russians are responding. The former president, Dmitry Medvedev, sent a statement saying that each new ultimatum is a threat and a step towards war, not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country, of course, talking about the U.S. Vladimir Putin himself has not responded, Errol, but in the past...
Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. I don't like that vibe at all. Russia-U.S. war. I was told that this war wouldn't have even happened if Donald Trump was in office. And now we're talking about going to war with each other? Huh. Weird. Not great. Okay, let's go here. This is from yesterday. Russian strikes, once again, kill multiple people in an apartment block in Ukraine.
Illegal.
I remember, didn't Donald Trump was like, this was going to be over day one. I'm going to get in there. Now it's day 195. And now we're talking about going to war with Russia.
Well, let's get more on the situation in Kyiv and show you live pictures from the site of one missile strike. At least 6 people, including a 6-year-old boy, have been killed by Russian missile attacks overnight. This is the scene at the one apartment building where a missile struck a short time ago. Let's just show you these pictures, because the recovery crews there did manage to find and rescue somebody who had been injured in that attack, and they took them out there on the stretcher to an awaiting ambulance. So incredible scenes there of someone surviving that missile strike amid scenes of devastation. Well, President Zelensky has called these deadly strikes showcase killings. Let's get more on this with Vitaly Shevchenko, who's Russia.
Okay, that's all we need from this one. I mean, it's just another war crime. I mean, Russia continues to attack residential areas in the fucking capital and all the other cities in the United States, in the Ukraine, and it's not great. It's not a great vibe. Not a great vibe at all. Just continuous war crimes that are happening here. So many conflicts that have been going on way too long at this point. I mean, this war is almost in its 4th year now. You got the, genocide in Palestine has now been going on for 2 years. I mean, these things just keep on dragging out. I'm sick of it. I am so sick of it. Fucking tired of it. Oh, God. You know who else is actually tired of it? Shockingly, Donald Trump. He came into this so confident about all of this. And Vlad, he's a good guy. Look, he doesn't even want to be doing these wars. I don't even get... Why are we talking about him? Are we still talking about Vlad?
President Trump calling
We wouldn't have
Putin's
even had
latest...
this war. And then it's like, it shifted. It's like, this is Biden's war. Well, maybe they should just fight. And now he's at the point where he's really changing his tag on all of this. Here's CNN from yesterday. Donald Trump responds to the recent attacks on Kyiv.
President Trump calling Putin's latest deadly strikes on Ukraine, quote, disgusting, threatening now to punish Vladimir Putin finally with sanctions that Trump had not wanted to do. Now he's talking about them more, but he is admitting that they may not matter.
I don't know that sanctions bother him. You know, they know about sanctions. I know better than anybody about sanctions and tariffs and everything else. I don't know if that has any effect, but we're going to do it.
Well, first of all, we'll see if he does do it, right? Senate had a bill, bipartisan. They wanted to go ahead with it. Trump didn't want to. They had it. They wanted to go with it. He didn't want to. So if he does go ahead with it, that will matter. But the context here, of course, is Putin moving forward. Russia now claiming it's captured a key eastern Ukrainian town. And this town had been really, I mean, look at it, it's completely destroyed. The whole tragedy of this fighting over land so utterly destroyed. But this town had been Ukraine fighting to hold it for 18 months. Okay, so 18 months of intense fighting. That's why there's nothing left. But now a Russian flag is flying on top of a ruined building there. And in Kyiv, Russian missiles and drones killing at least 16 people, including a 6-year-old boy and his mother over the past day. Up front now, retired Army Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. And General Hodges, so do you think that these sanctions, if Trump moves forward with them, and that's why I was explaining, right, he's flirting.
Okay, that's enough from CNN on this one. I just wanted to get the portion with Donald Trump's response to that recent attack. Now we are at the current time. This stuff is all the stuff that's happened today. Early this afternoon, after a comment, after Donald Trump heard about that comment from Medvedev, Donald Trump ordered multiple nuclear submarines into the waters outside of Russia. Nuclear submarines to Russia. Boy, oh boy. From the guy who said the war never would have happened, who's now deploying nuclear subs to the Pacific over a comment from a guy who's not even in the Russian government. It just feels weird, if you ask me.
Back to live now from Fox, as we are learning right now that President Trump has ordered 2 nuclear submarines he positioned in regions near Russia in response to threats from
Based on the highly provocative statements of the former president, capital F, former president of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev, who is now the deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation, I have ordered... Actually, didn't know that. I actually didn't know that he got a job in the government. I thought he was completely out of the government at this point. I have ordered 2 nuclear submarines, capital N, capital S submarines, to be positioned in the appropriate regions, just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that. Words are very important. Words are...
Precision of language, please.
Words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences. I hope this will not be one of those instances. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I mean, I'm sorry. Coming from Donald Trump, this is one of the most hilarious sentences I've ever seen. Words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences? You don't say. You don't say. What? No. No, you... What? Come on. Come on! Jesus Christ. From the guy who spouts off at anything, will tweet from the toilet about... I mean, it's insane. Donald Trump telling other people that words are important and can lead to unintended consequences is like... I mean, it's not just throwing stones in glass houses. I mean, what is the best analogy I can use in this? It's just hilarious. Donald, take some of your own advice, pal. This is maybe one of the most truest things Donald Trump has ever said, that I don't think he realizes obviously and clearly applies to every single moment of his life.
Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, and this is that post there from President Trump from Truth Social on your screen. He says, I have ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in the appropriate regions just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that.
It's like, here's the best analogy I can come. It's like somebody like having a problem. Like think about it. Like you got a guy in the neighborhood who's constantly got his music on too loud, right? People are always calling the police to report noise ordinance violations with this guy. That guy, one day he's trying to sleep and there's some loud sounds outside. And what does he do? He turns on a fucking megaphone and goes out there and says, "This is too loud in this neighborhood. I need you out of here right the fuck now. Noise in this neighborhood unacceptable. Get the fuck out." That's basically what's happening here. Calibrating with another sweet super chat. T Rump, the dinosaur who was pro-asteroid. I like that one. Yes. Pro-asteroid dinosaur Donald Trump. Jesus Christ. We are closer to nuclear war than we've ever been. And I've been talking about us being on the brink of World War III for a while now, and we are even closer than we've ever been. We keep inching closer and closer to just a full-on World War III. Back when the Iran thing was happening, I was like, oh boy. That meter just ticked a little higher. Now we have nuclear subs in the Pacific.
This was just posted moments ago from the president. He said he ordered the submarines moved, quote, just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that. Words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences. I hope this will not be one of those instances. Trump and Medvedev, who is the deputy chairman of Russia's Security Council, have traded taunts in recent days. We're pulling that up on your screen there right now. That's one of those posts there from Medvedev. I believe on Monday he posted this. All of this coming after President Trump on Tuesday said Russia had, quote, 10 days from today to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine or be hit along with its oil buyers and tariffs. Moscow, which has set out its own terms for peace in Ukraine, has shown no sign that it will comply with President Trump's deadline. Medvedev on Monday accused Trump of engaging in a game of ultimatums and reminded him that Russia possessed Soviet-era nuclear strike capabilities of last resort after Trump told Medvedev to watch his words. Medvedev has emerged as one of the Kremlin's most outspoken officials since Russia sent tens of thousands of troops in.
It's just wild. This is fucking insane. Isolationist Donald Trump sending nuclear subs off the coast of Russia. That doesn't seem escalatory at all.
I don't want reality.
Let's keep talking about this horrifying situation that we are currently living through. Jesus Christ.
And some breaking news coming into our newsroom at this hour. President Trump has announced that the U.S. will be moving 2 nuclear submarines in light of remarks made by former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. Trump and Medvedev have traded jabs in recent days after the president shortened the deadline for Russia to make a ceasefire with Ukraine. For more on this, I want to bring in senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez. And Louis, what are these submarines actually going to be doing here?
That is a really good question, Alex, and actually triggers a whole lot of other questions. Number one, were these already submarines that were deployed to the area as part of the regular deployment of the U.S. submarine force around the world? What kinds of submarines are we talking about? If it's an attack submarine, that means this is a submarine that engages only other submarines. Is it a ballistic missile submarine? It's what's nicknamed as a boomer, something that carries a nuclear-tipped ballistic missile that could carry an intercontinental ballistic missile, what's known as an ICBM. Is it a hunter submarine? These are all different questions that are being raised by this very vague social media post by President Trump. And so one of the things that we have to remember is that this is what submarine forces do. They are constantly around the world on classified missions, and it is very rare to actually disclose that a submarine mission is underway or kind of...
Yeah, that is the weird part, is that this wasn't at all classified. Donald Trump tweeted the shit out on Truth Social, or did he truth it out on Tweet Social? Whatever it is. He made it very well known on his own personal social media platform that they were sending these subs out for this particular reason. If you ask me, it seems incredibly escalatory. I know I was pretending like it wasn't, but it clearly is, and it's incredibly troubling, if you ask me. All right, let's see what Vladimir Putin himself had to say about peace talks. Here's the Associated Press from 8 hours ago. As for any disappointments from anyone, all disappointments arise from excessive expectations. Ah, okay. This is a well-known general rule. Really? It's necessary to conduct through talks to reach a peaceful settlement. Dude. That is fucking insane. That is idiotic. I mean, Vladimir Putin saying that the only way to have peace is through successful talks, even though he has refused to send any high-level officials to any of the talks that have been proposed over the last 6 months. It's fucking ridiculous. It's gaslighting. It's nonsense. But I found it even more fascinating that he would suggest that somehow the only reason anybody is disappointed by the talks is because of an age-old adage. It's excessive expectations that lead to disappointment. Not just genuinely unproductive garbage. There's no way for that to be disappointing. It's just because you had too high expectations. You wanted not unproductive garbage. And that was excessive. Don't you see? Enjoy your garbage. Alright, let's go here. Associated Press from 6 hours ago. Final one on this story. We still got a hell of a lot to talk about today. Palestine. Asia. We didn't even talk about the Thailand-Cambodia situation this week, which we gotta get to. Trade deals in Asia, India, South Korea, Japan. Although we can't call them trade deals, so just new tariffs. New tariffs across Asia. All right, let's go here. Associated Press. Donald Trump, what do you got to say?
Where are being deployed the nuclear submarines?
Huh?
Where are being deployed nuclear submarines.
Oh yeah, well we had to do that.
Had to do it.
We just have to be careful. And a threat was made and we didn't think it was appropriate, so I have to be very careful. So I do that on the basis of safety for our people. A threat was made by a former president of Russia, and we're going to protect our people.
What did Medvedev say to you that made you really mad?
Well, you just have to read what he said. He was talking about nuclear. When you talk about nuclear, we have to be prepared. And we're talking.
He used the N-word, which means we've got to send those subs out into the Pacific. Totally normal. Okay. All right, we're going to move on from the Russia-Ukraine and now Russia-US situation, which is great. I love the fact that it's already escalated to the point where the United States and Russia are making nuclear threats against each other. That seems like a good place to be. Let's move on to talk about the genocide. The podcast genocide. Or the pro-genocide podcasters. The idiots over at the Nelk Boys podcast. Something that I've been trying to talk about for a while. We just haven't really done. So, we tried to do a stream of this and it did not work. Remember that? That was bad. That made me sad. Let's go here. We already watched part of that live, so we're not going to watch the actual episode where they had on Benjamin Netanyahu. We're just going to watch Hassan and Adam Friedland sort of torch the Nelk Boys over their horrible decision-making processes that led them to having Benjamin Netanyahu on their fucking podcast. Let's go here.
All right, so you guys interviewed the Adolf Hitler incarnate, Benjamin Netanyahu, and now everybody's yelling at you guys, I assume, right? Is that what's going on?
Yes, we're getting definitely some yells.
Yeah. Okay, so first and foremost, who the set that up? Was it Miriam Adelson?
Well, we actually toured the White House right before, and he was in D.C. So it's kind of like a
someone must have. Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't like, I love the Nelk Boys.
Nelk
I'm a
Boys
big
are my
consumer
favorite.
of Happy Dad, and then was like, let's do this.
Well, we've had Trump on a few times. Some of the communications team at the White House hit us up, connected us with their communications team, and presented us the opportunity to do it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And you guys were like, let's do it. Sounds great.
I mean, yeah, I can say it again. I've said it a few times, but I can't speak to podcasting as a whole. And, other podcasters, they'll have people on with just people they've had good relationships with, or their friends, or people they agree with. But with the Full Sun podcast, hate it or love it, right or wrong, if we ever get the opportunity to have a controversial guest on, we're never going to turn it down. Because in my opinion, what we want to do with the Full Sun podcast on is we're not afraid to have controversial people on. We're going to ask them questions. Sure, we're probably not the best at asking questions. We're not the best journalists. Never claimed to be, so we might not be the best at pressing them. But in my opinion, it's up to the viewer to form their own educated opinion. Like, we have someone controversial on, we ask them questions. I think people give us a little too much credit when they say, oh, you're platforming him, or like, I think, sure, we have a young audience, but they're not.
These guys are like leaning into the fact that they're bad journalists. I mean, I think they're going too far by even calling themselves journalists. They probably should have stuck to whatever it was they were doing before all of this, doing shots with the boys or something. But this is just, I mean, it's insane how far they're leaning in on it. They're like, look, we suck. All right, we suck at our jobs. And look, we're still gonna do stuff that is, to an audience of millions. We're still gonna put people in front of them without the capability of questioning them on any of it. We're just gonna let them sort of monologue about how great the bad things that they're doing are.
Stupid, and we don't think they're stupid whatsoever. And I think this podcast is a perfect example of that. If you go and read the comments, just because we have someone on, we're sitting beside someone, people aren't gonna be like, oh my god, Nelk's with them. Like, love this person. Like, yeah, wait, that's just not the way
I don't think
it works.
anybody
Our
loves.
audience
I
is
don't
a
think
lot
anybody loves
smarter.
Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't even think American presidents like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
But and I don't think you can listen. I don't think you can platform the prime minister of Israel. That's not my argument. I don't really give a shit about that.
But
My question is, do you feel like there is a culpability that you have? Because like, look, Donald Trump is a contentious figure, and obviously he's responsible for a metric ton of pain and violence as well, but so is every other American president. That's one thing. But Benjamin Netanyahu is like unique in the sense that he's also a foreign leader. So I guess the question is like, you know, because he's getting something out of this, right? He's getting something out of this where he gets to, I guess, like try and humanize himself.
That's the thing, Hassan, is we'll have anyone on. Like next episode, we're gonna have someone on with the complete opposite ideology that we've already been planning before this podcast came out.
Who are you guys having on?
I mean, I'd love to hear your suggestions. We have from different friends. You could DM us after if you don't want to say them live, but we're talking to a few different people and we want to choose the right person to kind of represent, you know, the opposite side.
Okay, but Benjamin Netanyahu isn't just like a podcaster. You know what I mean? Like he's literally the prime minister that is a war criminal by the International Criminal Court. He's like literally branded as a war criminal. And it's unique because like the International Criminal Court is a European institution and they've never actually criticized an American or anyone who's an American ally in the past. So it's like he's killed so many children that even the International Criminal Court was like, damn, this guy sucks. He's literally like interviewing Adolf Hitler.
I think if you watch it though too, I think yes. I mean, I think me and Steiny could have pressed him a little bit harder, but we did ask him, what is your response to when people say you're starving children in Gaza? Do you think October 7th?
Dude, this guy is such a fucking moron. Like, he asked Benjamin Netanyahu what he thought about people saying that he was starving kids and he basically like what's the word? He like usurps like the facts by doing this because he's incapable. He's like he seemingly was like unaware that these kids are being starved, right? Like he's so fucking stupid that he just literally didn't know. And he was like genuinely asking Benjamin Netanyahu about this, like for the first time, like that he was like actually thinking about any of this. And later on, it turned out that it's possible they were fed questions.
Have been prevented. Are you trying to implement regime change in Iran? Like Americans don't want another war with regime change. So we definitely did ask him some questions that I think people wanted to know.
Okay, what did he say? I mean, of course, he said
for starving children in Gaza, he said that they bring the food in and Hamas steals it and then sells it.
That's a lie. You know what I mean? Like that's so.
Right.
So here's the thing.
What's your opinion? Hassan, you got to remember, one side's gonna say one thing, and the other side's gonna say it's a lie.
I don't think you guys having a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu is the interesting point of contention here for me, at least. Like I mean, I think it's in and of itself, it's like worthy of scrutiny because it's like, you know, you guys, it's like interviewing Adolf Hitler. Like, would you interview Adolf Hitler during the Holocaust if you had the opportunity? Probably not, right? And we had less information on the Holocaust while it was happening than we do on this modern iteration of a genocide because we get to see it in real time because we have the internet.
Okay, so wait, what's your response to what he answered us? You didn't even talk.
These guys are so fucking stupid. They need to stop. I mean, they need to stop doing interviews with politicians and things like that. They genuinely just don't understand anything. That's what's so frustrating about them. They're a couple of very ignorant fucking idiots who have managed to create an audience of millions, but have not been able to cultivate any knowledge on any subjects. That is what I can tell. They don't seem to know anything about anything. Like, they don't spend any time researching shit. Okay? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they're millionaires. Like, they're already set up. Their audience doesn't expect them to be smart, I don't think. And they're just sort of winging it. And, you know, you throw into that somebody who's committing a genocide into the mix, and it's fucking ridiculous. Hassan basically lights these guys on fire for most of this. I'm just going to speed ahead to when Adam Friedland shows up for a little bit more of this. I don't want to get bogged down on this because this happened like a week ago. But might as well. Do a little bit more of this.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And now they're getting, yeah, they did.
What, guys, in the middle of a war?
It was a genocide.
Aaron!
Adam, it's a war leader. We have to do it.
No, you didn't. You didn't have to do it.
Lowest estimates are dead.
I love that old Steiny down here is like, we had to do it. It's like somebody was pointing a gun at him saying, you must have Benjamin Netanyahu on. That was not the case. They have free will. It's their podcast. You don't have to do anything, actually. You could just say, you know what, we're going to take the day off. We're going to take the day off. We're going to go hit, get some brews. Go on the, wherever, I don't know, the lake. I don't know where they live. Go out in the water. Go fishing. Fondle each other's balls. I don't know. So many options other than that.
We understand. We have empathy with everyone who's been affected by the war in general, but we are going to have a pro-Palestinian on next week. That's what we do here. We do not.
He's charged with as a war criminal by the ICC.
Illegal.
So you could have Slobodan Milosevic on.
We would have a lot of people. We would have anyone on.
They said they would have Adolf Hitler on.
No, we did not. We never said that. Hassan.
They were thinking about it.
Osama bin Laden on, but not Adolf Hitler.
Wait, okay.
We said it too long ago.
I'm catching up right now. Did you press him? Did you you dunked on him or something?
We asked him what was his response to starving children in Gaza. Could he have stopped October 7th? Is he looking to have regime change in Iran? And we told him that Americans don't want to see another regime change war in the Middle East. We told him
They asked him if he was starving children in Gaza, and he said no. It was Hamas starving children in Gaza. Adam.
Wait. Answer this. Hassan, did they glaze?
I don't know. I haven't seen the excerpts yet.
I haven't seen it either. I did editing the G Herbo interview. It's one of my finest moments.
They 100% glazed. Steiny, look at Steiny. He looks super uncomfortable right now. And then 4G Kevin over here looking sort of sullen, honestly. Real dichotomy here going on between these two. But, they absolutely 100% glazed. I watched the whole thing. It was pathetic. It made me sick. It genuinely made me sick. They sat there talking to Benjamin Netanyahu, listening to him recount his days in the IDF and all this other shit. In IDF intelligence operations. They were just literally sitting there just in rapture, listening to Benjamin Netanyahu just go on and on and on about all of this shit. They didn't push back on a single thing. The hardest hitting question they asked was whether or not Benjamin Netanyahu liked Burger King more than McDonald's.
Now you've ruined my day. What are you guys doing? Guys, can I get Aaron? I was hinting at this.
That's just what we do. That's just what we do.
It's just what we do, dude.
That's just what we do.
It's our thing, bro.
I think what we did is we had someone on right now.
But he watched Aaron.
Let me finish.
Four podcasts and
Adam. I think this is actually going to be a great.
Well, there we go. We don't need all of this. Honestly, I wish that Adam and Hassan had watched it before they went on with the Nelk Boys on this one. I think it would have been a much more interesting conversation, honestly. Because Hassan's coming from this place where he's like, I didn't watch this hour and a half long, glazing situation with Benjamin Netanyahu. And if he had, I think he would have had a lot more to say, honestly. But let's go here to Navara Media, who have a scoop about the truth surrounding this Netanyahu interview.
On Tuesday, we covered the frankly embarrassingly cozy interview of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, conducted by Manosphere YouTubers the Nelk Boys. Here's a clip to jog your memory.
Why do they say Israel's starving the people of Gaza?
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happens when we let them in?
This is ridiculous!
Hamas steals the food, takes the good chunk for itself, then sells at inflated prices. They jack up the prices, and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all. and then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit more killers into their terror machine. That's what happens.
Why are more Palestinians not siding with Israel against Hamas then?
Well, up to now they've been terrorized, but guess what's happened? Since we're beating Hamas, all of a sudden we see Palestinians rising. You have to see this to believe this, okay? And they say to Hamas, hey, you're not coming into my building. You know, you can't use my school or this hospital as your command post. We're not letting you. And they start fighting them. Now we have...
Like, honestly, like this entire interview was just Benjamin Netanyahu spitting out all of the most played out fucking Israeli propaganda that's been, disseminated in this situation, and the Nelk Boys had nothing for it. They had literally nothing to say in response to it because they just don't know. They are fucking ignorant. They have no idea what's happening in Israel and Gaza. I don't think they could even point out Israel or Gaza on a map.
Okay. Why shouldn't they have the freedom of choice to do that?
Now, obviously, our earlier interview with famine expert Alex Duval shows you how this claim that Israel is trying to get aid to Gaza, but it's just not getting to the people, is completely false. And also, when this war is over, Gazans should have freedom of movement to leave if they want, is an insane thing to say. Firstly, Palestinians in Gaza have made it abundantly clear that they don't want to leave. That's the whole point. And Netanyahu is trying to couch his desire to empty Palestine of Palestinians as freedom to move or freedom to, freedom of choice. But also, he's arguing that Hamas has been restricting the movement of Palestinians in Gaza. Long before October 7th, Gaza has been under blockade by Israel. It was frequently referred to as an open-air prison, and that's because Israel was besieging Gaza by land, sea, and air. They control everyone and everything that can enter and exit that strip, down to the number of calories of food, and that's before October 7th. Now, the questioning ranged from the stupid to the downright ridiculous, whether it's him saying, so why don't the Palestinians join the side of the Israelis? What do you why don't they join the side of the people that are committing a genocide against them? But then you have them asking Netanyahu, who, by the way, is wanted by the International Criminal Court for war crimes, whether he prefers Burger King or McDonald's. Now, after significant backlash from their own viewers, including losing 100,000 subscribers overnight, they went on Hassan Piker's show to defend their interview.
Would you be
100,000 subscribers overnight? That's a lot. That's a lot. So sad. So sad for them. Hold on, we don't need to hear what happened over here with Hassan.
Don't get us wrong, we're complete morons. That's the thing that you guys don't seem to get. So they frame it as, look, we're not so good, we're not so educated on it, we're not so good at asking follow-up questions. Well, it turns out that their questions weren't even their questions. Take a look at this.
So we walked in, and there was just 20 people in suits there.
Yeah.
The setup was already there, both flags, we couldn't touch anything or move anything.
And they don't give you any restrictions like don't ask this?
I'll be honest, they gave us a paper with questions to ask. But they also said they kind of, they gave us a script to ask, but we didn't really follow it. Yeah. We tried our very best to ask.
Well, there you go. 4G Kevin. Laying it all out. They were basically a couple of Israeli puppets that day. They walked out onto a pre-prepared set by Benjamin Netanyahu's team, given an entire list of questions, and then they proceeded to ask all of those questions. I mean, he's claiming that they didn't completely stick to the script. I think that's bullshit. I think that's a fucking lie. He's just trying to make himself look better because they're bleeding an audience, their massive audience right now. But if you listen to the whole thing like I did, there's almost no way that they didn't. They never had a follow-up. They never had a follow-up for anything. aside from Burger King and McDonald's. They had no capability of having a genuine discussion about this because they're completely ignorant of the fucking situation there. And it was pathetic. But it makes even more sense that they were reading from a script. It was actually something that I was thinking to myself when I watched it the first time. I was like, oh wow. So they did have a script. That makes perfect sense. Because I mean, these guys have no information on this. They don't understand it. They don't understand any of this. Of course they had a script. They didn't have the ability to ask and come up with any questions themselves. So that's where we wound up with that. Let's go here. Talk more about this ridiculous.
They're not, but Benjamin Netanyahu's not promoting a book,
Hassan.
dog. He's promoting a genocide.
Hassan.
OJ Simpson. We have entertainment.
Okay.
Shush. Here we go. The majority report.
I am only vaguely familiar with the Nelk Boys. Like I had never heard of them
until yesterday.
I know that Adam Friedland interviewed them. Is that released? Was that released? It was some time ago. I think he had mentioned.
Is that out? I'm not sure. I heard about that too.
They also had Trump on a bunch during the campaign.
See, I didn't know that, right? And I truly didn't know about them until yesterday. And this.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do this to you, everybody. We're only 20 seconds into this video. But what we are is right at the place where I always like to take a break. We are at 6 hours back talking about Israel. And Israel and Gaza, we've had a hell of a lot to talk about there. In the last week, it's been insane. The things that have been going on. So we'll be right back talking about all of this stuff after these brief space messages. Alrighty, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you can get the latest notifications for this stream. Otherwise, you might miss one of these sweet, sweet space casts. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. Memberships are a great way, of course, to show your space love. Not just for me and the show, but also for the community. If you gift memberships, not only do you help us in our goal of reaching 19 emotes, which we're getting closer and closer to, you can share the sweet, sweet gift of space love with your fellow space fams. But say YouTube donations aren't your vibes, that's fine too. We got Cash App and PayPal. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a galactic patron. Just a few dollars a month will get you access to a truly incredible spread of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, 10 cents a day could get you an avatar on one of our break screens, like the pool, or the bar, the lake, or the street. Not only will you get an avatar of your choosing, you also get shoutouts every stream, secret Discord channel, and the Discord server, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
Immediately, if not sooner.
right, Space Fams. I think you all know what that sound means. Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's right, the fourth half is coming in hot, so you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss the beginning of it. We left off talking about the Nelk Boys' fateful podcasting debacle with Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's go here to the Majority Report to discuss that a little bit more before we talk about all the other stuff that's been happening with Israel and Palestine in the last 4 or 5 days, I guess, maybe a little bit more. It's been a busy freaking week, okay, people? Busy week. It's just, honestly, it's nice that we actually are getting through streams right now without any technical difficulties, knock on wood. Finally can do some space news here today. Feels good. I mean, Earth news, whatever. All of the news. Alright, here we go. Majority Report to kick us off in the fourth half.
I am only vaguely familiar with the Nelk Boys. Like, I had never heard of them
until yesterday.
I know that Adam Friedland interviewed them. Is that released? Was that released? It was some time ago. I think he had mentioned.
Is that out? I'm not sure. I heard about that too.
They also had Trump on a bunch during the campaign.
See, I didn't know that, right? And I truly didn't know about them until yesterday. And this is just like self-scouting, like, you know. There's so many of these pockets of the right-wing media ecosystem that, like, I feel like I miss because it's just way too much to choose from, but they clearly have major influence.
Yeah, one of the other problems for Emma is she's not an 8th grade boy, so she's probably not getting a lot of recommendations from the Nelk Boys, the Full Send podcast or whatever it's called.
It's just way too much to choose from, but they clearly have major influence.
They're unfortunately they're Canadians, right?
Yes, they're both.
And they look like they're in their 20s, and I don't know where did they come from. It doesn't matter.
Both say they're 30 in the podcast, but they stutter, which gave me 32, 33 vibes.
Okay, so maybe they're in their early 30s.
Okay.
And they're brothers who somehow became big enough to, land a Trump interview. And, I'm, all you need is a microphone. But we've said this in other contexts. If you're going to interview people, you should do the slightest bit of homework. Do we have the intro? Where let's play the intro because this I found sort of fascinating. No, is this the?
Yeah.
Is this where they say why wouldn't we do this or?
Yeah, this is where they talk about how they couldn't pass it up or something.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So they not only interviewed Trump, but they interviewed Netanyahu yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
More fun. What I love about it is instead of just firing team.
Yeah, all the fucking crypto and betting ads that they have.
This is fucking nuts.
This is so crazy. We are so not qualified to do this. That's what's interesting about this. We're just not.
That's the interesting
We just should not be doing this.
Well, we're too far too gone.
Here we have the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. He's about to walk into the podcast right now. This is probably one of the most, if not the most controversial podcast we
for sure the most
have ever done.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe not the most controversial we'll ever do.
Maybe not,
but maybe though. I mean, this issue is just like, and by the way, I want to say too, I'm not claiming to be an expert on this issue or anything like that. I've kind of just probably like a lot of you guys that, you read stuff online. And I feel like on the internet now too, it's like, you don't even know what's real anymore. Like you read shit and it's like, you see a headline and it's like, is this true? Is this not true? So I see so much stuff about, what's going on in Israel and, Iran and Palestine. And to be honest, really don't know what is going on there. So it's going to be interesting to sit down with Prime Minister Netanyahu and kind of just
launder
ask some questions.
You know,
So
I too, just like Sam, found the beginning of this interview to be fucking fascinating. The way they frame all of this, we're like, we're not qualified to do this. The most interesting part of this is the fact that we literally don't know anything about this or how to do journalism. And I'm not even smart enough to be able to differentiate, according to Kevin, 4G Kevin over here. I'm not even smart enough to differentiate between the truth and and lies. What's fake news, real news? It's all the same to me, 4G Kevin. I can't tell the difference.
Mine and get educated. Probably going to be a lot of hate in the comments and stuff.
They're going to get educated. This is, I want you to just like remove the words Netanyahu, remove the word Israel, Palestine, and say like, you know what? We're not really qualified to do this, but we're going to try and mix up some fertilizer and some other chemicals and see what happens. Like, why not? You've got at least, I'm just going to give these guys the vague credit of being aware that it's possible. There have been tens of thousands of people killed, innocent civilians, in this environment.
Illegal.
You've got perhaps hundreds of thousands starving to death. If you would not go on your show and play around with, like, we can mix some chemicals together that might turn into, explosives. Oh, this could damage us, so maybe we shouldn't do it. Like, this is what they're doing. This is what, I mean, it's, and I don't know if they're just too dumb to realize this.
They're making a lot of money.
Or if it's just like, it's an opportunity. We have no business being here. But do you understand that this isn't just like a celebrity interview? That you are helping somebody who is like in the process of a genocide.
It is just astonishing. It's this death of meaning that, like, it is, or death of information and objectivity, and it's all about like somebody just coming on and getting to promote themselves, and that being some sort of substitute for actual information, like. Absorption.
It's just so irresponsible by them. And like, even if like, I don't even care about them being objective, because at least if they had a clear position on this, then the viewer could interpret it through that lens. But they're just out there like, we're just here to be educated. You are being educated. Like, if you're there really to be educated, you would bring on some Palestinians to argue, or doctors who have been to Gaza, or people who had firsthand accounts. So you're not there to be educated.
But
you're there
They're there for controversy.
Propaganda.
Well, my point was just that it's people sharing their like kind of subjective reality and just being like, who knows? I mean, what do you know? You could believe anything on the internet these days, and that's just what it feels like so much of, the streaming culture is.
This is them talking about the starvation.
Why do they say Israel's like starving the people of Gaza?
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happens when we let them in? Hamas steals the food, takes the good chunk for itself, then they jack up the prices, and then they sell the food.
By the way, this is a repost from the Full Send podcast. They put subtitles on this, and then they reposted this shit. It's fucking insane. I just can't watch it again. I've seen it too many times already. It pisses me off so much. These guys are disgusting. I wonder how much they made off of that fucking short. $10,000.
Completely nonsensical. It's completely nonsensical.
Also, that smirk while he's saying it.
Yeah, it's like, I can't
Seriously,
believe these
I
guys
can't
are actually
believe
part
I'm
of this.
getting away
Right.
with this right now.
I mean, and we know that he's now trying to make inroads into the podcast sphere. I've cited this before, but this Jewish Insider article that came out over 2 months ago, 3 months ago, showing that Netanyahu, in his meeting to the United States at that time, met with Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, Sean Spicer, Bethany Mandel, David J. Harris Jr., influencer Jessica Krause, the Federalist editor-in-chief, and Tim Pool was asking him questions essentially and didn't necessarily want that out there. How many other influencers is the Israeli government speaking with right now? We know that Russia...
How many influencers are left after that
sent
list?
millions of dollars to two of the people named in that article to promote a narrative that was pro-Russia and anti-Ukraine. Why wouldn't the Israeli government see very similar opportunities with some of these podcasters?
I would be curious if there was a transaction and payment involved. Here is them reacting to Kit comments after.
It's a good point. Someone said having Netanyahu on is like having modern day Hitler.
No, I saw that.
Which is, honestly, guys, I'll be honest. I'm here to.
I'm here. The dude, these guys are so incompetent. It's insane.
We're here to fucking learn, to be honest, guys.
These are two incompetent, ignorant idiots who are audience captured. So they can, the only way that they can continue making millions of dollars a year is to not lose their entire audience. Oh my God.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's great.
Hello, boys. I'm here to teach you.
Why is the relationship inverted?
Yeah.
Why is the chat audience teaching
Right.
the...
Why are the Nelk Boys podcast chat audience comment sections teaching them things that they don't already know about this? It's very basic at this point. It's all these facts are very clear, very recent things.
Podcasters about what...
Is that because it's not like they were talking about the Nakba or 1967? They were just talking about what's happened in the last 2 years. And they're a couple of 30-year-old men.
Is acceptable. That's what is just that this is ruining people's brains.
It's like, I really do think that if you think it's a good point that we had Hitler on, and then the response is, but we're just learning. I don't know. That seems like pretty high stakes stuff. There's another way you could learn. Read a couple books. Maybe take a class.
But Sam, then you don't get talked about and get a whole bunch of attention, because in the back of their mind through all of this, they are happy that they dug into this controversy because it gets their name out there.
Of course.
The algorithm.
Yep, Matt is right.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Matt is right. Okay. Seemed like the perfect time for the Matt Hitler impression. Okay, we're going to move on from the Nelk Boys, this whole debacle. Talk about what's been happening over the last week. And there's been a hell of a lot. Over last weekend, we should have talked about this on Sunday Fun Day, but since we weren't able to finish the Sunday stream due to technological issues, we're going all the way back to last weekend to recap what the fuck has happened here in the last 7 days. Starting with, I think this was Saturday or Sunday of last week. Emmanuel Macron, Prime Minister of France, declared that France will be recognizing a Palestinian state. Here's Al Jazeera.
The setback in ceasefire negotiations prompted hundreds of Israeli protesters to gather on the streets of Tel Aviv. They're calling on the government to end its war in Gaza and to immediately strike a deal with Hamas to release the remaining captives.
Immediately, if
Many
not
say
sooner.
they are concerned about the conditions in which they are being held.
First of all, I am here to ask for the hostages to come back home. Gaza is not their place. Their place is nearby their families. This is the first thing. The second thing is to finish the war, because the hostages will not come back home until the war will be finished. And the third thing, but very important, is to finish, to send this government home, because we cannot stand anymore. They are destroying the country.
French President Emmanuel Macron says his country will recognize a Palestinian state, the first by a major Western power. Macron said he will make the announcement at the United Nations General Assembly next September. 4 other European countries, including Norway, Spain, Ireland, and Slovenia, recognize a Palestinian state. All right, let's cross now live to...
There we go. France, following footsteps of a number of other European nations, declaring that they will recognize a Palestinian state. And France was not the only one to do this, but it happened intermittently throughout the week. And we're going to go chronologically here. So let's go here. I found this to be one of the most fascinating videos of the week. Particularly just like the question that is being posed in this next video. This is from CNN from last Sunday. Okay, I just want to get that in your brain right now. This is from, actually this was from Saturday. This is from Saturday. And I just want you to pay attention to the title. I don't really care. We're going to watch this later, actually, for reasons that I'll get into in a second. I mean, they basically, but like before we get to that, like I just want you to think about this. This is from CNN 7 days ago. Why is the U.S. silent about the starvation in Gaza? This is from CNN. One more time. CNN is asking why the U.S. is silent about the starvation in Gaza. Come on! Here, try it one more time. Why is the U.S. silent about the starvation in Gaza? Here's an idea. Maybe it's because CNN has not spent enough time talking about it. Maybe it's because, you know, sort of liberal centers, like neoliberal fucking mainstream outlets like CNN have been laundering all of Israel's fucking talking points for them and have really not spent nearly enough time talking about the impacts of what's happening on the ground in Gaza. Maybe, just an idea. If CNN spent more time talking about the starvation in Gaza, the U.S. wouldn't be as silent. I don't know. Just throwing these things out there. Quickly watch part of this, but then we're going to watch this again later because we'll get to it in a second.
I wonder if you feel like this moment, these images that are coming out about the humanitarian situation is in fact an inflection point.
Why did it take this long? I mean, in November of last year, the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu for the war crime of starvation 8 months ago, before Israel cut off all...
Okay, we're not going to watch this now. Kat Abu Ghazaleh, woman who is running for House of Representatives, was on this interview, on this roundtable, this Abby Phillips roundtable. You'd be shocked to find out that in the video titled "Why is the U.S. Silent About the Starvation of Gaza?" that CNN decided to clip out the one Palestinian person in the room, Kat Abu Ghazaleh, and then post that video to YouTube. Just think about that for a second. While CNN is asking us the question why the U.S. is silent on Gaza, they cut out all the things that Kat, a Palestinian woman, had to say about this situation. The paradoxical nature of that is not lost on me at all. In fact, it's infuriating to me. She reposted the full thing on her YouTube channel. Let's watch that instead. It's fucking disgusting. These people are just the worst.
Joining us at our table in the fifth seat is Peter Beinart, author of Being Jewish After the Destruction of Gaza. Peter, you have written about this, obviously. You've been critical of Israel's conduct in this war, but I wonder if you feel like this moment, these images that are coming out about the humanitarian situation is, in fact, an inflection point.
Why did it take this long?
I love how they don't even give an introduction to Kat. She's not a regular CNN contributor. They don't even introduce her. It's insane.
Situation is, in fact, an inflection point.
Why did it take this long? I mean, in November of last year, the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu for the war crime of starvation.
Illegal.
8 months ago, before Israel cut off all food, all water, all electricity into the Gaza Strip for 3 months. And to say the United States is silent, it's much, much worse than that. We are profoundly complicit and deeply responsible. It is our weapons that enforce this starvation. It is our diplomatic efforts that prevent international justice from being done. The blood is on our hands as Americans because it is our weapons that is responsible for those children starving to death.
No blood for the hands of Hamas?
Hamas has
Is
lots
there no
of...
blood
No,
on
no,
their
no.
hands?
Why don't you let me finish? How about that? Okay?
I'm just
Okay?
asking.
Yes,
You
of
blamed
course.
Israel and you blamed the U.S., but we haven't heard Hamas yet. I'm just
I
asking.
actually have one of my closest friends in college was blown up
just
by
asking.
Hamas. I have probably a lot more experience with suffering from Hamas, with all due respect, than you do. Let's say this. If we want to see who is more to blame.
Did you see Scott Jennings' face when he said that? When Peter said that, he like visibly gulps, and his face goes sullen. He's like, I've been fear-mongering about Hamas for so long, but no one's ever said that to me.
I'm just asking.
Yes,
you
of
blamed
course.
Israel and you blamed the U.S., but we haven't heard Hamas yet.
I actually have one of my closest friends in college was blown up by
asking.
Hamas. I have probably a lot more experience with suffering from Hamas, with all due respect, than you do. Let's say this. If we want to see who is more to blame for the starvation of children in Gaza, Hamas or Israel, let CNN in. Israel has not allowed Western journalists in since October 7th. Let them go in, let CNN go in and decide for themselves. How about that?
How about Hamas releases the hostages and gets a ceasefire?
And let me think. What do you think would happen if
Peter,
Hamas
Peter,
released
just give me
the
one
hostages?
second. Scott, let me ask you a question because Hamas is responsible for October 7th. Hamas is responsible for a lot of terrible things. But the question is, who can alleviate the starvation at this moment in Gaza? And does Israel have a responsibility to do much more than it is doing right now? And what do you say to that?
Well, my view is Hamas started the war. The suffering of the people in Gaza is their direct response.
It's everything that happens to Palestine is Hamas's fault. Such a reductive fucking garbage view from fucking Scott Jennings. Not that we should be shocked by this. But we're gonna move past this piece of shit. I want to see what Kat had to say. Oh, fucking hell. I hate when these chevrons do this. This is so annoying to me.
We are implementing the Trump plan. Gazans can only live on 12% of Gaza now, which is already one of the most overcrowded places on earth, because Israel is facilitating the Trump plan, moving the population into a tiny area, making life so hellish and so miserable that they hope that as many people who don't die will leave. That's official Israeli policy.
Release the hostages, create a ceasefire, end the war.
These fucking people. These fucking people are disgusting. They're like, look, if you want the war crimes to end, if you want the ethnic cleansing to end, if you want the forced starvation to end, then tell Hamas to release the hostages. It's the only thing they have. It's all they have. And it's such a fucking weak, flimsy argument. Nothing justifies war crimes. But these people, these fucking sick psychopaths, have no problem trying to justify something that's unjustifiable according to fucking international law.
What is normal here, though?
Look,
Donald Trump just
listen, one kazam here in New York, I can tell you what the people of New York would do. They get kazams every day in those little towns.
Gaza was under Israeli occupation has been on Israeli occupation since 1967. You know, most of the people in Gaza are not from Gaza. They're from families of refugees that were expelled from Israel in 1948. That's where they're there in the first place.
Let me let Kat have a word in. Go ahead.
I am from one of those families. My father's parents were Nakba survivors. I do not want Israeli children to live in fear, and I don't want Gazan children to starve to death. And there is no enemy of either state that could want me to wish that or excuse the starvation of children. It is that simple. Food is being blocked. It is being blocked. This is a man-made humanitarian disaster. It could stop at any point. We could be putting pressure on this.
Kat, they launch missiles from hospitals. They launch missiles from preschools.
Okay, there is
this is
nothing.
who Hamas is.
There is nothing.
Hold on a
no
second.
agency that could excuse this.
Let me ask you to respond exactly to what she said. What is the rationale for blocking food?
I don't believe
Period.
food is big. There's 950 trucks sitting there with food rotting right now that the UN won't destroy.
I love that CNN doesn't want the Palestinian woman to talk, and then they edited her out of the fucking video. Like, they tried to shut her up in person when they couldn't completely do that. They just edited her out. It's disgusting. It's a fucking shame.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Why is the UN in cahoots with Hamas? I don't understand.
What are you?
I don't understand.
Scott, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
There's 950 trucks
Scott,
with
I'm not
food
sure what
sitting
you're referring
at this
to.
moment.
Israel and the United States have put together a program to distribute food.
Yes.
Because they don't want the UN to be a part of it. They want to do it themselves. But that program is what everyone is saying is failing. In fact,
not everyone.
In fact,
the starving children are.
There is a statement here from 100 human rights groups that says, as the Israeli government's siege starves the people of Gaza, aid workers are now joining the same food lines, risking being shot to feed their families. With supply now totally depleted, humanitarian organizations, they're witnessing their own colleagues and partners waste away before their eyes. The government of Israel's restrictions, delays, and fragmentation under its total siege have created chaos, starvation, and death.
Okay, hold on. I think that she's in here one more time. I can't remember. I think they let her talk for like another 30 seconds. It just disgusts me. It disgusts me. The brazen sort of one-sidedness of this conversation. They brought on a Palestinian woman to talk, and instead of letting her talk, they just did everything they could to shut her the fuck up. Why even bring her on?
I don't think Donald Trump wants children in Gaza to starve.
Why did he just literally incinerate $800 million worth of emergency food? Why did he do that
I'm
then?
simply saying that the U.S. could do more to put pressure on Israel to allow the food in and to be distributed. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
I don't think
that
the
U.S. walking away from negotiations is just a negotiation tactic, because we got to be back on the
I
table.
was going to say, we are debating basic human dignity here.
I'd also will say
Abby,
that
shut the
obviously
fuck up. Jesus Christ, Abby just talks right over her. What a piece of shit. I really don't like Abby. I want to like her, I don't. Jesus Christ. That was pathetic. That was pathetic. That's not journalism. That is railroading is what that is. All right, let's go to this. BBC News 7 days ago. Former U.S. Green Beret says Israel has committed war crimes at these Gaza humanitarian food distribution sites.
Illegal.
There's a blizzard of condemnation tonight about the situation in Gaza. The head of the UN has said the starving of Palestinians is a moral crisis that challenges the global conscience. And Sir Keir Starmer has released a statement calling the images of starvation utterly horrifying. He says the UK will evacuate children from Gaza who are in urgent need of medical attention. Israel says it'll allow countries to airdrop aid in the coming days, but aid agencies say this won't be enough.
Yeah, we know that the fucking aid, the airdrops are a fucking ridiculous sham. Hold on. I just want to go to the interview. Where's the fucking interview? It's in here somewhere. Here it is.
This is not a battlefield, though it might look like one. It's a food distribution point in Gaza. Bullets are kicking up the sand as men wait to get food. It's one of 4 sites run by the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a joint Israeli-US scheme they say replaces the UN and keeps food away from Hamas. This video is of the foundation's armed American security guards opening fire. It was filmed by a US soldier who signed up for the operation in Gaza after he retired and left, he says, when he saw American colleagues and the IDF killing civilians. The soldier is Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, a Special Forces veteran of the US Army's Green Berets. He's in Washington. I spoke to him from a spot just near the Gaza border.
I witnessed the Israeli Defense Forces shooting at the crowds of Palestinians. I witnessed the Israeli Defense Forces firing a main gun tank round from the Merkava tank into a crowd of people, destroying a car of civilians that were simply driving away from the site. I witnessed mortar rounds being fired at the crowds of people to keep them controlled.
As a professional soldier with a very long career, what was your professional opinion of what was happening?
My professional opinion of how the sites were established was what I would describe as amateur. Inexperienced, untrained, no idea of how to conduct operations of this magnitude. That would be my most benign assessment. In my most frank assessment, I would say that they're criminal. In my entire career, have I never witnessed the level of brutality and use of indiscriminate and unnecessary force against a civilian population, an unarmed, starving population. I've never witnessed that in all of the places I've been deployed to war until I was in Gaza at the hands of the IDF and US contractors.
Based on the knowledge you have, do you think that you were a witness then to war crimes? I think you're saying that very emphatically.
Without question, I witnessed war crimes. I witnessed war crimes being held by the Israeli Defense Forces, without a doubt, using artillery rounds, mortar rounds, firing tank rounds into unarmed civilians is a war crime.
People can resist hunger for a long time, but in the end their strength ebbs away and deaths can rise exponentially, and that is what seems to be happening now in...
Just disgusting. Just terrible. We've been talking about this for over a month now. Those atrocities happening at these Gaza humanitarian farce aid sites have really just been killing sites. Ones which the United States are 100% complicit in. Can pretend they're not, but, you know, just because they're contractors does not make them part of the United States. Does not separate them from the United States. I mean, sorry. Sometimes my words aren't so good. Okay. Now, shortly after this interview went out, and as I mean, the entire world was talking about the starvation going on in Palestine. Days later. This would be like 2 days after Emmanuel Macron said that France would recognize Palestine. And after this Green Beret told his story on BBC, Israel said it's just going to open up the aid corridors. But we'll talk about just how open those aid corridors are at this point. But let's go here 5 days ago from the BBC. Whoops.
In the last hour, the Israeli military has announced a pause in fighting in 3 areas for humanitarian purposes. Now, this is the scene looking into Gaza from Israel. The IDF says starting today, Between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m. local time, there will be a pause in military activity in Al-Mawasi, Deir al-Balah and Gaza City every day until further notice. It is to allow the safe passage of United Nations and humanitarian aid organisation convoys. Now, Egyptian TV has shown these pictures of aid trucks lining up at the border before moving off, driving towards the Gaza Strip. The Israeli move, which includes opening so-called humanitarian corridors, comes after mounting international pressure and warnings of mass starvation of Palestinians in the territory. The Israeli military says its planes also dropped 7 packages of aid into Gaza earlier this morning, containing flour, sugar and canned food. The IDF released these pictures of that, but the aid agencies say the method is inefficient.
Yeah, it's inefficient. It's also not enough. I mean, these airplanes can only airdrop so much shit. They certainly can't carry as much as a truck. We've also seen instances of people being killed by falling parcels of aid. It's a very inefficient and idiotic way to deal with this right now. We just need all the trucks to go in. Have those borders, those aid corridors be opened up.
Dangerous and a distraction. Israeli troops have boarded a boat that was trying to bring aid to Gaza by sea. The pro-Palestinian Freedom Flotilla coalition said the vessel, Handala, was intercepted in international waters. Video footage showed activists on board with their hands up as soldiers took control before the feed cut out. Let's go live to our Middle East correspondent Amir Nader, who's in Jerusalem, and our Gaza correspondent Rushdie Abalouf, who joins us from Istanbul. Amir, if I can start with you, what do we know about this breaking news of these pauses in fighting in some areas of Gaza?
Well, the areas that they've announced are areas that the Israeli military has previously told Palestinians to go to, areas such as Al-Mawasi, which is a huge tent encampment home to thousands of Palestinians who've been displaced there throughout the war. So these are already supposed to be areas that are safer areas than elsewhere in Gaza, where the fighting is supposed to be happening at a higher intensity. I think the more significant element of this statement is the announcement around humanitarian convoys. Humanitarian agencies have said one of the issues that they face while trying to bring aid into the Gaza Strip is that their convoys are often attacked by the Israeli military, and then they struggle to get permissions to deliver that aid. When they do get it, it's unsafe for the civilians that crowd around it. We saw deadly incidents this weekend.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. It's just such a terrible, terrible fucking tragedy. Human-caused tragedy. So frustrating. You know what's not frustrating? Pitchfork's Dragon sending a sweet super chat to us here. Thank you, Pitchforks. Trump is building a giant ballroom to distract from the fact that he has plenty of ballroom. Well played. Well played, Pitchforks. Well played. Should I say the emojis too? What do you call that first one? Tiny hand, tiny hand. Mushroom emoji. Magnifying glass emoji. Magnifying glass emoji. Microscope emoji. Hard to find. Okay. Now, let's go here. A couple days later, Donald Trump said some things about the state of Gaza and the people in it while hanging out with Keir Starmer over in Scotland. Here's the AP from 3 days ago. 4 days ago.
Mr. President, Prime Minister Netanyahu said there's no starvation in Gaza. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't know. I mean, based on television, I would say not particularly, because those children look very hungry. But we're giving a lot of money and a lot of food, and other nations are now stepping up.
Mr. President, do you think Israel...
Here we go. Donald Trump, based on television. Those children are looking very hungry. I don't know about that Benjamin Netanyahu. He might not be watching the TV. I'm seeing a lot of very, very hungry kids in Gaza. We're sending a lot of money to help massacre children. It's helping. People are saying it's helping a lot. Okay. Here's CNN. Talk a little bit more about this situation.
President Trump, who just a few days ago called on the Israeli government to, quote, finish the job in Gaza, by which he meant, we believe, start the ceasefire. President Trump publicly splitting from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Netanyahu's handling of the rapidly worsening humanitarian crisis. Yesterday, at a Jerusalem conference with Trump faith advisor Paula White, Prime Minister Netanyahu said this.
There is no policy of starvation in Gaza, and there is no starvation in Gaza.
Needless to say, humanitarian groups in Gaza say that whether or not starvation is policy in Gaza, it is reality. And for the Prime Minister to deny the existence of this man-made hunger crisis was too much even for Netanyahu's #1 foreign ally, President Trump, to bear. Alongside English Prime Minister Keir Starmer this morning, President Trump was asked if he agreed with Netanyahu's comments.
I don't know. I mean, based on television, I would say not particularly, because those children look very hungry.
At an event about an hour later, President Trump then said this.
That's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved.
President Trump's comments come as international outrage swells, fueled by heart-wrenching images of starving children. Starvation has killed at least 14 Gazans over the past 24 hours, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. Israel's 10-hour-a-day pause in fighting in 3 parts of Gaza is meant, Israelis say, to enable more aid to be able to reach people, but the Israeli military manages the entry of all aid into Gaza and blames the United Nations for failing to collect and distribute the aid that reaches individuals within the territory.
Yes.
A source...
It's the terrible, terrible United Nations who doesn't want to give aid to the Palestinians. It's not us. Not us. We don't do this. We don't do this. Fucking ridiculous.
Earlier, they texted me these pictures from inside Gaza showing the complete breakdown of any semblance of order and the impossibility or near impossibility of the task facing aid workers as hundreds of thousands of people swarm the trucks. Now, some other nations, such as Jordan and the United Arab Emirates, are using airdrop to try and stem the spread of starvation. One man on the ground in Gaza tells CNN that this method only causes more violence. He decided not to rush to the aid. Take a listen.
This aid is disgraceful. We are not dogs to be made to run after aid. People fought over it. We'd rather die of hunger with dignity than die in humiliation and filth.
In just the last several hours, condemnations for Netanyahu's handling of this crisis are growing intense inside Israel and inside the American Jewish community. B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights group in Israel, became the first Israeli organization to accuse its own government of, quote, committing genocide against
illegal.
There we go. Even B'Tselem accusing Israel of genocide. Ay, ay, ay. Even Donald Trump can't deny that those fucking kids are starving. I think that says a lot. It says a hell of a lot.
That's too much, man!
Pitchfork Dragon with another sweet super chat. StreamLord, not tonight, but Sunday fun day. Can we revisit? Throw out the baby with the bathwater? But please. So good. Maybe we can. Maybe we can. Maybe we can do that. Okay, I'm going to move over to Democracy Now. Talk about the Israeli human rights groups that are accusing Israel of destroying Palestinian society in Gaza. I'm going to have to step away for a second. I got to hit the galactic head. The facilities, if you will. But I'll be right back. Don't worry. I'm not just going to leave you folks. But I will be leaving you in good hands for the moment.
I'm Amy Goodman. This is Democracy Now! Two leading Israeli human rights groups, B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights Israel, have accused Israel of genocide in Gaza. Yuli Novak, the executive director of B'Tselem, spoke in Jerusalem Monday.
The report we are publishing today is one we never imagined we would have to write. But in recent months, we have been witnessing a reality that has left us no choice but to acknowledge the truth. Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip.
We're joined right now by Sarit Michaeli, International Outreach Director for the Israeli group B'Tselem. Welcome back to Democracy Now! Explain your findings at this point.
Thank you, Amy. Yes, the report we issued yesterday essentially finds that Israel's policies in the Gaza Strip, their catastrophic consequences, together with statements by senior Israelis, together with the documentation of what these statements led to, points us to the unequivocal conclusion that Israel is taking a systematic, organized action to destroy Palestinian society in Gaza. And this is the textbook definition of genocide. The report also says that this action by Israel is a reflection of a genocidal regime, and therefore there is also a grave risk that, given certain circumstances, the genocide, Israel's actions, will spread to other areas where Palestinians live under Israel's control.
This isn't the first time B'Tselem has been the first Israeli group to speak out. In 2021, you called Israel an apartheid regime. Lay out your findings, what you document, what you call the clear intentional attack on civilians in order to destroy a group.
Yes, so first of all, we rely both on witness testimonies collected by our field researchers in Gaza who have been evacuated but continue to collect information and personal accounts from Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. But we also rely on credible information from many other sources. So this is the body of information. We then looked at what Israeli policymakers said, and we in fact provided a very long list of these statements. And essentially, there is there's nothing that has happened that wasn't stated openly by Israeli policymakers. The catastrophic, the horrific consequences of this that we list in our report, aside from the huge, massive killing of civilians, you discussed it earlier in the program, reaching up to at least 60,000 people, of them tens of thousands of women and children. There is also the mass starvation now, as a matter of policy by Israel, of 2 million Gazans. There is the destruction, the razing of entire cities. There is a destruction of everything that is necessary to maintain human life. This is what we see in Gaza, and none of it was a secret. It's been known for months, and I mean, this has been going on for 20
Yep, absolutely. International Outreach Director for B'Tselem, laying it out as it is. Everything that she just listed falls under the banner of genocide. The intentional destruction of civil society, forced starvation, ethnic cleansing, all of it. All of it adds up to one thing, and one thing only. Genocide. Where is my body? Where is my body? All I have is legs. What in the fuck is happening? Jesus Christ. Come on! There it is. There it is. Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. Just an empty chair. It's very creepy. Very creepy. Okay. Now, a few days ago, after France said that they would recognize a Palestinian state, the UK, Keir Starmer, said that they will also be recognizing a Palestinian state in September, 1 month from now. Unless Israel meets conditions, which is weird to me. I found this particular, what do you call it, addendum
7th of October,
to be strange as shit. But, hey, whatever you gotta do, Keir.
On the 7th of October 2023, Hamas perpetrated the worst massacre in Israel's history. Every day since then, the horror has continued. The hostages are still being held today. The Palestinian people have endured terrible suffering. Now, in Gaza, because of a catastrophic failure of aid, we see starving babies, children too weak to stand, images that will stay with us for a lifetime. The suffering must end. Yesterday I discussed this with President Trump, and we're mounting a major effort to get humanitarian supplies back in by air, and UK aid has been airdropped into Gaza today, and crucially, by land. We need to see at least 500 trucks entering Gaza every day.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Ultimately, the only way to bring this humanitarian crisis to an end is through a long-term settlement. So we are supporting the US, Egyptian and Qatari efforts to secure a vital ceasefire. That ceasefire must be sustainable, and it must lead to a wider peace plan, which we're developing with our international partners. This plan will deliver security and proper governance in Gaza and pave the way for negotiations on a two-state solution. Our goal remains a safe and secure Israel alongside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. But right now, that goal is under pressure like never before. I've always said that we will recognize a Palestinian state as a contribution to a proper peace process at the moment of maximum impact for the two-state solution.
Here we go. Keir Starmer speaking for a two-state solution. Something which would be very difficult to achieve in any real seriousness right now, but it's certainly at least a step in the right direction. I would love to know what should be done with the land borders, according to people that are claiming that we need a two-state solution here. I mean, right? Like, the West Bank is Swiss cheese, is not connected to Gaza. To create a Palestinian state, Israel would have to cede a whole bunch of territory, which I think they should, honestly, because they stole most of it. But yeah, there we go. France, the UK, both declaring that they would recognize a Palestinian state. Now let's go back to democracy now. They had on, what's this guy's name? We've seen this dude before. He is in charge of an aid organization I cannot think of the name of right now. Anyway, let's go here. Democracy Now! 3 days ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. On Sunday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu claimed there is no starvation in Gaza.
Israel is presented as though we are applying a campaign of starvation in Gaza. What a bold-faced lie. There is no policy of starvation in Gaza, and there is no starvation in Gaza.
Well, today, the world's leading hunger monitor issued a dire warning, saying, quote, the worst-case scenario of famine is currently playing out in the Gaza Strip.
It's fucking such an insane claim from Benjamin Netanyahu. It's so disturbing. This man who is doing a genocide is out here just bold-faced lying to everyone. Who even believes it aside from the Nelk Boys that nobody's starving in Gaza? It's insane. There's like just thousands and thousands of pictures at this point of all of the starving people. And then we're told they're not starving, they're just on a diet.
Quote. To talk more about the humanitarian catastrophe, we're joined by Jan Egeland, Secretary General of Norwegian Refugee Council, one of the largest independent aid organizations in Gaza. Jan, welcome back to Democracy Now! First respond to the Israeli Prime Minister saying there is no starvation in Gaza.
Well, he's in a minority of one in this world, really, well, maybe together with his right-wing extremists in his government, to claim that. He hasn't been in Gaza and seen the starving children. I've been there. I've seen them. So people from all nations all over the world, including from Norway, my own country, who have gone there. We have had a historic relationship since we were campaigning for the creation of the State of Israel. We see the truth. And I think it's important for the American public to really understand that when I say the fingerprints of the US policy and the other European countries that provide arms to Israel's campaign in Gaza is contributing to war crimes. And I think your illegal, historically important interview with the Lieutenant Colonel from the Green Berets Special Forces, who told everything that he saw, which is continued criminality on behalf of this so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It's important to know that this is funded by US government, by US taxpayers. It will not look good when history will judge this.
No, it will not, Jan. Thank you. Jesus Christ. But yeah, that guy is in charge of a real aid organization, unlike the Gaza Humanitarian Farcical Foundation, which is, like he said, just you know, it's taxpayer funded, you know, U.S. taxpayer funded war crimes. Not a real aid organization at all. Speaking of aid, let's go here. This is the Associated Press from 3 days ago, showing airdrops of aid into Gaza from Jordan and the United Arab Emirates. You can see this is Deir al-Balah. You can see like 10 or so of these parcels being dropped. Children screaming in the background. This is in Mawasi. Another 8 or 10 parcels dropped out of the back of that plane. Not a lot of aid. Certainly not 500 trucks worth of aid. It's something, but it's certainly not nearly enough. It does, honestly, to some degree, contribute to chaos rather than improving it. Let's go here. Speaking of that chaos, here's another Associated Press clip from 2 days ago. Palestinians risk their lives to retrieve airdropped aid from the sea. Bunch of starving people going swimming in the fucking Mediterranean. Right, okay. That's a good plan. And here's Adair al-Bala once again. You can see 2 individuals paddling this boat, standing up, and one man in the water. They dropped aid from the sky. The aid was thrown down. Half the people drowned in the sea, and the tea bag is all soaked. This is unusable. The flour bag was drenched with water. Either you open the crossings for us for aid to enter, or don't drop aid like that, as it's humiliating. This is humiliation, not aid. We got an empty can of soup. When I came to dry and fetch the aid, I nearly drowned. I only did that for my boy, as he made me swear to bring him something to eat. I threw myself in the ocean to death just to bring him something. Someone to be able to bring these 3 biscuit packets. Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking terrible. Alright, let's now go here to Forbes breaking news. From 3 days ago, State Department spokesperson pressed for number of trucks the Trump administration would like for Israel to allow into Gaza. Great question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Trucks that are getting into Gaza. Over the weekend, there was an uptick, I think over 100 trucks that got in on Sunday, but at times during this crisis, there have been upwards of 300 trucks delivering humanitarian aid into Gaza. What is the number of trucks that this administration wants to see Israel allow into Gaza on a daily basis?
Well, I won't discuss, of course, details with you or content of conversations or
Great.
a specific like that.
Oh, yeah.
What I do know is that there is this overarching work that we've done.
Jesus Christ, Tammy. Do you have anything to say, you dumb bitch?
Fucking bitch.
I hate Tammy. She is the worst. I really do despise her. She takes this sort of this very laissez-faire attitude about so much stuff, and then at the same time it's like, look at how great we're doing a great job. Okay, she's like, oh god, I hate her. Shouldn't use words like hate, but I really do. I do not like her whatsoever, that Tammy Bruce.
Make sure as much can get in as possible. At the same time, we do know that the UN had noted that they were not moving material in because of the violence. We know it's a war.
Because of the violence, because of the war zone. Oh, or is it because Israel has literally been blockading them from entering? Oh, Tammy. Jesus Christ, you are useless. You are a fucking useless person. I wish you would just go away. Would you go away already? Jesus Christ. I'll say this, though. I am glad that the State Department's finally holding press briefings more regularly. We had months and months during this administration where we weren't even getting these comments from the State Department. Not that the comments coming from the State Department are at all satisfactory, but it's nice to go back to the old, State Department press briefing room. But seriously, really, Tammy? All those answers were garbage. Trump. So there's the State Department saying, well, we're not going to tell you how many trucks should be getting in, but honestly, it's the UN's fault for not risking their lives and not, I don't know, blasting through the barricades guarded by armed guards. It's the UN. It's not the United States or Israel. Oh my God, it's just insane. We're just living in some sort of alternate reality right now. All right, let's go here. A third country this week said that they intended to recognize a Palestinian state. Another U.S. ally, Canada, 2 days ago said it intended to recognize a Palestinian state in September, just like the UK said.
Le Canada est parmi les premiers à défendre la paix et de la sécurité dans le monde. Nous avons le devoir de faire respecter
It is our duty to ensure that human rights are upheld abroad.
et de favoriser la paix et la sécurité.
We also have a duty to promote peace and safety in Canada and around the world.
Earlier this week, the Minister of Foreign Affairs represented Canada at the UN high-level conference on a two-state solution in New York. In recent days, I've spoken with our allies, including President Macron, Prime Minister Starmer, President von der Leyen. Also had a number of discussions with our ambassador to the United Nations, Bob Ray. International cooperation is essential to securing lasting peace and stability in the Middle East, and Canada will do its best to help lead that effort. Canada has long been committed to a two-state solution. An independent, viable, and sovereign Palestinian state living side by side with the state of Israel in peace and security. For decades, it was hoped that this outcome would be achieved as part of a peace process built around a negotiated settlement between the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority. Regrettably, this approach is no longer tenable. Prospects for a two-state solution have been steadily and gravely eroded, including by the pervasive threat of Hamas terrorism to Israel and its people, culminating in the heinous attack of October 7th, 2023, and the terrorist organization Hamas's long-standing violent rejection of Israel's right to exist and its rejection of a two-state solution. The accelerated settlement building across the West Bank and East Jerusalem, all the while settler violence against Palestinians has soared, has also undermined the process, as have actions such as the E1 settlement plan and this month's vote by the Knesset calling for the annexation of the West Bank, and the ongoing failure of the Israeli government to prevent the rapidly deteriorating humanitarian disaster in Gaza, with impeded access to food and other essential humanitarian supplies. The deepening suffering of civilians leaves no room for delay in coordinated international action to support peace, security, and the dignity of human life. Preserving a two-state solution means standing with all people who choose peace over violence or terrorism. And it means honoring their innate desire for peaceful coexistence of Israeli and Palestinians.
There we go. Canada also saying it would like to recognize a Palestinian state. Now, I just want to draw your attention to this map, because the only way for there to be a viable two-state solution, in my opinion, is to draw a map from the draw a new map, and you draw a line essentially from here, from the bottom of the West Bank over to the Gaza Strip in one direction or another. Somehow make it there, right? I don't care if it goes all the way straight down and meets this right-hand corner, this eastern corner down here. However you do it, you have to effectively. You have to connect these two things. You cannot have this piecemeal nature here. And honestly, the settlers can stay if they want. This is my opinion. Some people may disagree with me. Settlers can stay if they want to live under a Palestinian government. You know, where the crimes that they've been committing would face potential penalty under the law, I think that's great. Go ahead. That's what you're into. But otherwise, you're going to have to leave and go to Israel. But I think it really genuinely, this entire bottom portion of Israel needs to become Palestine, along with the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. There's no other way to do it. There just isn't. The volume is really low. Oh, son of a bitch. The volume is super low. When did that happen? When did I do? Oh, it was back. It was 2 videos back when I was reading subtitles talking about the people risking their lives for aid. That's my bad, everyone. That's my bad. Point is, I'll just wrap up what Mark Carney just said. Basically that Canada's going to recognize a Palestinian state in September, that they think that the only way for the fighting to end is for there to be a sovereign state of Palestine, among other things. The end of terrorist activities. But yeah, I don't know. Since we're talking about the 2-state solution all of a sudden this week, I would just like to point out, for an effective 2-state solution to exist, the maps need to be redrawn. It's just a fact. You could hear all the videos? Well, good for you, Frizzla. Some people couldn't, and it's my fault, and I made a big tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
It's my bad. That is my bad. I should be better. I'm doing my best. Okay, I am doing my best. Okay, let's go here to United States Senator from Vermont, one Bernard Sanders. As he attended to end U.S. military aid to Israel earlier this week, he brought to a vote on the Senate floor. Well, I'll let him talk. Here. Bernie.
Thanks for joining me. Tonight, I will be using the rules of the Senate to force a vote to immediately end the sale of certain offensive weapons to the extremist and racist Netanyahu government in Israel. Most people agree that Israel had the right to defend itself against the Hamas terrorist attack of October 7th, 2023, when 1,200 innocent Israelis were killed and hundreds were taken hostage. But in the last 21 months, Israel has not just gone to war against Hamas, it has gone to war against the entire Palestinian population in ways that are not only immoral, but in clear violation of international and U.S. law. In a territory of just over 2 million inhabitants, 60,000 people in Gaza have been killed and over 140,000 wounded since the beginning of this war. Some 60% of that total are women, children, and the elderly, including 14,000 kids. Incredibly, almost 10% of the population of Gaza has been killed or wounded. Further, the physical infrastructure of Gaza has been basically destroyed. More than 90% of the housing has been made uninhabitable. Water systems and wastewater plants are inoperable. Hundreds of schools have been bombed, the healthcare system almost completely wiped out, and there is no electricity. Many of the people in Gaza have been displaced time and time and time again, forced to move from one location to another with nothing more than the clothes on their backs. All of this amounts to one of the worst man-made humanitarian disasters in modern history. But if you can believe it, it gets even worse. This spring, for 11 weeks, Israel blocked all humanitarian aid from getting into Gaza. No food, no water, no medicine. Since then, in the last 2 months, due to international pressure, Israel has allowed a trickle of aid in, but nowhere near what is required. The result of these inhumane policies is that the people of Gaza are now experiencing mass malnutrition, and dozens of children have actually starved to death. The United States government in recent years has provided tens of billions in military aid to the Netanyahu government. In other words, our tax dollars and our weapons are actively supporting these atrocities. That cannot be allowed to continue.
No, it cannot, Bernie. No, it cannot. And Bernie did bring that to the floor of the Senate, and shock of shocks, the bill was shot down. I think it's a motion. I don't think it was technically a bill. It was a senatorial motion here. I think only like 20 people voted for it. It was disgusting.
On this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 73, and the motion is not agreed to.
U.S. taxpayers have spent many, many billions of dollars in support of the racist, extremist Netanyahu government. Enough is enough. Americans want this to end. They do not want to be complicit in an unfolding famine and daily civilian massacres.
Let's remember, the conflict between Israel and Hamas and the need for the military assistance for Israel is the fault of Hamas. They use the people
Hamas's
of Gaza
fault.
as human shields.
That makes sense.
And they steal the food that the people of Gaza need. It is despicable behavior.
For many of us who've devoted our congressional careers to supporting Israel and standing by them through difficult times, it is impossible to really explain or defend what is going on today. Gaza is starving and dying because of the policies of Bibi Netanyahu. It is time for us as a nation to say that our taxpayers are not going to support this effort.
Well, there you go. Real quick, I just want to pull up the list of people who voted for this. Just bring this up here.
Mr. President, I rise today.
Stop. No. Raphael.
In the wake of the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe.
Buddy, I need you to chill. Okay, there we go. Okay, here it is. Newsweek has the list. Let's see. Who had the testicular and or ovarian fortitude to vote for this thing? Where's the list? Okay. Angela Alsobrooks of Maryland, Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin, Lisa Blunt Rochester of Delaware, Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, as well as Dick Durbin of Illinois, Martin Heinrich of New Mexico, Maisie Hirono of Hawaii, Tim Kaine of Virginia, Andy Kim of New Jersey, Angus King, also of Maine, Amy Klobuchar, Ben Ray Lujan, Ed Markey, Jeff Merkley of Oregon, Chris Murphy of Connecticut, Patty Murray of Washington, Bernie Sanders, Brian Schatz of Hawaii, Jean Shaheen of New Hampshire, Tina Smith of Minnesota, Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, Raphael Warnock of Georgia, and Elizabeth Warren and Peter Welch. John Ossoff, Jack Reed, and Sheldon Whitehouse voted for an amendment to block the sale of rifles to Israel. That's such a pathetic move, in my opinion. I'm kind of grossed out by that. It's like, oh, the rifles? Yeah, you think that's going to solve it? Okay. Right.
Give me a joke.
Okay, let's hear what Raphael Warnock had to say here.
Mr. President, I rise today in the wake of the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe unfolding.
Sir, the Senate's in a quorum call.
I ask that it be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today in the wake of the ongoing humanitarian catastrophe unfolding before our eyes in Gaza. As we say in my church's preaching tradition, let me make it plain. It is wrong to starve children to death. It is wrong to starve people to death. Yet in this moment, we are witnessing a famine unfold among children and innocent men and women in Gaza, the world's largest open-air prison, a pit of human misery. Reports estimate 18,500 Palestinian children have been killed in the conflict. Over 20,000 children were treated for acute malnutrition between April and mid-July of this year. And at least 3,000 children were severely malnourished. In Gaza today, starvation is being weaponized. Famine isn't a forecast, but a fact, despite the denials of the Netanyahu government.
100%, Raphael. My man is right on. It's not good. It's bad. And it's factual. No matter what Israel has to say about this shit. All of the claims about what they're doing have actual evidence behind them, rather than just specious claims. It's actually well over 100,000. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing about that, right? I think that a lot of elected officials, lawmakers, try and stick to the official numbers. Of course, you know, around here and in many other sort of leftist podcast spaces, people have been talking about how that number is a severe underestimation. Emma Vigland's been saying it's like 200,000. And honestly, I think she might be right about that one. I mean, the Lancet did that report earlier. Was it this year or was it it might have been last year. Jesus Christ, whenever it happened. Suggested that it was well over 100,000 at that point. Yeah, it's terrible. But they're just going by the official Gaza Health Ministry numbers. I think they're just basically exercising caution, I guess. I mean, I get it. I get people's, what do you call it? Sort of difference with those claims, and I'm with you on that. But I think it, you know, at this point, I think it's semantics, essentially. Right? Like, it's, I mean, sure, is it quantifiably worse? Yes. But, I mean, how much worse can it be? How much worse can it be than genocide, I guess, is my question, right? Like the numbers are going to come out eventually. We'll get to that. And we can stick to the numbers that are official right now because it still is enough to claim that this is a fucking genocide. And, you know, that's really all that matters to me, is that we speak about this in at least the most specific language and are able to, you know, fight this in a legal sort of way, right? Because of course, with genocide comes, you know, ICJ stuff, right? And sure, I'm being probably overly optimistic that we'll ever see an Israeli war, you know, war criminal in you know, in The Hague. But I mean, shit. You know, Milosevic and Vucic and some other people, they've faced war crimes in the past. You know, Serbia, all these other things. And so, you know, it's possible. Just saying. It could happen. Just saying. It could happen. Alright. Let's go to this fucking terrible interview. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to get through this, because this one really pissed me off. Christine Amanpour on CNN had on two Israeli rights groups, representatives from two Israeli rights groups, right, to speak about the accusations of genocide, right? And holy fuck, was this maybe the worst interview ever? Like, the whole time she's like pushing back on the accusation of genocide, basically, and like interrupting them, and like, oh, this is the worst. All right, here's CNN. This is from this is like Thursday or Wednesday.
Amid the starvation crisis in Gaza and the 60,000 people killed there, former Prime Minister Ehud Barak now says Israel is becoming a global pariah. And he's even calling for, quote, massive non-violent civil disobedience until Netanyahu is ousted. And now, in separate reports released simultaneously this week, two leading human rights organizations, B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights Israel, say the government is committing genocide in Gaza. The Israeli government has issued furious denials. Let's now bring in B'Tselem's executive director, Yuli Novak, along with Guy Shalev, the CEO of Physicians for Human Rights Israel, who both join me from Tel Aviv. And it's important to say that this is the unprecedented. No other Israeli organization has taken this step, despite mounting use of this word and accusations of this crime against the current government. So let me ask you, Yuli Novak, first, because B'Tselem has been a leading human rights organization for decades in your country. Since you actually issued this report, what has the response been inside Israel and amongst the Jewish population worldwide?
So thank you, Christian. I'll just say that in our report, what we try to explain there is exactly the how of what we just heard with your previous guest. So how did we get to where we are? How does this Israeli system works? And what we try to write about and to investigate and to analyze is the policy behind it. And that goes also to your question about how Israelis and Israeli society react to it, because this is part and parcel of the fact that genocide is being committed now by this regime. No genocide in history happened without the support, either by taking part or supporting it from afar, or just turning a blind eye of the people, of the group of the perpetrators. And unfortunately, and it is heartbreaking for me as an Israeli, this is exactly what takes place now in Israel. You asked about the reaction to our reports. I would say that 99% of Israelis didn't hear about our report, because part of what the Israeli media is doing is completely deny Israeli public from knowing what's going on.
I don't
first
want
of all.
reality.
And then there is the overall sentiment and something that became almost normal, the incitement for genocide. So I think, again, it is devastating as an Israeli, but it's a really good example for how disconnected a people that conduct genocide can be from.
All right, there we go. That's all I can do this one. It's going to piss me off if I start listening to this whole thing. It's honestly one of the worst interviews I've heard on CNN in recent days. Really bad. Really, really fucking bad. Honestly, not a fan of Christiane Amanpour. She bothers me for some reason. I mean, for multiple reasons. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, how are we doing on time? Okay, damn, we're 7.5 hours in. Doing pretty good. We were reaching kind of towards the end. We got like 20 videos left to get through here. We'll probably take a break after we finish with the Middle East. Let's go here. To the Associated Press from yesterday, where families of hostages urged U.S. envoy Witkoff to secure a Gaza deal. He did show up in Israel a few days ago. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday.
Hostages who are still in Gaza feels, and I'm not trying to know what they feel. I just call the whole Israeli mothers to come stand with us every time they can. And I call President Trump and Witkoff and want to thank them for the deal they made and call them to come to Israel today and finish this nightmare we are going through, this nightmare of the families of the soldiers that are dead on every day. I lost my brother in the army. I know how it feels, and I don't want anyone else to feel the same.
Mr. Witkoff, you're landing now in Israel. Make this visit history. Make Prime Minister Netanyahu, make Hamas, make all the countries involved to sign this deal that will bring this war to an end.
Holla back, youngin'. Holla back. Sorry, I just... Every time I hear somebody say Hamas, like, Hamas, it kills me. I'm like, what the fuck? Okay. There we go. Families of Israeli hostages and protesters begging U.S. envoy to Israel, the Middle East, actually, Steve Witkoff, for to bring a deal, a peace deal. All right, now let's go here back to talking about the aid situation. Now, Israel said that they were opening up all the aid corridors, but weirdly, the United Nations is saying that they're not being allowed into Gaza. That's weird. Weird.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Is there a cheap way of trying to make Hamas sound more Arabic? I mean, it's more of a Hebraic sort of pronunciation, if I'm not mistaken.
Stay where you are and starve, or risk the deadly gauntlet collecting food and aid.
Excuse me, ma'am. Please hold. There we go. God damn it. Distracted.
Stay where you are and starve, or risk the deadly gauntlet collecting food and aid. These are the choices Palestinians trapped in Gaza face while fighting for their families' survival.
Everyone rushed at the trucks, most of the people were run over, and many others passed through and walked by the tank in order to eat and get flour for their children. The milk came in and people started fighting each other to take the milk, and the Israelis opened fire to take advantage of the situation.
Gaza's health officials say more people in the enclave have died as a direct result of malnutrition in around the last fortnight than over the...
This is fucking insane. This is fucking insane. Like 600 people dying in a week and a half. This is disgusting. And this is what the United States is 100% completely complicit in. Hamas means violent robbery in Hebrew. Is that true? I've never heard that one before. Huh. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't know a whole lot of Hebrew. Jesus Christ. That is fucked.
Previous 21 months of the conflict, adding that for Gazans to survive, humanitarian agencies have been calling on Israel to allow at least 62,000 metric tons of basic food per month to meet the needs of nearly 2 million people. But between March and June, Israel only allowed 56,000 tons.
I'm scared, but come on, a person needs to eat. What should I do? Be afraid or starve to death?
The UN warns aid entering the enclave by trucks or airdrops is not enough to prevent mass starvation in Gaza because long-standing restrictions has created unpredictable environments. Crowds often overwhelm trucks before they reach UN warehouses, and the chaos turns deadly due to crowds being crushed, shot at by Israeli military, or the trucks being robbed by armed looters who resell the supplies.
I went to Zikim to get flour, but I couldn't get in because the Israeli army was shooting at us. The trailer in the second delivery had baby formula. I have 3 children, and I want to donate one to others.
US Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff is visiting the controversial US and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation on Friday.
I hope that they will go into Gaza further than just where the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation sites are located, because 3 out of the 4 of those are in the very south. They're really in a no-go zone. I hope they get further into Gaza and see the desperate needs.
Oh, it's terrible what's occurring there, yeah. It's a terrible thing. People are very hungry. You know, the United States gave $60 million for food, and it's a shame because nobody, I don't see the results of it.
With aid dangerous to reach and many too weak to try, the result is a silent weapon of war, fueling one of the worst humanitarian crises. Christina Shimich, TRT World.
Jesus Christ. Well, supposedly the blockade's done, but the UN's still not getting in. And they're the ones who've been essentially administering all of the aid, or had been, at least, up until the full blockade. Organizations like UNRWA and other UN-backed aid organizations were effectively the entirety of the aid system. And now, they're not allowed in, still. Even though Israel's claiming that the UN just refuses to go deliver the aid, which is fucking ridiculous. Okay. Israeli-supported ISIS gangs were stealing food. I heard about that claim. But there's been so many things going on. I had no time to really look into it all that much. But it sounds about right. It sounds like something Israel will do. Certainly, I mean, that's why Hamas exists in the first place. Because Israel backed Hamas instead of the Palestinian Authority. It's right up their alley. It's the fucking Israeli playbook. Pit factions against each other to continue to cause chaos. Then use that chaos as justification for all of the horrifying things that they do. Okay, let's go here. Last story in the Middle East, before we go and take a break and then head to Asia in the final half. I just want to go to this. This is something I intended to talk about over the weekend. We never got to it, but let's go here. Let's go here to BBC News and talk about this fucking atrocity which occurred in Syria. This is from like 9 days ago.
Syrian government forces have been accused of carrying out a massacre at a hospital during sectarian clashes which erupted just over a week ago. Staff at the hospital in the southern city of Sueda have told the BBC that the forces were targeting members of the Druze community. They say scores of patients were killed inside the hospital. Some were thrown off the roof. The Syrian government has said it will investigate allegations of atrocities carried out by its forces. From Sueda, here is John Donnison, and his report contains graphic images from the start.
Outside the main hospital in Sueda city, the body bags look to be clear evidence of a mass killing. Rotting in the baking sun for almost a week, the first thing that hits you is the stench. The morgue, though, is full.
What happened at this hospital was clearly a massacre. Patients from the young to the old murdered in their beds. Now, everyone here says it was the Syrian government forces who did this, and they say They were targeting the Druze. At the hospital entrance, we spoke to a security guard who didn't want to show his face, and also to an English teacher.
There is a people, it's 85 years old. You know, they cannot walk. They kill them in the bed.
The patients?
Yes, the patients.
Who killed them?
The government.
I can say they are monsters. This is the best word I can say it. Monsters, yes, monsters. They are criminals. They bombed the city. If you came here 2 days ago, you will see dead bodies on both sides of the streets, even in the gardens, in the parks.
Earlier this week, a surgeon at the hospital said...
This is fucking disgusting. You know, remember a few months ago, where I was like, hey, maybe this will bring some sort of multi-ethnic, multicultural democracy and peace to Syria. We can end with the horrifying Ba'ath regimes. The Ba'ath Party certainly committed its fair share of atrocities. But this is not good. This is not, at this point, they need a new government already. Like 3-4 months in, they need a new government. It's fucking insane. Because this is just ridiculous. Government troops massacring people in a fucking hospital inside their own country? What a joke. What a fucking joke. Disgusting. Disgusting. Not that I'm advocating for literal regime change by outside forces, but there needs to... Oh god, there needs to be some real changes in Syria. Man, I remember it wasn't that long I was like fucking optimistic about that situation. I was like, hey, that al-Bashara guy is saying some good stuff. Like maybe we're gonna get a real maybe Syria's gonna have a real shot. Then that happened. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break and we'll be right back with news in Asia after these brief space messages. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, and hit the bell icon too so you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways available for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer, your donations go directly to funding the stream rather than funding YouTube's bottom line. But the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a Galactic Patron on Patreon. Just $3 a month gets you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So you make your decision how you want to show your support for the stream. Honestly, just a couple of bucks a month from space fams like you would keep this here galactic podcast going into the infinite future. Alright, chat. That's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Chat. I do believe that people here know what that sound means. It is time for us to get back to the stream. The fifth and final half of the Galactic Weekending Report. We're going to pick it back up in Asia, starting in India. We have a number of things to discuss. So you better get back in your seat, Space Fams, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Okay. Let's go here. BBC News from 3 days ago. India says it has killed militants who shot dead tourists in Kashmir. Whoops. Let's hit this first and that first. There we go. There we go.
Now, India has said its security forces have killed the 3 fighters who shot dead 26 civilians in Indian-administered Kashmir in April. The attack led to a military conflict between India and Pakistan. The BBC's South Asia correspondent Yugitha Limay is in Mumbai and explained what the Home Affairs Minister has said.
It happened on 22nd of April, and you're right, it sent shockwaves through the country, and that's because of the nature of the attack. Civilians who were holidaying in a scenic meadow in the Pahalgam town of Indian-administered Kashmir. It's one of the most popular tourist spots in the region. They were gunned down by 3 attackers. Through survivor accounts, we know that it was mostly men who were targeted and that some of them were asked their religion, and those who said that they were not Muslim were killed. After that, a search operation for these 3 attackers were launched in this thickly forested area. It's also mountainous terrain, so a difficult region with inclement weather. And it has taken Indian security forces months, but now the government, India's Home Affairs Minister Amit Shah, has claimed in Parliament today that Indian security forces have killed the 3 gunmen who were involved in that attack. He's also said that they have established that it was those 3 men through forensic.
So now, the second that I heard about this, I was like, oh great, here we go again. Ceasefire declared just a couple of months ago, and now the potential for more things to pop off between India and Pakistan. Now, in the last few days, since this report came out, I haven't seen anything, but I am honestly holding my breath on that one. I have been genuinely concerned about what this means. Now, let us go continue talking about India, but move on to talking about the tariff rate which U.S. consumers and businesses are going to have to pay for Indian goods. Here's the AP from 2 days ago.
India's had a market that's been pretty much closed to American products, and we've been wide open to theirs. And I think President Trump is frustrated with the progress we've made with India, but feels that a 25% tariff will address and remedy the situation in a way that's good for the American people. Well, I think that what's going to happen is that India is going to cut their prices to the U.S. That's what everybody else has been.
India, yes, Indian producers are just going to cut their prices. That is hilarious. And this guy immediately after, honestly, I don't know who this guy is. I know he's a new addition, a newer addition. What's his name? Kevin Hassett, National Economic Council Director. Claiming it's a fucking lie. The claim that somehow producers, other countries have been lowering their prices to avoid tariffs and avoid the increased cost of tariffs affecting their market share in the United States. There's literally zero evidence for that. In fact, all the evidence points to the exact opposite of that. This dude is just living in some fucking like fantasy world where all producers are just going to take a massive hit to sell in the United States. It's fucking idiotic, baby-brained. But that's the economic policy of the Trump administration. Idiotic baby brain nonsense. There we go. 25% tariffs going to be inflicted upon all Indian goods coming into the United States. Sounds terrible. We're talking about my tea habit? Yes, I drink a lot of tea. Okay, it's true. I like tea. It's caffeine, but without, like, drinking soda, which is definitely worse for me. So I drink a lot of tea. It's enjoyable. It's delicious, hydrating, and a little caffeinating. All good things. Alright, let's go here. This is also from 2 days ago. Donald Trump asked by a reporter whether or not he would be willing to continue negotiating with India as it relates to these tariffs.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, on the tariffs on India, are you still open to negotiate with India on the tariff front?
Well, we're talking to them now. We'll see what happens. Again, India was the highest or just about the highest tariff nation in the world, and one of the highest, 100 points, 150 points or percentages. So India was one of the highest in the world. They had won 175%.
What?
And higher than that. You know, there's another higher one is Canada.
Yeah, 200% tariffs in India on U.S. goods. Right. Donald Trump just making up more numbers. It sounds like he's actually pretty resolute in that tariffs. It doesn't seem like Donald Trump is at all interested in negotiating. He seems to think that he's, in the right. India is the one that needs to move, not the United States. Okay. Now let's just go a little east of India and talk about this conflict, which was raging literally for the last week or so, and we'd never got a chance to really talk about it. We talked about it very briefly, if I recall correctly. But if you didn't hear about it, Thailand and Cambodia went to war earlier this week. I know, that sounds crazy, but it's true. Let's go here to the Associated Press from 9 days ago.
Relations between Thailand and Cambodia are spiraling downwards as tension increases over disputed border areas. On Wednesday, Thailand expelled Cambodia's ambassador and recalled its own from Phnom Penh. In response, Cambodia is recalling all its diplomatic staff, leaving behind only a second charge d'affaires and requiring the Thais to do the same. Well, this follows an incident Wednesday in which a patrolling Thai soldier lost a leg and 4 other soldiers were hurt in a landmine blast in a border area claimed by both sides. Thailand has also now closed several frontier crossings and said it will consider further measures. Last week there was a similar incident in a different part of the border in which 3 Thai soldiers were injured. The Thais say the mines were newly laid and of a type they don't use. The armies called on Cambodia to take responsibility and called the incident a serious threat to peace and stability in the border region.
Yes, it is a serious threat to stability. This situation has escalated from there. We'll go through some of the videos here. This is from 8 days ago. Associated Press. Thailand and Cambodia exchange fire on the border, leaving at least 11 people dead.
Thai and Cambodian soldiers have fired at each other in multiple contested border areas after the nations downgraded their diplomatic relations in a rapidly escalating dispute. Video from Thai broadcaster TPBS showed people running from their homes and hiding in a concrete bunker Thursday morning amid explosions and gunfire. 3 civilians were injured in the exchanges of fire. Clashes were ongoing in multiple areas. Both Thailand and Cambodia accused each other of firing first. Earlier Thursday,
This is literally the worst timeline possible to be alive in. I thought all the wars were going to end when Donald Trump became president. It's weird. It's almost like more wars and more conflicts have happened since he became president. It's super weird. The anti-war president. Not ending any wars, it would seem. Just starting them. Just starting them. Like the one with Iran. I guess he didn't really start. He just engaged in that. I guess it depends on what you want to declare as being starting a war. Anyway, let's go here. This is Reuters from 7 days ago. Thailand and Cambodia.
Footage released by Thailand's...
Please shut up, ma'am. Thailand and Cambodia exchange heavy artillery as fighting expands for the 2nd day.
Footage released by Thailand's army on Friday is said to show drones dropping bombs on Cambodian military depots near the 2 countries' border. Thailand and Cambodia exchanged heavy artillery fire for a 2nd day on Friday, despite international calls for a ceasefire. At least 16 people have been killed and tens of thousands displaced in the escalating border battle. Both nations blame each other for starting the conflict, which started early on Thursday and quickly escalated from small arms fire to heavy shelling along a frontier disputed for over a century. Thailand accuses Cambodia of deliberately targeting civilians, while Cambodia alleges Thailand is using cluster munitions, a controversial and widely condemned ordinance. Thailand's acting prime minister said Cambodia had launched attacks on multiple fronts and that Thailand was defending its territory. Before dawn on Friday, fighting re-erupted in 12 locations, up from 6 on Thursday, according to Thailand's military. Meanwhile, over 130,000 people have been evacuated from conflict areas in Thailand, where the death toll rose to 15 by early Friday, including 14 civilians, according to the health ministry. Cambodia's national...
Yeah. Now, one thing I just want to tell everybody about this, in case you're not aware. This border dispute goes back over 100 years, okay? I mean, I guess it depends on where you want to start it. But really, France was occupying Cambodia at one point, as well as some of the other areas in the region, in the late 19th, early 20th century. And as a result of like a treaty which they did with Thailand back in like 1900 or something like that, they drew up a border, but eventually that border became a serious contention as the way that it was drawn was very awkward and left a temple on one in a place that was very much disputed. Like it was, if I'm not mistaken, because I sometimes get this mixed up, if I recall correctly, this church, by any reasonable metric, was in Cambodia, but the way that the border was drawn, it was technically left in Thailand. And then it went to, I think it got escalated to the ICJ at one point. ICJ ruled in favor of Cambodia, but this all stems from colonialism of the early 20th, like late 19th, early 20th century, essentially. Just an important historical context I think we should keep in mind as we talk about this. Let's go here now. This was from 5 days ago. France 24 English, the Thai-Cambodian border conflict. 200,000 people displaced.
That's too much, man!
After a third day of relentless artillery fire between Cambodia and Thailand, hundreds here on the Cambodian side of the border are living in makeshift tents. They survive on rations, waiting to return home.
I've been sleeping here for 2 nights already. I miss my chickens, ducks and dogs, so this morning I tried to go back home, but I couldn't get there. The fighting is still intense.
Over 168,000 people living near the conflict zone have been displaced. On the Thai side of the border, some fleeing the violence took refuge in this temple.
Civilians, people along the border are suffering. Life is difficult. I hope the government and authorities can work on negotiations to end the fighting as soon as possible, so I can leave this evacuation center soon, go back home, and go back to work.
Heavy fighting between Thailand and Cambodia has not stopped since an exchange of fire Thursday near contested ancient temple sites. Both sides claim that the other shot first. U.S. President Donald Trump said he had spoken to the leaders of both countries. He said he was working to bring an end to the conflict.
No video. Aw, son of a bitch. That's my bad. I didn't even notice. That was Bush League.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, everyone. Let's stay on this. I'm not going to rewatch that video. Just remember that nearly 250,000 people were displaced during this fighting in recent days. Let's go here. 5 days ago. France 24 English once again.
Fighting between Thailand and Cambodia is into its 4th day, despite an intervention by US President Donald Trump. He said both sides had agreed to meet immediately to work out a ceasefire, but artillery erupted once more on Sunday morning near 2 ancient temples on the border. So far, 33 people are confirmed to have been killed and more than 200,000 displaced. Tommy Walker is on the ground for us in Surin in Thailand. Tommy, what's going on where you are?
I'm at Surin Hospital, where there are a few people who have been injured by these attacks, this conflict, actually staying and getting treatment. It's the 4th day of this conflict, as mentioned. There was attacks this morning in Surin, outside in the rural areas. Thailand reports that as early as 4 a.m., Cambodia were firing weaponry and attacks into the area. So the conflict's ongoing, and people are still being treated in the hospital. We're still waiting to see about that potential ceasefire. Suspended Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra is actually due at this hospital in the next hour or so. So hopefully we'll get word on when Thailand and Cambodia plan to meet. But for now, everyone, again, is still sort of waiting to see what the next developments are.
I don't know if you've spoken to people there about this supposed ceasefire discussions touted by Trump. What do people make of it?
I mean, you know, Trump, this sort of news broke out yesterday evening here. So people, I think, are really just more concerned about on-the-ground situation. When you speak to people at these evacuation centres, they're not really thinking about the
Yeah, people are just worried about, saving themselves and their families, not what Donald Trump is saying across the fucking world. But Donald Trump did say some stuff about this, and perhaps shocking no one, he threatened to scuttle trade deals with Thailand and Cambodia, basically threatening them with tariffs. Once again, Donald Trump's only solution for foreign policy is tariffs. And I guess hotels. Let's quickly go over that one. Actually, I got that one up here. Oh my god, this is Donald Trump's only play is tariffs.
Let's head to the border between Thailand and Cambodia, where there appears to be an off-ramp to a deepening conflict for the past 4 days. While playing rounds of golf in Turnberry, President Trump has been updating his social media about the ongoing conflict, said he's been speaking to the Thai acting Prime Minister and the Cambodian leader, and says he's told him to quickly work out a ceasefire and end the long-standing territorial dispute, one that's seen more than 100,000 people displaced, one that's seen more than 30 people killed. His leverage is...
This looks like some fucking Gaza shit. Except it's in a much more, forested region than Gaza. But holy shit. More tent camps. More fucking tent camps. By next year, this time, everyone on the planet's going to be living in a tent camp. I swear to God. The arc of tent camps right now, not great. Seems to be everywhere.
People displaced, one that's seen more than 30 people killed. His leverage is trade tariffs, which stands at more than 30% for both countries, with both countries also having been highly dependent on US export for years. We're hearing from Thailand and Cambodia in statements issued to state media thanking President Trump and saying that both countries will attend peace talks in Malaysia tomorrow. Well, to the border.
Yep, and they did do those peace talks, and actually, shockingly, an agreement was reached. Let's go here to Al Jazeera. Yeah, Al Jazeera English. This is from 4 days ago now. This would have been, I guess, Wednesday or Tuesday. Thailand and Cambodia reach ceasefire agreement.
Thailand and Cambodia have agreed on a ceasefire following days of deadly cross-border fighting. The truce is now in place and appears to be holding. There's been an international diplomatic push to stop the violence, which lasted 5 days. Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim proposed ceasefire talks soon after the border dispute began. Tony Cheng reports from Surin province along the Thai-Cambodian border.
It's the morning after the ceasefire was announced, and there's a great feeling of relief here at one of the main evacuation centres in Surin. There are about 3,000 people who've come from the border areas in the last 5 days who've been staying here. Yesterday, when the announcement came, people were very happy. And we can see this morning that all of the pressure that had been building up over the last 5 days has dissipated. The conditions here aren't bad. They've got lots of food, some entertainment for the kids. The local government has been organising activities, but conditions are pretty basic. Some people are moving around slowly today, others are catching up on sleep. but I think they're all hoping they're going to be going home eventually. But with that optimism, there is a note of caution too. People here know how fluid the situation is on the border.
I'm happy and I'm not scared. However, I pray that the situation won't be the same again if I go back. I want to go home, but I don't know how long the ceasefire will last.
I'm happy, but I'm scared that the ceasefire might not be real. I'm scared that if I go back, I will have to flee again.
The numbers are thinning a little bit. Some people have already headed home. Most are staying until the official government all clear, which we think will come later today. The Thai military made an announcement this morning that there had been a few clashes after the official ceasefire at midnight local time. But the Prime Minister has been on TV this morning and he said, in his opinion, the ceasefire is holding. We're expecting a meeting of regional military commanders from both Thailand and Cambodia a little later on this morning. That's the second part of the ceasefire process. I think at this stage, it looks as if the hundreds of thousands of people who've been moved away from the border on both sides are finally going to get a chance to go home. Tony.
Yep, and that ceasefire supposedly was holding, has been holding through the week. Now, one thing that gives me pause is the way that this next thing went down. This is from earlier today. Apparently, Thailand returned 2 wounded soldiers to Cambodia, but continued to hold on to 18 other soldiers. Which leads me to believe that this thing isn't necessarily fully done, I guess you might say. It feels sort of still in flux. Here you can see there's a guy on a gurney getting put onto an ambulance. Well, there we go. A small prisoner exchange between Thailand and Cambodia. Not a complete one. Leaving 12.5 other captured soldiers in Thailand. Which, like I said, it just leads me to believe that Thailand is still sort of not done with this right now. Okay, now let's go on from Thailand and Cambodia to China.
China! I have to have my China.
This one was honestly from Sunday Funday, but I figured I'd leave it in here. Apparently, some hot Chinese brands are coming to America.
So hot right now.
CNN. Last Saturday, I think.
America's latest coffee chain isn't from America.
It's from where I live. Luckin Coffee is from China.
Luckin just opened its first 2 locations right here in New York City. They are huge in China.
Here in China, Luckin overtook Starbucks back in 2019. Right now, it has about 22,000 stores across the country.
22,000.
You can understand why it has its eye on the U.S.
How'd you hear about Luckin?
I actually heard about it from TikTok. Apparently, it's China's #1 coffee chain, so we really wanted to try it. It's actually really good.
Here in China, Luckin is known for its cheap prices. This is a specialty latte with oat milk. It only costs about $1.25 US dollars.
Do you think they'll be successful in the United States? If they are cheaper, as they are in China now, I think they will. Coffee is coffee.
All right, we got some cold brews here. Ice drink started
An
about $4.50.
An expert opinion from that Chinese man. Coffee is coffee. If it's cheaper, like it is here, people will probably buy it. 100%, pal. 100%. $1.25 for a latte? That is ridiculous. You can't get a latte for $1.25 anywhere in the United States. It looks like Luckin is coming to take the lunch of old Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts. They are on notice and have to start lowering those prices. And hey, yeah, good point. If you were already boycotting things like Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, well, guess what? Guess what? That's not Youngkin is not on the BDS list, so you can enjoy your coffee once again. Yay! Okay. Now let's go to here. This was from last weekend. Caroline Leavitt, Ministry of Truth representative, White House press secretary, was asked a question by reporters about what sort of deliverables Donald Trump was hoping to get from Secretary Scott Bessent's meeting in China. Or with China. I'm not sure it was in China.
Very strict tariff and non-tariff barriers prior. So thanks to the president, Japan's markets will now be open to American-made products and goods. This is big news for our tech companies and our farmers as well.
On Monday, the Treasury Secretary is going to Stockholm to talk to the Chinese delegation. What does the president hope to get out of that meeting? Other deliverables?
I won't speak to any deliverables or set expectations. I'll let the Secretary of Treasury do that. But I did speak to him yesterday about his upcoming trip, and he looks forward to continuing discussions with his Chinese counterparts. The president has ensured that we have a good continuing working relationship with China that benefits the United States.
So yeah, Caroline Leavitt has no idea what Donald Trump expects from this fucking meeting. Great, thanks Caroline, very helpful. Always very helpful with your lack of information. Alright, let's go here. Here's Reuters from 3 days ago. Scott Bessent.
What was your message to the Chinese about Russian oil? Did you tell them they're on notice, they need to start to pull back?
Well, we described, it's not just the president, what is making its way through the U.S. Senate, and hard to imagine anything could get 80 or 90 bipartisan votes in the U.S. Senate, is a bill that will give the president discretion to apply secondary tariffs on sanctioned Russian oil from, I believe it's from 0 to 500%. I believe he's used 100%, and we've heard from several of our European counterparts, NATO allies, even Canada. Well, Canada is in NATO, that they will be following on that. So we would expect most of the Western alliance that has been supporting Ukraine to follow on that. So I think anyone who buys sanctioned Russian oil should be ready for this.
What was their response to that warning?
The Chinese take their sovereignty very seriously. We don't want to impede on their sovereignty, so they'd like to pay 100% tariff.
Well, they're not the ones who are going to be paying the tariff, Bessent. You know that, you dumb motherfucker. It's us who's going to pay the 100% tariff. You piece of shit. Now, there we go. Scott Bessent smarmily is saying that, well, if China wants to pay that tariff that they're definitely not going to have to pay and that only U.S. consumers are going to have to pay, then go right ahead and buy Russian oil. Great. Good diplomacy, pal. Great job. Great, good job. Good and great. So good and great. I'm so proud of you, Scott. Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
Okay, let's go here now. From China to South Korea. Oh boy. Wow, this stream is ending earlier than I thought. I thought this was going to be at least a 10-hour stream. But we are now on the second to last country of discussion tonight. Shock of shocks. Great job to everybody who made it this far. Little round of applause for your galactic fortitude. South Korea. Let's talk about it. South Korea announced a trade agreement with the United States. Ooh, good. We won't have to pay tariffs for South Korean goods. Is that right? Oh, wait. No, it's not? No, we're going to have to pay? Okay. Great.
한국 정부는 미국 정부와 관세 협상을 타결했습니다.
Shit. Hey, stop speaking. Yeah. I forgot. This one has subtitles. I need to translate the Korean for everybody. Here we go. Take 2. The Korean government reached a tariff agreement with the United States. The reciprocal tariff the U.S. is to impose on South Korean goods from August 1st is lowered at 15%. From the 25% that it earlier announced. We've had a U.S. tariff on goods lowered at, wait, what? We've had a U.S. tariff, the U.S. tariff on autos, our main export item, also lowered to 15% as well. In the case of tariffs on semiconductors and pharmaceuticals that will be levied later, our goods won't be treated more disadvantageously than other countries. What's most noteworthy in this agreement is that we agreed with the United States to expand cooperation in the field of shipbuilding. The $150 billion Korea-U.S. Cooperation Fund would cover all major parts of the shipbuilding industry, such as building ships. Great. So yeah, there we go. Another fake trade agreement where we wind up with South Korean goods costing more than they did last year. All due to self-inflicted harm from the Trump administration on the American people. Yay! Do you like refrigerators, phones, TVs, and other things? Well, many of those things come from South Korea. Got anything in your apartment or home that says LG or Samsung? Guess what? Those are South Korean companies. Honestly, Samsung and LG have captured massive portions of the technology and manufacturing markets. Honestly, LG products are fucking great. Samsung products too, most of them at least. Especially like the hard drives and other things. I mean, these guys are the top of the line on tons of stuff. And now that top of the line stuff is going to be 15% more expensive. Hey, but thankfully it's not going to be 25% expensive, right? Silver linings, people. Oh my fucking god, I'm living in crazy town. Okay, let's just get things straight, because I'm biased, and maybe the things I'm saying are untrue. Let's go to the Ministry of Truth, so that Caroline Levitt can tell me how I'm a big dummy, and this is going to be good for America. Take it away, Caroline.
In the back left. Thank you. Amanda, yes. Thank you very much. I have a talk to ask about the U.S.
Amanda, you can go.
U.S. and South Korea tariff negotiations. At the tariff negotiation between South Korea and the United States concluded yesterday. President Trump stated on his SNS, Truth Social, that he would announce the specific details of the investment in the United States at the South Korea-United States summit in 2 weeks. My question is this tariff negotiation a final agreement, or is further negotiation necessary?
Well, yes, as you know, the president met with representatives of the Republic of South Korea here at the White House yesterday, and they did, in fact, reach a deal. And South Korea will pay a 15% tariff rate, including 15% on autos, while providing historic market access to American goods like autos and rice. Korea will purchase $100 billion in American energy by 2028. And the centerpiece of this deal is that South Korea has agreed to invest $350 billion at the president's direction to revitalize.
That's not what they said.
90% of those profits will go to the United States government.
That's
to help pay down
really weird. That's really weird because Caroline is completely contradicting the things that were just said by the South Korean leader. Actually, that wasn't the president. That was foreign minister. I can't remember who that guy was. The point is that directly contradicts the thing that South Korea said. That's South Korea said 150 billion, and now Caroline's out here saying 350 billion. Who's correct? I don't even know. Who's like, we're living in such a stupid time. Who knows what to believe? I'm honestly likely to believe the Koreans and not the, propagandist in chief over at the White House. That's just me. All right, people. Last story of the evening, ending it with more talks of deals. Let's go to Japan, where last week Donald Trump made a trade agreement with Japan, basically giving, to some degree, preferential treatment for Japanese car imports over most other nations. But automakers in the United States aren't super thrilled about this. Now, we talked about this a bit at one point. I brought this up, that the deal that Donald Trump struck with Japan sort of contravened his own goal, his own stated goals about making U.S. auto manufacturing great again, right? Because, like, just think about it from the perspective of auto manufacturers for a second. I know it's difficult, but the point is like, think of yourself, you're the VP or your executive over there at Ford or GM, right? And a few months ago, you find out, oh, a bunch of tariffs are going to be coming on. This could be good for us. Let's get ourselves ready to try and take advantage of this moment, whatever. What do we got to do? Let's bulk up on this or that thing. Steel, rubber, paints, plastics, whatever it might be, right? And then Donald Trump decides to get the country with the biggest, basically the biggest competitors to the American auto manufacturing sector, Japan, right? I mean, Japan's cars are sold in this country more than any other country on the planet. And all of a sudden, Donald Trump gives your main competitors essentially a sweetheart deal, right, on those auto manufacturing tariffs. And you're like, wait a second, why did we spend all this money trying to get ready to do more manufacturing if it's not going to benefit us at all?
But I just signed the largest trade deal in history. I think maybe the largest deal in history with Japan.
CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa Yurkevich joins me now. First, on the details of the Japan trade deal. I mean, one, is it the largest trade deal in history? What are the actual elements of this deal?
Yeah, well, Japan is our fifth largest trading partner. We import $148 billion worth of goods from this country. So it is an important deal with a large trading partner. Part of this deal includes a $550 billion investment by Japan into the United States. It also opens up trade for U.S. For cars and rice, that Japan would buy U.S.
Nobody
cars
is
and
going
rice.
to do that.
There's a 15% tariff.
By the way, Japan is not going to start buying cars. They might start buying rice, but they're not going to start buying U.S. cars. U.S. cars are too big to fit on Japanese streets. Look it up. It's just a fact. But the rice is possible because rice prices are super expensive, and people in the country are pretty pissed off about that. And while Japan's just been trying to protect its agricultural sector, there's the Prime Minister just lost both houses of Parliament over the last 6 months or something like that, over the cost of rice and things like that.
That is up from the 10% universal tariff, but that does extend to cars and car parts. And that's important because the U.S. is facing a 25% tariff on cars and car parts that they import. And then you can also see there that that 50% tariff on steel and aluminum does still remain. But important to point out that we are hearing from the big three U.S. car manufacturers, GM, Ford, and Stellantis, through the American Automotive Policy Council, which is calling this Japan deal at first glance a bad deal. And here's why. I want to read part of what the president of this organization, Matt Blunt, told us. He said that any deal that charges a lower tariff for, Japanese imports with virtually no U.S. content than the tariff imposed on North American-built vehicles with high U.S. content is a bad deal for U.S. industry and the U.S. auto workers. And as I mentioned, the United States, the American car makers, they import a lot of cars and car parts fully assembled and manufactured in Canada and Mexico, and they are paying that 25% tariff. That is why they believe that this deal with Japan, with the United States and Japan, is unfair because...
Yeah, so are you catching what's happening here with the math of all this? Right, so like going back to that theoretical situation that we're talking about, where you're an auto manufacturer, you're trying to get yourself ready ahead of the tariffs. Now you're in a moment where basically Japan can import cars into the United States cheaper than you can, right? Because many Ford manufacturing facilities are not even in the United States. Like they are, a lot of them are in Canada, GM too. Not all, of course, but there's a fair number of them. That makes it very complicated. Also, the fact that a lot of this manufacturing of parts are done in Mexico and Canada, and you're paying that 25% tariff. Meanwhile, Japan can just import whole cars 15%, so 10% less than you can, which basically disadvantages American manufacturing rather than improving the ground upon which U.S. auto manufacturers are standing. Donald Trump has basically pulled the rug out from under them and left them holding the bag. It doesn't seem like tariffs on Canada are going to be going down anytime soon. Donald Trump is threatening higher tariffs on Canada earlier this week. All right, chat. We got through the whole thing. Well, it looks like we got through another stream. It's quite difficult and also pretty long, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. Whoa, what just happened? There, no, wrong screen, you bastard. Cannot forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Medi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Codcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Momo Noep, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X. Evan from Portland. Oh my god, what just happened? You bastard. Evan from Portland. Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, and Columbia Rica, New York. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show, which you all just got done enjoying with your eyes and ears. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. It's just 10 cents a day. My god, it's basically free. You could have your name in lights, galactic lights. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed the stream. Now it's time for a little galactic after hours, late night, super secret, chill stream action. Relaxing, all cool by the pool.